4-0 dominance.
Hi. 4-0 dominance. That was classic in the WardiTV 2025 Championship Finals. Can you find the similar kind of vibe today as we are looking for classic right now? Hopefully we get him in a moment or two. I had the amazing realization I never told the players what times to be here. It's all on Wikipedia, but I never sent them the message, and now I'm like, I believe in you guys, but I'm also slightly terrified that some players are not going to show up. So I've sent Classic a message, and hopefully we'll get this sorted out in a moment or two. No, he's logging in. Okay, I believed. I never really doubted, guys. I'll invite the guys through. And we'll get ready for this best of 3 to start us off in a couple moments then. So, BO3, Classic versus Rogue. Let's have a look at where the bracket is at after yesterday. And we do, of course, have ourselves 12 players remaining. That's going to get cut down to 8 pretty quickly today. And then at the end of the day, we'll be cutting it down to the final 6 who will move on through to play tomorrow. Open drink. Lovely. So yeah, we're going to start the day off with Rogue versus Classic, then Solo versus Gerald, then Nikoract versus Bunny, and then we have Bjorn versus Zaun. After that, we'll be moving into herO versus Clem, and Q versus MaxPax, a couple of best of 5s, and then we will end the day going through the lower bracket round 3 matches, which we'll play kind of when they are ready, they will play, and then we'll cast the replays of that just to make the whole process just that teeny tiny bit smoother for the players, of course. As always mentioned that. We like to try and keep the players as happy as can be, and so generally speaking, we will be doing our best to ensure that they don't have to stick around for ages and stuff like that. So that's going to be what is going on. That's going to be what's happening here today. I'm very excited to give you guys some action, give you guys some games. Should be a pretty fun time. So looking forward to kind of sinking our teeth in to all of those games in a little while. So that's going to be what's going on. That's going to be what we start to head into here and set up for and all the rest of it.
Welcome to the WardiTV 2025.
My bad. Cool. Yes, so I didn't realize RSL is actually on as well. But I actually thought RSL was going to be pretty much finishing by the time we got started, but apparently they're going a bit slower than expected. That's all good. We'll figure things out as necessary as the day goes on. I probably should have really looked at it. None of the players told me it was going to be a problem, so... none of the players saw it as a problem, so why would I see it as a problem? If we need to buy time, we can buy time, because obviously we do have the ability to... we do have the wonderful ability of doing those couple matches we're going to have played as replays, so it should be fine. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Hey, what's up, Pulsar? Thank you so much for the 2-year resub on the Prime. Obviously, we're just getting started here, guys. Getting everyone hosted up and ready to begin. Let me put some game sounds on. It is going to be Rogue and Classic best of 3 to start us off here today. So kicking this off in just a few moments' time. Throw that in position. Pull that over. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting everything fully reset after a bit of a hectic one. It's Team League qualifier day today, so I'm going to be doing a bit of multitasking later. Yeah, so later on, Team League qualifier starts. I've got a little bit of multitasking adminning that. In theory, everything should just be kind of fine and dandy, but obviously sometimes things come up and so, and clarification is needed and all of that kind of thing. So we will, figure those things out kind of just as we go, and like I said, we'll just see what we can do. So just letting you guys know that that's the thing. Is Rex joining us? Let's have a peek. Oh, why does Ellie bark the moment I start streaming? Every single time, I swear. Ay. Let me just go see what she's barking at. right, let's kick this off, guys. Sorry, just want to make sure there's no one I actually needed to go see or anything, but she's just barking at people out the window, so we are good. All right, let's start off and get into the WardiTV Winter Championship Playoffs Day 3 with Classic versus Rogue. Very exciting. Very exciting. You're gonna outspam the Wardy bot today? Nice. Yeah, I haven't done the changes yet, but I have figured out how to make it only respond to the messages in the chat, so I know how to do it. I just need 10 minutes to do it. And honestly, I've done so much admin work lately, the thought of spending 10 minutes doing more admin work, if it's not immediately necessary, not into it at all. Alright, we're going to start this series off in the bottom right-hand side, an elimination series, best of 3, PvZ. It is going to be our Blue Zerg Rogue in that bottom right corner of the map, as in the top left, our Red Protoss player is going to be Classic. Alright, so into a game 1 right now. And Classic ending up in this lower bracket from what was truly a bit of a disaster from him in the upper bracket. Losing a Nikoract, and then he nearly got knocked out by Yakov as well. Gives me a little bit of hope for Rogue here, who I may not typically kind of have as much hope for, I guess, in a series like this against Classic. But Classic was a bit off the other day, and I feel like he's going to have to bring it back and pull it together, or pull it around a little bit. Otherwise, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. So, yeah, I do think Classic has to play a bit better than he did the other day, but it was a couple days ago, so there is that benefit. Obviously, Rogue played yesterday. I'm just going to be seeing where this one goes, where it takes us, and how things rumble here over the early stages. Alright, I'm a little bit more chilled out now. Like I say, sorry guys, lots going on in the early stages today, just a busy one to begin with. Like I say, might get a bit hectic later. Like I said, I'll probably have a couple admin things I have to just sort out quickly at some point, but we'll just make it happen. I'm going to get a couple of Discord pings, I'm sure, but I will just preemptively apologize for anything we miss on screen, because there might be a couple of things here or there, like I say, just with the way that it's going to be going, as we just have a hatchery finishing up on the natural expansion. The Nexus and the Cybercore coming in right now, so we get that all started up and ready to go. It's going to be seeing that Cybercore finishing, and yeah, we look pretty cozy for a couple moments here. A few probes are coming across, the Adept and the Stargate coming about, the Nexus coming online as well, so just seeing a few of these bits and bobs coming through right now without any real overwhelming kind of feeling of anything about it. Just very peaceful, kind of standard stuff for the moment. We take a few moments to chill with the TLDR of it, and we'll see where we go. We have our Stalker, Warpgate, Stargate, all of that building straight through here for a couple moments, so we get that on the way as well. We just have a hatchery coming down from Rogue. Really nothing super crazy early, not even a hatch block or anything, so everything really is just looking very normal to start us off here. Very standard beginnings for now. There's nothing wrong with. Going to be seeing the Adept. We'll make a few steps over. The Oracle and company will come around for a little bit as well. And just get joined in here for a few moments as we set this all up. Get this all rolling. Lots of setting up for PvZ, isn't there? Again, how's everyone doing in the chat? Again, welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship Playoffs. It's going to be our second to last day today. Tomorrow we crown ourselves a Winter Champion, and we get to talk about all those fun things, and obviously qualification to the 2026 Championship and everything. And yeah, we got a lot to talk about tomorrow, but today we're going to fully focus on this. These games here, obviously they do go in tomorrow, but today it's really just about who gets to stay alive to that final day. Obviously there's money on the line for every single win. There is going to be not just money on the line, but some WardiTV points. They also act towards qualifying, but they're the sort of thing which aren't going to come into major impact right now. The more of them you gather, the better. So obviously winning and getting further in the tournament is good, but yeah, it's not something we're going to see like a major impact from. You know, here today, we're not going to be like, well, that's it, he got 7 more points or 3 more points, like, that's it, the series is done, his season is done for him, or, you know, whatever. So we'll be pretty chillaxing in that regard, which will be kind of cool. But like I say, today we just get to focus on who gets to survive through to the next day of games, pretty much, which I'm kind of all about, as this Queen is not going to survive through to this next stage of the game, never mind next day of games. Queen goes down, shot down immediately there. Going to be a little bit brutal with the Oracles. Going to see a couple of drones dying as well. I'm kind of okay with it still, though, overall here for Rogue, right? A couple of drones. The Oracle is very low. It's very unfortunate he doesn't manage to get one of those because it's super low. Classic really pushing the limits of what that Oracle can take before it just gets shot down. So unfortunately for Rogue, it's just not quite enough firepower to actually get rid of it there for a few moments. Which is a bit of a shame. +1 and Blink now going to be starting up, so we bring that straight through for the next few moments as well and just get that underway. So we bring that straight into play. A couple Stalkers get warped in, the few Lings are still lingering around. And just seeing what's up, as we can see a few devs moving out. But this is mostly going to come down to the Stalkers with their Blink. I mean, we're getting +1 as well, so we're not overly aggressive here. We're not doing anything super crazy. This is not like a, oh my goodness, what the hell, he's super all in, Stalker, Stalker, Stalker fight, or anything like that. Like, this is, you know, well and truly quite regular when it comes to the setup at the moment and the build up here for the next few moments. Hatchery still coming through. I was going to see those couple Lings moving across for a couple of moments as well. Trying to see what else is going on here. Just for a teeny tiny bit. As we continue to settle on down. Stalkers will put a little bit of pressure on, so a little bit of damage being done over here for a couple of moments. Just going to have the, yeah, I mean, like I say, a little bit of pressure and everything coming through. Nothing really too crazy still. Nothing really to shout about just yet, as you see a couple of gates coming down as well. It's just going to get all of that put into place, and we are going to see the Lings are going to get a little involved over here as well, though. So they're going to get a little feisty and run in. I like the run by, and units out on the map is going to make you pull back. You lose the battery, which immediately means you're in a little bit more danger here against this as Classic, right? Because now the battery is gone. That really does open the door to you kind of potentially having, you know, a lot more damage taken. The Stalkers on the other side, though, are going to love the fact that those Lings committed on the other side, because it means the Lings are not here to help play defense. So there is a positive to those Lings kind of running through on Classic's point of view. So that is kind of ongoing as well. Let's just see those couple Oracles still gathering on up together. And we just reset things here to fully see where we're going to go in these next few moments. Yeah, Stalkers and the Oracles continue to gather about just for a little bit then, so all of that coming through. Take a few more moments and continue to settle down for a couple seconds. Just going to see the Lings getting a wraparound. Zealot is going to get taken out already. So it's going to be a nice little pick off for that as well here, just for the moment. And we are going to be seeing the Stalkers still pushing and poking around on this right-hand side. So again, a little bit of extra damage done. Still finding some hits, finding some work to be done for the moment. And yeah, getting that damage dealt, getting it added up. That's the name of the game right now, it seems. This current point in time. Well, I mean, Rogue has held on though, and Rogue is already on his way to a Lurker Den, so this defense into this next phase now definitely feels very good for you here already, where you're kind of moving in towards the, moving in towards the Lurker Den, and now you're kind of getting in towards your kind of middling to later stage of the game. And I like it, because some of these Zergs obviously try and play very aggressively, so when we do see someone that just gets to the Lurker Den quickly, it can be very powerful for quite a while. We'll see how well Rogue is able to navigate this kind of phase of the game, because that's obviously a big question too. You know, I wouldn't actually scream that Rogue is maybe one of these guys to necessarily be my go-to, like, oh my god, like, yeah, he's such a great late game controller. Not in this day and age. Like, maybe in the past he used to be. I think in the past, in days gone by, Rogue really was one of those guys that was extremely good, but it's just been a hot second since he was at that level. This push right now is scary with the Storm available and Lurker's not quite out. Lurker's out, he would make a big difference, and we're going to get them out soon. They're obviously not fully upgraded just yet, so that's something to keep in mind, that when those upgrades kick in, it will be even better for them. So I'm kind of keeping our eyes on that to see how that maybe goes. So going to see that Storm still coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Zealots are going to come back the other way. Just going to go after those Lings for a couple of moments, and then the Zealot Stalker Archon going to get back onto this Hatchery. Hatchery will take a few more shots, a few more hits going down. Rogue's still a 4-base Zerg, and he's counterattacking here, so I don't hate this for Rogue. I actually think this is still a very reasonable position to be in overall, especially if you can counterattack for some damage, then it seems actually kind of okay, but I guess we'll see if the counterattack truly is able to get kind of much done here. I guess that is maybe the bigger question altogether. Once the Lings pulled back, got the few Zealots, Stalkers, and the Archon coming back through as well. Adrenal Glands, +1 missiles, +2 Carapace. All of that coming in as well. Here's the Lings and the Lurkers and the Hydras continue to move on around for the moment. Tempest in production on the Stargate, the +3 attack coming up on the Forge. Again, the melee, the missiles, and the +2 Carapace all continue to produce just for a little bit here. Just going to see how Zealot Stalker Archon begins to make a move down to the bottom side of the map to, once again, just put some pressure on and force Rogue to kind of really think about what he has back at home defensively and just double check, hey, you did realize you're going to have to defend, right? Because if you don't, then I'm just going to walk in and do a bunch of damage. Lurkers need to start walking right there and actually start fighting, but they walk way too close, no? Like, you basically just invited him to, basically see success, no? You basically just said, hey, I'm going to run up so close to you that there's no way you can't possibly kill these Lurkers. So I think Rogue got a little bit too close right there. I actually think he got a little bit too caught up in moving through. Unfortunately, I think that is a little bit costly. Object having going to pop. Hydra still on the way. Missiles and melee upgrade producing as we go about this. So that will continue in as well for now. Get that Kindness plane on the way up. The Lurkers, the Kindness plane, the 1-1 missiles, and melee upgrades all building through as well. So we get a lot more of that. Continue to come online just for the moment. Zealot, Stalker, Archon, regathering for now. Joining back together here for, like I said, just a few moments, getting set up. Army recovers and we'll reposition it back for a couple seconds as well. Shove down to the bottom side here from Classic, once again coming through the center. I'm yet to see Rogue really show us truly a convincing fight, I suppose, on this army is maybe my biggest concern. I feel like he needs to show us something where it's like, hey, look, I really can kind of fight here. I really can hit you. And I really can deal some damage. I mean, like I said, the Kindness plane and the Ultras as a switch on the composition may actually be a big part of this. That might be a big part of the way in which we end up seeing success throughout this. That actually might be a major factor as see those Lurkers coming through. Stalker gets picked off. The Lurkers and the Queens together just going to be there to keep on pushing things back around the other way. Lings are going to get a jump onto this Nexus. That will go down as well. It's going to be another nice catch for the moment, at least. I mean, we're keeping Classic on 4 bases. That's definitely a road to not victory necessarily. I mean, it is a road to victory, but it's not alone going to win you, but it's going to help you kind of stay on the right track. So that part, I mean, hard to not like this part. I mean, it's hard to not like a lot of things Rogue is doing, as long as he's still alive. And he's still alive. I'm also terrified that Classic is getting to a later stage of this game, and the later it goes, the more convinced I am about Classic playing this out than I am about Rogue. That is just the harsh reality, I think, of the current state of these guys in StarCraft 2, is that Classic is recently the much more achieved player. Not just the much more achieved, I mean, you know, really kind of out there. Like, second place EWC, obviously in the Wardy events, we've seen him winning Winter Cup, the 2025 championship. So, you know, online, offline, all the accolades are there for Classic as of late. And just makes this a very, very difficult matchup for Rogue, I can't help but feel. So yeah, I sit here a little bit afraid for him as we settle down. Just going to have the, like I say, Ultras coming out. Can't complain with those. Microbial Shroud, I'm going to love to see if we can actually do something meaningful with this. That's going to be a big question as well, of course, as we step over. Just going to see the Nidus attempt gets denied. But it's nice that we are trying to Nidus, because it's the right idea of putting a bit of pressure on, trying to keep your opponent kind of, you know, messed up a little bit. Those kind of things can go a long way, and even just distracting it can, you know, it can keep Classic's eyes at home rather than keeping Classic's eyes on you and looking at his opportunity to maybe end this game in his favor, right? So I think there's a lot of benefits there in general as the army collects together once again, getting ready to send it. And you know, I imagine we are going to be in the point of view of sending it sooner rather than later. Storm coming down to a couple of those Lurkers, everything, the Tempest and the Archons gathering, the High Templar move through there a little bit as well. The Link Ultra is going to take the chance to step forward for a second. And will come swinging on through, so we're going to be seeing quite a lot of damage being done here actually with these Ultras. But can't really fight the army still, especially as you see it kind of getting into like a choked up area and everything. Like there's just no real way for you to navigate that into something more beneficial, basically. And again, I like the Nidus, I like all the distractions that are going on, but there's got to be a point in this game where we need more than just distractions, right? There's a nice set of storms. You're all going to come running through. I mean, this feels like a good fight for Classic. He's cleaning up a lot. A lot of rogue supply right now is absolutely in the rebuild tab. You can see the production tab full of Zerg units, and Classic's army just stands strong. Classic's rebuilding, what, a mothership and a couple of mortals? And yeah, he's not fully maxed out. You go 4 High Templar, and now he is maxed out. So that really is the difference right now, is that Rogue is just taking way too many losses. Resource loss is an 8k difference, which isn't terrible. The Classic has obviously started to establish bases. This work, resources lost might have worked if you kept Classic denied on the base count. That's the sort of thing where maybe actually denying those bases would have come in to be kind of game-ending or game-changing, but that's just not the case anymore. And hence we're really in a little bit of a spot of bother. Mothership's going to pop to even just complicate things further. The spellcasting that provides obviously so many abilities that can be so useful in so many circumstances. There's almost no doubt that they are going to be a major point of play in these next few moments. The Mothership and the Immortals get rid of a incoming Nidus again. It's just been a consistent affair where we just see the constant denials by Classic to make sure that, I mean, constant attempts by Rogue as well, but just Classic is constantly denying the ability to make this happen. So again, no success there just yet. Just going to see a few more shots coming through. Just going to see the Ling's going to run by, looking for a couple of the cannons right there. So looking to get straight in. A couple of storms come down though. Again, it just feels like Rogue is the one that's losing a bunch of units, and Classic is just sat there killing them all and just saying, cool, thumbs up. Classic really is just going to be building a bank, and that's not what you want to be as the Zerg, because you want to be in a position where you can truly scare the Protoss and, really make something of this situation. And that's just not really true right now, That's not really where we're at in this current state of the game. Not in the slightest, really. I'm going to drop a Fungal and a couple of Neurals. I like it, but again, it terrifies me, this concept that we have honestly, just this concept that we have a Protoss army that is backed up by a massive bank account. It feels extremely problematic. Again, just plain and simple, it just feels very, very problematic right now, and I don't really know what we do to kind of fix that either, to be honest, at this point. Just don't see these fights starting to get any better for Rogue. I don't see the resource loss suddenly swinging in his favor. And again, he has no bank to rebuild with, so whatever fight he picks here in the near future has to be really spot on amazing. Because if it ain't, man's in trouble. Plain and simple. Man is in trouble. Storm's coming down. We're going to jump toward a couple of these Archons already, so we are going to go for what we can find here. I mean, like I say, just starting to lose bases as Rogue as well. He's going to type GG. His army's going to... Don't even get to see the army fully get massacred, but we don't really need to see it because we kind of know it's going to. You already saw the start of it there, and he just has no way to fight that Protoss army. His composition was not made for it in the end. Classic will take a game at number 1, and we'll open the day with a 1-0 lead. Tank 1,000 feet going to be coming up for a map 2 here, guys. Let's get this one up and running. Let's get this one up and running. Game 2 coming through. Get this started off in a second. Alrighty, make myself referee, move this all around, get everyone else set to go. Check everyone's in the lobby, a couple more people joining us apparently. Alrighty guys, so yeah, we just take a couple moments, we'll get this resumed. And a few Classic and Rogue already, just waiting for all of our other casters to rejoin the lobby again, so hopefully in a couple moments, get that back on track and get this resumed. This cost toss bot be possible is pretty good. It looks like we have a lobby bug. Alright, one of our casters I think is just relogging. I'm just going to give him a minute, guys, see if he can get it sorted out, and then we'll get back on track, basically. So, we have that underway. Just keep double checking the... try and get the rest of this underway here. Try and see what we're gonna do. There's Anki on his way back in. Is he on Twitch? Can I find him quickly? Yes. 1 second, guys. Just trying to. Figure this out. Not sure if he's coming back, to be honest. Alright, we're just gonna go because I don't know where he is and I don't know how long he's gonna be, so we'll just start. Sorry, Anki. I gave him a minute. Isn't coming back online right now, so I don't know if he's just disappeared, AFK, something happened. His stream's still live, but he doesn't have like a cam on or anything, so I just have no idea. Like if he has a cam on, he's sat there clearly trying to log in. It's a bit different, right? But in this scenario, I just don't know. So we'll just continue on. Can rejoin afterwards. Finally, my Wardy dose of the week. The first dose of the week on Saturday? Unbelievable. What you been doing? Hopefully you have a good excuse. Ay. Alright, let's get this one started up, guys, as we have in the top left-hand corner. The Blue Zerg, who will be down a game in this BO3. It is Rogue. And he is taking on the Red Protoss player in the bottom right corner of the map. We have Classic here to try and level things out for himself and to continue through as they level things out. Not in terms of leveling out the series, just in terms of like getting back on track with where we expect Classic to be, which is deeper in this tournament. Obviously, win this, you're into the top 8 at least, which is very respectable, but Classic's the kind of guy who's aiming for that top 1, top 2 spot, not top 8, right? So he's got a ways to go through this lower bracket because of the fact he dropped down here early. But like I say, all of that kind of begins here today. We'll see if he can move through and see success. Work's a pretty good excuse, I'm not gonna lie. You gotta do something to keep the subscriptions going and stuff, you know? I get it. I get it. Yeah, I have to do this whole streaming thing so I can subscribe to my favorite streamers as well. It's tough. I don't even get time to watch other streams because I'm so busy streaming myself. Ay. The difficulties of a StarCraft streamer, man. Can't watch any StarCraft because you're already casting all the StarCraft. The pain. Good problem to have. Good problem to have. Working around early, nothing super wild going on just yet. Doesn't look anything too crazy or so right now, so pretty chill for a couple moments. Sit back, relax, and wait for something a bit more meaningful to come through, aka the Cybercore finishing and getting the ability to move in towards some actual tech structures here would be obviously a pretty major positive as well, so expecting that to kind of come online and be a big factor here sooner rather than later. As that probe comes over, a couple drones get chased. Queens, Lings, the Ling speed continue to build up as well. For now, bring that all into play. Couple Lings will chase. Probe will be hunted down for a couple of moments. So you can see that Stalker and that Warp Gate all building up here as well for a few moments, just getting that online. A couple of Adepts. Shades to try and just find a way to maybe make something happen here for a moment or two. Yeah, nothing really overly wild or anything just yet, just a bit of setting up, a bit of getting underway, and a bit of figuring out where things will go for the first few minutes of this one. I hope everyone's having a good weekend, obviously, and congrats, we made it to the weekend. Been a fun week. Yeah, it's been a fun week. I'm so excited. I've just been doing so much admin work as well. Like, obviously, it's a while because obviously we've got the Winter Championships right now, but these playoffs have been very chill. Like, I set up the bracket, I messaged the players, no one complained, and you know, off they went. But the Team League, I've put in a lot of work in the Team League and a lot of admin stuff to get that off the ground and so on. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like so Team League focused right now. And it's going to be really exciting when we get to actually share that with you guys next week. We actually will have some Team League games actually starting to happen. So that's going to be awesome. Really looking forward to it. And yeah, super excited to get into some Team League games. Really think it's going to be fun. It's probably going to be a very good time. So yeah, thumbs up. Excited about that. Now you're going to see a couple of lings going to work their way over around the far right side. Just going to pull over there for a couple of moments. Nothing too crazy. Again, those lings move about. The drones and the spore crawlers continue to come up as well for just a little while. And yeah, Nexus, Gate, Twilight Council, all building through. A couple of these simulators continue to come up and online as we speak. So that's some of those bits and pieces coming by for now. A little spore crawler shot going to be good onto the oracles for a moment or two. So a little bit of defending. Tell you what, I actually really think Rogue has sharpened up a lot of his early game. I think he's been much better lately at not kind of losing too many workers super early. It's something which I really think was a big kind of downside for Rogue for quite a while. And something which he really struggled with, but yeah, I kind of hoping that that remains true in this game. I hope I didn't just jinx it, because obviously you really do need to have that solid early game if you're going to play against Classic. Classic is too good to be kind of bleeding out units early, bleeding out economy, etc., etc. Like, it's just not going to work. It's just not a vibe that really gets to stick if you start losing units against Classic. He is going to punish you for that. It's going to be so difficult to kind of stay in the game. So, yeah, you got to be really on top of things here. And like I say, so far so good. The Adepts there maybe would have been a bit scary. Things are going to pop. We do see the Queens were somewhat nearby, so maybe it wasn't so bad. I was not immediately convinced, though, to be honest. Melee upgrade and so coming through still, so just continue to bring that online as well. And yeah, the Queen, a couple of Overlords, and the rest of this will continue into production as we speak. Bring the rest of that through for now as well. And just maybe seeing a few lings are going to take that chance to take a run at this mineral line. Rogue loves his run-bys. I mean, there's a prison nearby. Decides he doesn't need it. There's no battery there, though. We actually lose an Oracle in the Chaos. The Queen's able to get a kill. Now these Adepts don't actually go down, but there's some Zealots there as well, so this is not going to be as effective as maybe we wanted it to be. As Rogue, I imagine he would have been hoping for probably a little bit more than that, realistically. So, yeah, I think he's going to come out of that one a little bit like, whatever. Not ideal, but far from the end of the world as well, I would guess. I mean, it's just lings. Resources lost is not good for him, though. Spire on the way is something which eventually gets to be very interesting, but is not necessarily kind of immediately a major factor right now, so maybe that's something we kind of keep in mind. You see those lings going to run through, looking for the Zealot here for a second. This is a very rough moment for Rogue, because obviously he's trying to stack gas for the Mutalisks, but you're actually going to be required to have units to fight, believe it or not. I'm surprised the Queens don't go on the Prism. I'm also surprised that Archon's allowed to die. Uh-oh, now the Prism is actually going to go down, so this Archon will be stranded. This does turn into a much better fight here in the end for Rogue, as he actually nearly got a full cleanup there. Actually, nice save from Classic to get that Archon back home. Didn't think that Archon was going to make it back. It does in the end, and that's obviously kind of a big deal right there, so kind of saving the day a little bit. As you see, the couple of Oracles will activate. We will see the Zealots and the Archon gathering through. And these Roaches still coming across back home for the moment. 9 more meters on the way in, so the Rogue kind of gets through what I was saying was probably the scariest part of this, which is to get, to the Mutalisks. Once the meters are out, it's a little bit more kind of free running, and should be able to kind of capitalize on that a little extra here, I'd imagine. So let's see, as those meters come through, it's obviously where you wanted to be as Rogue, and this game kind of gets... The one thing I think I really like about the Mutas, I really feel like it makes the Protoss player actually just stop what they're doing for once and actually have to like maybe move around and respond. I feel like with so many of the other Zerg compositions, the Protoss is just allowed to be like, oh, cool, well, just build your, Giga Good army and defend. And obviously you just have to build your Giga Good army and defend against Mutas, but you do have to put a bit more kind of effort into it. There's a little bit more kind of complexity to it because of where the Mutas can go and the amount they can move around. So I do genuinely think that actually the Mutas kind of take away some of that Protoss control, and I think that's a very good thing, as the Storm kills a couple of his own probes, and the Lings and the Roaches are going to come through to try and deny a fourth base. Probably can't really push up here and kind of keep this going for too much longer. I don't hate us being around and, like I say, just looking for opportunity and finding what we can at the moment. These meters are still doing well. The roaches are still looking good. Rogue, in fact, honestly looking very solid at the moment. These two immortals are on their own almost, and if they're on their own, there's something you might be able to dive onto. He pops the barrier on both, so meters do get a bit of vision on them. It's a lot of high Templars in the Archon from the natural Rogue. More meters, more lings. Let's see how well he can capitalize on all of this over these next few moments. The meters get over to the side, just going to get another pylon there. Always a nice grab. So just going to make a jump on that and then pulling back over once more. Continuing through for a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to fight. The meters continue to go down. A couple of Phoenix going to be nearby to continue to hit those meters in return, but we actually lose one Phoenix. Probably a point where you have to pull away there as Rogue, though. One Phoenix down, but the other still alive with plenty of Stalkers. I like Classic's response. He's going to go double down on the Stargate, right? So a second Stargate comes into play. It just makes so much sense. Your opponent is clearly continuing to build Mutalisks, right? There is no reason for you to play shy of that fact. Like, you know, play into what you know. He's building more meters. Let's just go all-out defense. Second Stargate will be that. And yeah, it's just the absolute right thing to do, I think, in this circumstance. Make sure you can shut down these meters. The more you guarantee a defense against these meters, the better off you generally are in these games. There's a reason Rogue is playing meters. He wants to control a game with them. So double down on denying the meters. Obviously, sometimes there's a scary factor of like, well, what if he goes into like the Ling Roach mass after? But at this point, it's just not the case. Like, we've been building meters for long enough. And we'll see if he keeps on building them, because there's going to be more and more Phoenix coming out now. A couple storms come in. The meters may actually take a chance to leave right here for a few moments and actually just back this up for a little while. This Classic has weathered this attack so far. He's eroded it down into something a little bit more manageable. Yeah, it was very scary at first. It's still scary. Rogue still has a lot of supply. Classic still supply block a 3-base Protoss. But he's got a bit more control of it. He's got a bit more production available. Just a question of whether Rogue actually did enough with those first stabs and jabs, or whether Classic actually can kind of pull himself out of some trouble here. The storm is still coming down. It's going to be seeing the Archons still moving around a little bit as well. Cruising about for the moment as the meters go back into the main base. It's going to be an easy Phoenix that we grab a hold of there as well. Just going to take that down for good measure. And yeah, Phoenix is going to get one more Mutalisks. Take that grab and continue to play cleanup for the moment. Gonna dive in here. Mortals and Archons get jumped on pretty quickly. So we've seen the Mutalisks will take a few more shots. 8 probes, 10 probes going down. Gonna get a battery as well. It's just gonna knock that out of the way. And anything you take down like a battery and so is so good in these circumstances, because it just opens the door for later, right? It just extends the amount of time where you can be truly out here and just dealing damage. So yeah, knocking those kind of things down, generally a big positive. As the Mutalisk Cloud will make a move again. The Phoenix gather up. Ready to play defense. There's a lot of meters now, a lot of Phoenix now against these meters. Does maybe mean that you actually have to play a bit more into kind of like the Corruptors and something to defend against the Phoenix. I see the Stalkers there, a few Lings going down, some damage being done. A couple Lings will nip by. A couple of Zealots will warp in, the Fleet Beacon coming through. Phoenix and the Mutas will go back and forth. Mutas trying to get in again. Phoenix again looking to try and get towards the Mutalisks. And those Corruptors will be a factor right now, looking to see if they can find a little extra. And Phoenix flying through, and in we go. Like I say, the Corruptor's going to be there to try and tank the Phoenix shots and work through this to give the Mutas time to deal damage. I'm going to say the Phoenix getting a little bit blocked in the corner, and if you get blocked in the corner, what happens is that you can't really get out. Then the Phoenix can't kite the Mutas anymore, and the Mutas can actually trade okay. A lot more Corruptors on the way again from Rogue, but he's still killing probes. He's got a lot of the map, and I don't think Classic's really getting to like some mega kind of I'm going to kill you army, because so much of what Classic is building is Phoenix. It's not like there's ground forces growing uncontrollably behind all of this, and this is becoming a major problem. Not in the slightest, honestly. Not in the slightest. Well, 9 more meters on the way, plus 2 flyer attack going to be a part of this as well. Just going to see the meters get through, the pylon goes down, Corruptors take a turn. First Phoenix already taking some damage. Again, Nano Pulse Crystals coming up. Phoenix still producing through. Infestation Pit and Baneling Nest continue into play right now. Which just gotta love, I think it just makes a lot of sense. Again, you're just giving yourself opportunities to potentially deal damage and put yourself in a good position here, so I like all of that. Feels good. Seems like it will be effective. Don't see the Corruptors. I mean, he has a lot of Corruptors. If you can... What's funny is that I wonder if there's a point here where Classic would actually just... Maybe it's worth stopping to build the Phoenix, get them traded out. Once they're traded out, we just have a bunch of Corruptors that then are kind of dead weight. It's kind of weird because they're not really dead weight, because obviously they can still cause X-ray and stuff, right? As this was just a dive from Rogue. That is one hell of a way to take this fight. That's one of a hell of a way to clean this all up. That's going to be good for a GG here, and probably a victory screen if I had to make a guess at it, because that was... Yeah, right, it was effective. We're still building a bunch more Corruptors just to make sure we can deal with the Phoenix. There's not that many Phoenix left, and with 13 Corruptors on the way, I think we're going to be fine. The worst thing you can do right now is let these Phoenix kind of kite you around. I'd much rather these few meters either just back off completely, or actually just kind of focus on a couple of the ground units that are not going to get away from them. Either of those, I think, would be a slightly better choice here, but again, it's really just kind of cherry picking. At the end of the day, this is just looking comfortable in general, and Rogue is going to be good for a Game 2 victory. And we go to a Game 3 elimination game. Winner moves on, loser is out. And it would be kind of wild to lose Classic so soon, but it'd be amazing to see Rogue move through. So a very exciting map coming up here, guys, as we just figure out what exactly we're going to be playing on. Give me 1 second. We'll run some ads as well. As some proper StarCraft. Oh, it was a good one. I liked it. Liked it a lot. Alrighty. Third map will be Old Republic. Cool. We are about 15 minutes out from Team League starting, by the way, guys. Team League qualifiers. So just another mention that I might be... At some points, I might get a little distracted. I might just have to go and type to someone quickly. So if I go quiet, that's all it is. I don't hate you guys. I just working through that. And like I say, just one of those days where we had to squeeze a Team League qualifier in somewhere. I couldn't squeeze it on a day that was going to be good to cast on. So it's just going to overlap. And like I say, we're not going to really cast it. We might cast some of the games of it tomorrow. But yeah, just that's the reason. A, we're not casting, and B, if I get a bit distracted, that is what is going on. So just let you guys know. GG's, go-goes. And we head into Old Republic for the next game here. So on we go. Classic and Rogue are going to keep us rolling through. And excited to see if they... It's Old Republic, which I actually feel like a lot of Zergs like for mutas as well. So I wonder if we try and go mutas again. I wonder if Classic does something here to maybe stop Rogue going mutas early, because it feels like that was definitely a much stronger game for Rogue, something that really gave him a lot more chance and option right away. So maybe there's something to think on there as we get ready to rumble into Old Republic. Let's kick this off. It's a 1-1 tied up, and it's just best of 3, remember. So again, it comes down to this game. Winner advances through, loser is out. It's Solar or Gerald in the same section of the bracket, so it's not an easy next round either. No matter who comes through from that series, so that'll be another interesting one to kind of keep our eyes on. Top right, Rogue. Bottom left, Classic. Game number 3. Deciding map. Ooh, genuinely excited. Yes, what a great way for our first series to go, man. What a great way for the first series to go. Banging. All right, all right. Couple tronies continue through. Hatch coming up. Gate and the assimilator coming through as well. Probe also in production right now. So just getting that gate on the way. Hatch and the gas coming through. And we get settled in to see. Nothing wild happening. Hatchery gets to go down on location. The probe does not manage to block it, for example, as well. So something else to note there. See that drone keeps chasing the probe around for a few moments. Chasing the probe for a second or two. Just gonna see that probe coming back around for the moment. So again, we get settled. Wardy doesn't hate Twitch chat, he just ignores it. What? What have I ignored? I was literally talking to you guys, asking how your weekend was, what you guys have been up to, and then you guys all ignored me. No one answered me, I've just been talking to myself. Oh yeah, I can never win. Seriously. Maybe if I just adopt the fact that I'm always going to lose, then maybe life would be easier. Yay. Alright, obviously CA. I end up moving around for a couple of seconds here, guys. We do have a little bit of setup coming through just initially. Probe is on the move as well. Just bringing a lot of that up and running here for the moment. See where we will get things. Is the Queen going to be able to fire onto the Adept for a couple of moments as well? It's just going to jump through on that for a little while. Few more shots coming in, and the Adept is going to make a shade to try and get something done over to the other side of the map, so just going to be moving across over in that direction for a couple moments. Get that on the way. Yeah, pretty comfortable starting point right now. Because not much is going on, and like I said, it's going to be another game where it's definitely a big question of how well can Rogue defend early against Oracles, against Adepts. It's almost... It's so game-defining, but again, I do feel like Rogue has really kind of shored up his defenses lately, and it's so good to see, because I really feel like it solves a glaring hole in what was his game, unfortunately, before this. Which was that there was definitely some weak points, you know, so... I'm very happy to have seen that. It feels like he's been a bit more confident early game. He loses 3 drones this time. The drone's trying to pull to get rid of the Adept. We will pop the stasis on a single drone, which is the right idea as well, of course. 4 drones go down. This was pretty early damage, though, so the Adept's absolutely getting through and doing some work. So, yeah, like I say, this is still a little bit of a concern for Rogue for sure, but it wasn't so bad. Could have been much worse. And he went just nitpicking early, but you're playing at a level where you've got to nitpick early. If you don't, then... You know, that's where differences and games kind of get decided already as well. Twitch, I just lost my monologue. Ay. Good. Well, I'm just going to see the couple of Oracles continue to flap about. And we'll move over to the sides there for... a little while. Queens actually get some good damage done. Those Oracles obviously take a bit of a beating right there, so very nearly going down. Got to be careful. I want to try and make sure they stay alive and healthy here. And Classic's actually had a lot of close calls with his Oracles. I understand he's trying to obviously just get as much out of them as he can, but again, you want to be careful with those. You don't want to just let them be going down or anything, right? So it's just one more little thing to think on. Things will go across Rogue. Again, he's been pretty constant with the counterattacks early in the game. He's going to go Hydra Den this game, and kind of a fast Hydra Den as well, so I wonder if there's going to be a bit more kind of Ling Hydra aggression, or even Ling Bane Hydra as a possibility. Just feel like there's a couple of options there of how this might go. Oracle is just going to drop the Stasis Ward down. The Creep Team are going to get caught for a couple moments. +1 and Blink both building through. The Temple Archives, Gateway, Hydra Den, Lings, and Overlords. Just naming things right now, but they are in fact continuing to come up, and with the Hydra speed on the way, we'll start to see where Rogue goes. 5 Overlords going to clear him of any kind of future supply block for the foreseeable future. Probably going to be a big deal. Definitely feels like we're on our way to a lot of Hydras. Oh, these Adepts are going to shade into the mineral line. The Ling's obviously out of position for that. Now we recall. Yeah, nice recall. We only lose 1 Adept there. We got 4 drones. We get all the Adepts back home. That's really nice because the Adepts provide pretty good buffer in this game, and you can see the Temple Archives coming up. This is going to be a race to Storm. Storm is a massive point of holding against this Ling Hydra army. Every second that goes by right now that Classic does not start Storm is a mistake. There we go. We start it now, but that is still 5-10 seconds, and keep that in mind. If this fight happens for Rogue and it's just 5-10 seconds in favor... Oh, no recall, remember. So these Lings actually have a lot of potential to do damage here. 1 Adept, 1's out in the mineral line. He will now go after the battery. As the probe is pulled away, good bit of hold positioning initially as well. With the probe is fighting, he will be able to fend this off. Good defense from Classic, pulling that one out right there. Able to defend himself as the few Adepts continue to shade around. The Stalkers will get in after an Overlord for a moment or two, pushing that back and picking that off. Storm and the +1 continue to come into play at the moment. So again, we get that On the way right now, the Ling Hydra still coming over. A couple more Stalkers still being grabbed, so we get through a couple more of those. Actually get rid of an Oracle, but every Hydra that goes down really weakens anything that Rogue is trying to do here, it feels like. So that part is a little bit concerning. We do see another Oracle getting picked off. The Ling Hydra going to step forward. I don't like it for Rogue because I feel like we're getting dangerously close to Storm. And the moment we start storming, these Hydras just take so much damage. He will split here. You can just see it. How do we get so many Storms off? It's actually crazy that there's so many Storms available. Classic lost a lot too. Like, this definitely wasn't a free kind of defense for him. A few more Lings showing up, but the Hydra count being so low is an issue. Because as Rogue tries to reinforce this, Hydras obviously show up super slowly. And right then was probably the moment that Rogue had the best chance still, because it was the moment where his Lings were still, his opponent's Storms were out of energy, or High Templars were out of energy for Storm, and that really felt like maybe that would have been the opportunity or the chance to possibly make something happen here. So now that doesn't happen, that feels a little rough. Nexus on the way down. Just going to be seeing the Spire, the Hydras. Continue to produce through. A few more drones on the way as well. Again, +2 attack and the charge coming up. Again, Nexus coming about. Robot facility, +2 attack and charge. Again, all these little bits and pieces coming through for the moment here. You can already see the supply going the right way for Classic and the wrong way for Rogue. Scary couple of moments, but like Classic just able to kind of knot it together and tie it up into what he needed it to be. It does feel like Classic is going to take the edge in this game number 3. Maybe the Spire and some Mutalisks could change things, but I just feel like Classic's going to be so well established in this game. These Mutas are not going to have the kind of the unbalancing effect that they oftentimes have, where it's like the Protoss feels very steady and then bam, Mutas hit and the game becomes a lot more chaotic and you've got to try and find your footing again. I don't think we're really going to have that here, because I just don't see it being enough Mutas to truly affect an army of this size. In fact, I'm pretty sure if Classic sees Mutas, he's just going to attack and say, well, there's just no way you can hold on the ground with how this game has gone. Unless you get enough Mutas up that you could overwhelm the anti-air forces in the army, but I mean, there's 9 Mutas on the way, and there's no gas banked up anymore. Like, that is it. That is the investment. That is the play right now already, so I'm not really believing in that either, to be honest. Just don't think that that really happens in this scenario. He's all just going to move back through. A couple of Hydras gathered together. Again, Muta's still on the way. Hydras and the +1 missiles coming up. Overseer in production as well for the moment as the Solid Archon Force will continue through for a few moments. Just going to be seeing a few Mutas going to come in overhead. One Storm lands onto the Mutalisks right now. Stalkers, Archons continue to fight. A bunch of those Mutas continue to take damage right here. Another couple of Storms coming into place. Another Storm landing onto the Hydras already. He's just going to be there, continuing to fight. Again, the Storm staying in place for a moment or two. 8 Hydras, 4 Lings. The missile upgrade continue to come by for now. Solid Archon Force still just shoving forwards. A couple of those Lings going down as we speak, and just going to be seeing Hydras and the missile upgrade still coming through, but it's just never going to be enough. GG says Rogue. He's eliminated here in round 2 of the lower bracket. Classic will live on to fight against either Solar or Gerald, which will be a series we see way down the line today. Much further down the line, we'll get back to that one. For now, we'll be going into the match between Solar and Gerald. So we'll get into Solar versus Gerald here in a few moments, guys. Get that ready to go. That means we have to swap on over to the NA server and get that ready. So yeah, we'll move on. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Rogue. Great series, actually. He gave us a really good fight here. Kind of believed in the Ling Hydra attack as well. Just it got a bit chaotic before he even really got set, and I think that was actually kind of a big deal as well. So yeah, again, just got away from him before he really was able to take control of it, unfortunately. Okay, so we will resume here in a couple moments, as like I said, we'll just get some videos done and we'll be off and away. Here's the highest seed here, surely Solar. Yes. Oh, they played in the groups, of course. Cool. So yeah, Solar Gerald coming up, guys. We get that on the way and ready to roll. Again, it is Team League qualified time, so again, if I get distracted at this point, do not mind me. Just making sure everyone is good and so on. Shouldn't really be an issue. I'm just saying it just to give you guys a heads up just in case. Alright, some videos will start, guys. I'll get that underway and kick this off in a few moments. I'm just going to BRB quickly 1 second here, guys, so be right back. And let's see you guys in a moment. BRB.
Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship. Gonna step through, Classic aggressively going for it, gets a Void Ray so early. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some fire. Gonna greet these units straight away here. Uh-oh. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not gonna be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. You can't cherry-pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good micro on the Prism. Saves the Colossus, that's massive. Bjorn's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. Bjorn sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. Forge is going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through as herO looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these Disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down, will go down in a second though, as Fewer gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Fields. The Probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can herO capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras, and you can see Shin supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Bio Army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the Zealot's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. herO gets caught, but the Stalker's blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward.
Welcome back, guys. How are you doing? Thank you for a little bit of patience. As that map's just got set, we're going to go Tourmaline to start us off here, so I'll just get that ready to go. All right, do we have everybody? I think we might. Nope, we need Indy. Then we definitely do after that point, though. Cool. All right, going to kick off into Solar Gerald. Get this ready to begin. And we're going to get this all started off. So, we're set to go. And yeah, we're ready on my side. We're ready on the caster's side. We should be good. What's up, Valinoriano? Thank you so much for the 40-month resub. Hot damn, that's always crazy to see the big resubs come in. It's so crazy because like 40 is a lot big as well, but obviously we have some people who are like at 100 and more as well. It's like it's crazy how many of these we have. So yeah, it's pretty wild, to be honest. Pretty wild. Cool. Yeah, let's get into. this right now and kick this off. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves, to begin with, the red Protoss player. This is going to be Gerald, looking to get feisty with the Zerg on the other side of the map. Solar. Kick this off. Get this underway. Let's see where things go. Just getting everything in position to watch for Team League problems, but we should be good. We should be good. I'm chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. Believe. believe. Alrighty. Chrono boosting for a couple of moments here. Get this on the way. Just gonna see that probe moving around for a little bit as well, and let me settle into the first couple seconds of this game. Number 1 between Solar and Gerald. So, a little bit of PvZ once again. Of course, the winner of this will play against Classic. That one will not be on stream for us, guys. That one will not be on stream for us because we'll be going into the... We'll just continue down the bracket. We'll come back to the winner of this versus Classic at the end of the day from replays. Again, we're just doing it in a way that helps the players out with their schedules. We're going to do 6 matches live today, and then we'll have 2 matches from the replays at the end. So, that will be how it goes. That will be... what happens. Beautiful stuff. Alrighty, so we got a hatch in the gas in the pool coming up for a couple moments here. Get that underway and see where we're able to take things for the next few moments. See what's going to start going on. See what will begin to happen early on to start us. Going to be seeing the probe nibbling at the drone there for a few moments. Just going to put some damage onto that. A couple of queens and the lings coming around. Cybercore and the Nexus will continue to come through as well. So we just get a lot of that on the way straight up. And obviously the probe does block the hatchery to the 3rd location. Nothing really surprising about this. To start us off, honestly, pretty regular for the first few moments. And a couple of queens, the drones, the ling speed all building through. The FPS is terrible. I have no idea what just happened there, guys. My FPS just decided to drop for a second. Hang on, give me 1 second to check something. Nope, I have no idea what happened there. It's like it looked like I was tapped out, but I wasn't tapped out at all, so I'm not sure what was going on with that. Anyways, fixed now it seems, so hopefully that's just a minor glancing problem. We'll be able to move through no issue. Links be coming up, Fuelings and the Queen coming in, and the drone on the way through at the hatchery on as well. Get up and running as the Adept will take a bit of a shade. Queen's going to be there to try and fight back a little bit. And we'll just have, again, the couple of probes popping through, Stalker, the Oracle. The Warp Gate continue to come about as well, spraying a lot of that up and online. As we get a lot of this just into play early. So that just coming straight about. You can see a couple of devs actually forced to shade back already. No damage going to be dealt from those. So that's obviously really nice. The less damage you take from Adepts, the happier you're going to typically be. And a couple of Adepts continue over. The Stalker is going to sit underneath. That Overlord still right there. I'm just going to be seeing that Overlord chilling for a couple of moments. Going to drop another gateway down into position. Get that set and ready to go. And onward we go for the moment as we just have, again, the Oracle. The Warp Gate continue to come about. The Oracle just firing up a little bit. A couple of Lings getting chased around. Stalker is there to hit down the Overlord as well. So we knock that straight out the way. Just for now also. Yeah, this Oracle continue to gather up. And moving across the map for the next few moments. Just taking down a bit of a journey. The Stalker will be here to fight against the Zergling as well. So also try and get a little bit more done with this. The Nexus, the Gateway, the Twilight, and the Forge. All of that continue to build through at the moment also. And again, this Oracle will activate and just going to be seeing that Crypt Tumor going down. So it's going to be a nice little grab that can make on top of everything else. The couple extra gates going to come through. Twilight Council and the Forge still building. Again, Gateways continue to produce. And the couple of Probies and the Adept coming by as well. Lings in the lair, building, drones on the way. A lot of this still coming through for the moment. Well, the Adept's going to shade. Again, Blink coming about. And we continue to get set up here for a couple of moments. Get this on the way through right here. Alright, the Adeptus is going to come by. So we see the Queen's going to fight. Just going to be seeing the couple of shots going through. We are going to see those Adeptus get surrounded a little bit, though. So there's going to be a little bit of cleanup going on right there as well. And again, Oracles will activate. One Queen already going to get picked away at, so that Queen is going to be going down too. So that's going to be a nice little grab on top of everything else. And again, that stasis just going to catch a few more drones. I'm going to get caught in that stasis for the moment, and we'll continue to get this on the way. And Spire just continues to set up for a few moments here. It's going to get that going through as well. Stalkers are going to poke, but I think Solar is so good at usually dealing with these kind of things. Link's coming from the other side. Actually going to get caught in a stasis, though. Not having the surround on this might be a bit problematic. Queen's obviously going to do a lot of work. The Lings doing what they can. Oracle's activating further back. More Stalkers showing up. Is Solar in some trouble here? It does feel like he might be as Gerald blinks forward, and these Queens are going to be in some trouble as well. It's going to be an Oracle going down at least, but we lose this hatchery as Solar. Going to move through for a couple moments. We'll be seeing a little bit of movement coming by for a couple of seconds there. It's just going to bring that straight through for now. See what will happen. Just going to see the Stalks will shoot. Overlord will take a few shots of damage. Just going to see that shot down already. And we are going to be seeing these Stalkers still holding tight from Gerald. I mean, Solo survives, but obviously not exactly in a great scenario here. Not exactly what we were hoping to see. To begin with, is he is going to get to the mutas, though. Maybe with the mutas, you can start to draw yourself back into this a little bit. Like I say, it's definitely not been an ideal starting point in the slightest. Maybe we can start a rebuild from this, or rebuild with this right now. See what happens. They're still just going to sit overhead. The Zelts and the Stalkers are going to find themselves pulling back for a couple of moments, trying to stay clear of trouble as best as possible for the moment. Still just going to get in, see the millimeters, take a bit more damage again, so a little bit more coming through there for a couple of seconds. And on we go. Like I say, the meter's coming about, but we are prepping with Phoenix and the Fleet Beacon as well, so we're going to give ourselves the chance to get to Anion Pulse Crystals, so that will come around. Going to see the meters continue to come about right here and continue through to see the stasis ward catching a couple units, nothing really major. Zell's going to cancel a base on the right side. Solo's struggling to get extra bases up and running right now, obviously. So far, definitely seeing some issues with that. The meters, they'll get a good connection in there. A few more probes going down. We're actually going to get 8 workers. This is nice for Solar. You need to get some damage done in this game. Clearly, right now is not exactly ideal. It's a starting point, though. I mean, like I say, Solar's got to get himself back in this game. Gerald is still very much so in control of this, I would say, supply-wise. But obviously, you've got to deal with these mutas. We've got to really deal with these mutas. And this is where Solar can excel. This is where Solar can pull himself to a much stronger position overall. So, expecting to see that come around. And we'll get up and ready to go. Mutas will come about. See what else is going on. Just going to see the feelings going to run by. Just going to see a chance to get rid of a couple more of these probes again. Again, a couple of those things going to shoot. The Proby's still sticking around. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers moving back over as well for a couple of moments. Just bringing that back through for the moment. The Lings will get us around on a couple of those Zealots, by the way. So just going to look for an opportunity here. We just try to fly in. The Stalkers and the Phoenix are going to be there to try and push these meters back off again. So try and chase this back the other side. Going to see the meter coming back through. The Phoenix going to be there to try and deal with this. A few more pro kills, Gerald. Again, Phoenix need to get towards those Mutalisks and try and keep those Mutalisks controlled as best as we possibly can right now. The more we can do this, the better chance we have of maybe shutting these meters down and retaking the control of this game that we once had. Like I said, it does feel like it's slipping a bit for Gerald at the moment. Solo's not exactly being comfortable, but he's doing enough that I believe, kind of. I guess this is the issue. The big force actually just pushing Stalker, Phoenix, we blink in. I mean, the blinking is going to give the Lings a good opportunity to wrap around, surround, and obviously do a lot of work here as well. I just do not know if we needed to blink in at all. Solo just going to fight. The Zealots are so huge. The Archons are massive as well. Actually having some Archons to just soak up the Lings, but obviously just the Mutas as well. GG has to be called. Solo's going to take a loss in game 1, and it's going to be Gerald to take the 1-0 lead in this BO3. Gerald gets off to the 1-0 start. Great starting point for him, and he's going to be absolutely loving that, I'm sure. That is a fantastic place to be in. A 1-0 lead here with a game 2 coming up, and that was also on Solo's server preference, so it only gets better here for it only really gets better here for Solo for classic for brain, please, for Gerald. After this, our second map will be White Rabbit, so let's get that hosted and ready to go. This off in a few moments. All right, move people around. Classic's in the lobby casting, so you got Classic on the mind and stuff as well. Yeah. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think is good. Go says Solo. Go says Gerald. Let's get into game 2, guys. Suddenly Solo finds himself down game in this BO3. That's actually kind of wild. Upset potential. We're just on our way to losing all of our Zergs, I'm sure. I swear down. Alrighty, let's jump into White Rabbit, guys. I had a Team League thing pop up already. Of course it did. One of the teams forfeit. Well, I didn't have that in my bingo card. I really felt like they were just going to be good to play, but no, someone forfeit already. Amazing. All right, let's get this underway. Upper right side, our blue Protoss player here is Gerald, and he leads by a game in this one. Super early probe across the map to block a hatchery early, and we'll get this ready to go. Game 2 of this series. Gerald with the 1-0 lead. Losing Solo here would be kind of wild. I wonder if Classic's loving this. He's watching this. He's like, hey, this could be awesome for me. Not having to play Solo, getting to play Gerald. I would imagine that's a benefit to you as... Yeah, I imagine that's a benefit to you as Classic, so... Let's see how this game 2 goes, though. One map in a best of 3 does not decide things, believe it or not, so... See what happens here as we continue through. Alrighty, next is the probe coming about, Hatchcast and Pool all coming over, and drone on the way. Did I say someone forfeit? Not in Wounded Championship. It was in the Team League. There's the Team League qualifiers going on right now. I've just been mentioning it a bit because the qualifiers going on. I have to admin it, so I've just been mentioning it because I might get a bit distracted. I might go quiet. I'm just letting you guys know that would be why. But yeah, basically it's Basically, that's what's going on. And, yes, one of the teams forfeit in their first match, so, yeah, it was a thing. It was a thing. So, yeah, that's all. Not the end of the world or anything like that. Just saying that that's what happened, and, yeah. Basically telling you guys things you don't even really need to know. I'm just, yapping on. I'm just yapping on. Should stop yapping on about that. Start yapping on about this game as we get ready to go into a game number 2 here and see where we're going to take things, what we're going to do for the next few moments. Kicking this off and getting this started right now. So we're going to come about for a little bit. It's just going to be trying to step through for a moment there, trying to see what's up for a couple seconds. Settle down. I'm going to see a pylon coming into place. Just going to pop a pylon down right there as well. Stalker and the Warp Gate continue to come about too. A lot of that on the way right now. So again, building a lot of this up, getting this started just for the moment. Things will jump. We'll see a bit of damage being done just initially as well. Just gonna see a Stalker gonna poke over, it'll take some damage there. You see the Oracle, it's moving back over to, and the Ling's gonna be there. Oracle gonna take a little cheeky energy recharge, so it gets charged and powered up for a couple moments. So there's a couple Lings gonna poke. Again, probe, Stalker. We'll fight for a little bit. Just gonna continue to try and do a little extra right here. Ling's gonna run in, and the probe is gonna be grabbed. So that's a couple probes going down at the moment. Some damage being dealt. The Oracle will still activate. Just gonna see those Lings run around. That's gonna get pushed about here for the moment as the Twilight Council will come into place. So we drop that down in position right now. Yeah, Twilight and the Forge both coming through. And those things going to take the chance to move up for a couple seconds, and we are going to have Twilight and the Forge going to be accompanying Gerald into the next phase of this game. See what Solar does here. See what his plan kind of becomes. Next few minutes. Feeling's going to be there. Stalker warping in still. Need to bring this through just for now. Revelation just going to jump onto a few of those Lings as well. The Adepts are going to come through and get rid of a couple of Creep Tumors here. Adepts will fire back, and yeah, a little extra coming out right now. Since the Ling's wanting to get a wraparound on those Adepts perhaps, but the Oracle's going to come in and kind of say, nah, not just yet, guys. And see the Queen's going to be there to push the Oracles back the other way again, so again, chasing that back over the other side. It's going to be having the Lings looking for another wraparound here in the next few moments. Adepts taking damage. Shots being dealt. Those Lings will just gather up. Just going to be seeing the +1 and the Blink both continue to come into play right now. Additional gateways coming online, and Probe still building. Yeah, the Lings will just run at the front here. It's going to be a Stalker that kind of gets turned the other way, so it's going to see that pulled back through. And again, melee upgrade, the additional Hydralisks coming online. We are going to see a hatchery coming down onto the 5th hatch, which the Adept does not manage to block or anything in time, so that will get through without issue for the moment. And yeah, +1 and Blink both continue into play. A couple Stalkers coming around, get that on the way. And those Lings do play a cleanup down to that bottom side. So again, we clean up that just for a little bit. Looking good at the moment here. Stalker should chase. couple of Lings. Continue around again. The Hydras, the Lings, the Bay Nest. Continuing through for a few moments. We continue to get that set up. Just going to see that one Ling going to get in after the probe for the moment. Some damage in there. The Stalkers will dive through, and the Hydras will go back and forth for a few moments as well. So we continue with that. Stalkers take another chance to blink in, of course, and we'll try and obviously do as much as possible. There's going to be the charge finishing soon here from Gerald, and obviously powers his army up a little bit, moving away from some of the other bits and pieces we've already seen. So let's see how that goes. Again, +2 charge, a couple of Zealots all coming through as well at the moment. Getting this all online. The Stalkers push the left side. We'll put a bit of pressure down over here to begin with as that's set into place. So you've seen all those Hydras gathering together. A few Queens are joining up as well. A lot of that just bringing through already. Temple Archives, the Zealots coming into place. Again, the +2 and the charge continuing to produce for the moment. The Lings would maybe like to take a chance to jump onto these Zealots also. And we'll do just that right now. There they go. Another Stasis Ward coming down. A lot of these units from Gerald still moving out toward the middle of the map. So that's actually continuing to clean up quite nicely at the moment. The Hydra's going to be there as well. Lings able to tank a few of those Zealots, and the Hydra's continuing through. Again, you see the Zealots going down pretty quickly. We get cleaned up without too many issues. The Banes actually catch a bunch of Zealots in the middle of the map as well, which is quite nice. So, will be a factor. You see the couple of Stalkers pushing through. Again, those Lings looking to get a wrap around. The Hydras will be there. Try and deal with this. The Storm and the +2 still coming up. A couple of those Hydras going down. The Overseer falls. The Banes are going to make a roll into this right now. So again, get that in position for the moment here. And away we go. Just going to see these Banes absolutely terrorizing the mineral lines at this current point in time. This is getting a lot of work done. So quite a bit being done at the moment. Just going to be seeing the Hydra still pushing through. I do not think Gerald's gaining control of this at all, guys. I think he's in a little spot of bother, if I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. I think he's in a little spot of bother. The base going down, everything else coming through as well. We've seen the Hydras and the Lings going to relocate themselves back around again. So just going to move back over for a couple moments, set back up. And you got Ling Hydra just hot in the tails and ready to keep on fighting, jumping into the Stalkers and the High Templars here. A couple Oracles pulled back over the other side for a few moments. So again, just going to come back over in this direction now. I'm just going to see the Hydras pushing through, getting rid of a couple of the gateways. Again, a little extra being found at the moment. So as the Stalkers just chasing, those Hydras are taking a bit of a beating right now, so definitely ending up in a little bit of trouble. I mean, if you Hydras starting to go down there, but then everything else is just going to be completely overwhelmed at this point, so not exactly looking great at the in the grand scheme of things right now in the slightest. Just going to be seeing the Hydra still going through. 25 probes going down is obviously a pretty major deal. This Nexus continues to drop in. Yeah, this really is going to be a low-key disastrous kind of ending for Gerald. It's going to go to a game 3. So you've seen the Storm coming down. Oracle going to get shut down there by the Hydras again. Just a little bit more being done. And it's going to be GG on that one. So we are going to see Stola tying this up. And we all get brought back into place for now. Alrighty, guys. Solar is going to take game number 2, and we'll get back onto this in just a second with a game 3. And we'll have to run ads, though, just to ensure this, guys. So it'll just take a moment or so. We're ready to roll. Alrighty, guys, give me a second. Third map here is going to be Old Republic. To get tied up. Cool, just gonna drop that down for a second, guys. Get that underway. Perfect, guys. Alright, moment or two, and we'll jump into this one. Continuing through our WardiTV Winter Championship playoff bracket here today. And appreciate you all dropping by, hanging out with us, watching some games. Been pretty fun so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ready. Let's do this. Let's jump into it, guys. Thank you for a bit of patience, and so let's get this on the way. Let's get it started up in here. Cool. Let's go into Old Republic, guys. Let's send this. In game number 3, Solo versus Gerald. It's all tied up 1-1. And we get this one ready to rumble. Coolio. Alright, we kick this off. Let's see what happens on this one. So we kick off. We get into play, guys. Again, thanks for a bit of patience between games and everything, but Sola brings it back and looks to try and power through for victory here in game 3. Let's see what happens. We're coming about. The Adept and the Gateway and the Probe continue to come about as well, so a lot of that continues through. Just for a moment or so here. Get that on the way. On the indie cam, I'm sure he'll kick into action in a moment, guys, just in case you're wondering why it's a bit stationary at the moment, so I'll let you guys know that that's the drill at the moment. We'll go from there. Coolio. Alright. Set this up. Get this on the way. Figure out what our players want to do. I have a lot of faith in I have a lot of faith in Solo bringing this back. Obviously, Gerald's solid. Gerald is good, but Solo is just such a beast. And he's been so good lately. It feels kind of wild that we might say goodbye to him in this after this game. Like, this is it. I mean, last game was already an elimination game, but this remains to be an elimination game right now as well. Gonna see a couple queens, the drone and company all coming by, so we set that up for a couple seconds here, get this on the go. Get this started out. Can be seen again. Links be coming through. The couple queens and the drones coming about. Nothing wild just yet. Early as we settle ourselves into play and see where we're going to take things. Queen, link speed, the lings all coming through. Overlord and the hatchery continue to come about as well. And the Adept is going to shade towards the high ground for a couple of moments. We'll try and move through for a little bit. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to produce by for a couple of moments. Those probes still coming up. Get that underway. Adept pulls back for a couple of seconds. Just going to step away from there. For a few moments as well. So we just reset things. And yeah, link speed, the drones coming through, getting set right now. Adept will move around. Again, just going to see that Twilight Council coming about. I got Oracle and the Adept and the Probe will continue together. See the Overlord still sitting overhead, and the Stalker and the Adepts gather up. Twilight Council continues to build in just for the moment. Let's bring that straight through for now. Have our Nexus here coming about. The Lings will continue to get in after the probes for a couple seconds. So again, looking for some extra opportunity there. Stalk will really go for that Overlord and try and take this out. And will be a kill. So Solar, losing out on the Overlord early, unfortunately, is going to fall. President Enclave's coming through. The Oracle, the probes, and company continue to come about as well. So again, we get a lot of that on the way already. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade coming through. The drones and the OV in production as well. The Queen's going to be there to chase the Oracle over to the right side. Oracle will shoot. Just going to be seeing a couple Queens. Aiming for that Oracle as well. Just going to be seeing that push back. We get a couple of drones, and we do see Resonant Enclaves continue to come about also. So it's going to be seeing that come straight by. Roach Roaring, Hatchery, the drones. Little bits and pieces all building through at the moment. So you see some of the different bits and bobs that are coming about. And again, the gates and the forge continue to come around for a little bit. And yeah, just seeing that melee upgrade building through as well. So bringing that melee upgrade up and running right now. Just going to see again the gates, the forge. Reducing a few probes on the way out as well. And our Oracle is going to pull back down to this bottom side also. Going to activate onto a couple of those Zerglings already. So get straight into action onto a couple of those. Put some damage out. And away we continue. Well, the Lynx will gather. Again, that Resonant Glaives is about to wrap up here. So get that Glaives completed, and just going to see the melee upgrade still very much so building into play. The lair come online. Lings, the drones, the Overlord. Obviously, getting away with the melee upgrade is kind of nice. I say getting away with it. It is against Glaive Adepts, right? So we are going to see if we can defend against these Adepts. So far, it feels like the Adepts are a bit disjointed, which is not great, and they're just sat there. Very disjointed from Gerald, in fact, so not ideal at all. That is not pretty, and in fact, this is going to be... is that game losing? It's not really game losing, but it really severs your ability to kind of get damage done early. And without that ability to get damage done early, you're immediately kind of falling behind and into a very rough position at the moment, as a couple of Adepts will go for those Zerglings, get some damage out. A few of those Lings continue to take hits, getting beat up a little. Lings actually run up. They're going to get a grab on a Stalker here, or at least try to. They will succeed in the end. And a couple of Oracles will activate and pull back over to that right-hand side. Plus one in the Blink, all continuing through. Just going to have a Roach speed. The Roach, the Spire, the Lings. All of it continuing by for the moment. So bringing a lot of that up. The few Adepts are going to move back over. Continue to settle here. Warp Gates all join in. And again, Temple Archives, the Nexus coming about as well. So we get a few more bits and pieces of that coming through at the moment. Things will take a chance to get toward those rocks and begin to knock that out the way. So a few rocks going down, knocking that down. And on we continue. Things will get a chance to run over and take an opportunity to dive in. We've seen the Nexus actually getting cancelled is pretty decent as well, so we take those. Looks like you're going to be able to grab a bit of Nexus denial. You're not going to complain, as obviously we do see Gerald. But these Adepts moving around, going to have the meters spotted, so we know the meters are there. That we know for the moment as its meters continue through. The Lings continue through also. Adepts taking a bunch of damage early. A couple of meters still building through. That +1 flyer attack coming online also. And bring the rest of this up just momentarily here. So bring that over, bring that through. As we have ourselves the few Mutalisks will continue to dive on in. Going to be a cannon be able to pick off there. Stalker's actually going to get caught middle of the map. Is going to be kind of brutal as well. So that's not going to be super pretty. That could absolutely be a pretty sizable problem. A bit further down the line, the meters fly through. You can see the Oracle already taking some shots, obviously, as well. And this will continue to try and push their way around. part of the game where Gerald needs to stabilize. You need to start getting this under control, otherwise this starts to get away from you very quickly if you don't. So yeah, this really does need to be a... I feel like we need to turn this around in the next couple of moments, honestly. This does feel pretty rough at the moment, so... Right, meters overhead, they're going to try and continue their way about this. Try and get involved and make a bit more happen. We'll be seeing the Ling meter continues to come about. Just going to see the Phoenix still there. Just going to be having them obviously trying to do their thing, but Lings are going to start swarming this mineral line if we're not careful. We do have the Zealots for the moment. The Mutas trying to hold their own. Solar rallying behind this. He's actually going to start going Hydras, so he's not going to be fully committed to the... He's not going to be fully committed to the aggression, I suppose. In terms of like Ling Muta just kind of running in again and again, he will have something of a follow-up to this, but I'm still not exactly convinced of it for... Yeah, I'm still not really convinced of it, unfortunately, for Gerald's point of view. I'm just going to see the... I just come about, obviously, I actually like it for Solo. I think it's smart. I think he's putting himself in a position where it's very difficult to lose from if he gets these Hydras out and plays with those rather than putting reliance on, you know, the continued aggression with Ling Muta, which absolutely can go wrong. Eventually you trade too bad. If you never quite break through, then there's so little you can do in that kind of stage of the game. So, yeah, kind of like a couple parts of this and how it's going at the moment for Solar. I like the choices he's making. Queen's gonna lift off a queen. See the meter's still running up. Wait a couple of seconds and getting in position. Bane speed, Hydra speed, all those upgrades, +1 missiles are part of this. Is a lot of Banes. Solar maxed out. Solar just looking great right now. Here's the plain and simple kind of solution to this at the moment. Just gonna see that a couple of Zelds are coming through, that hatchery. Getting nibbled at for a little bit. Banes will fight. Banes will push through. Gonna see the Banes just gonna jump in. He's gonna get rid of his ult on the top side. The rest of the Banes slow waddling their way forward. Looking to get in that mineral line. 6 probes going down. The real story, obviously, is that everything else here is kind of just falling short of the mark from Gerald. Good effort. Took that first game. Had some good fights. I actually felt like he was in a... Yeah, he was being in some good positions, just only able to really control. Especially the meters have been an issue for him. GG's. Solar 2, Gerald 1, and that's going to be a victory for Solar. He advances through to play Classic. We'll be watching that one later on today. So we'll be watching that a bit further down the line. We will be now focusing on Bunny versus Nikoract. Cool. Guys, I'm going to go to break stream for a couple minutes here. We'll come back. More StarCraft on the other side. Bunny Nikoract up next, and then Beyond Zown. Gonna be good. I'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, guys. Just waiting for our last couple of players to join us here in the lobby. And get this ready to go. I don't know, just being pinged. Sorry, give me a second. Cool. All right. Players are ready. Let's jump into this and get resumed, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Appreciate you. Let's dive into this next match, which is going to be Bunny Nikoract at TVT to determine who moves on through to play the winner of Bjorn and Zam, which will come up in just a little bit. Get that ready to go here shortly. Let's jump into Title Citadel. Get this one started. Get this going. Get this going.
Game paused.
Instant pause, always good. Try and get that sorted, guys. Then we'll talk about it. Alright, just gonna regame. Head up. Damn, they caught me having the last bite of my lunch. Alright, hopefully get this sorted out. We'll get this underway properly, guys. Alright, we'll deal with that, get resumed. Coolio. Alrighty, my friends, how we doing? Thank you for joining us, and we should be back at it in a second. Just waiting for Nikoract to join us here. Hopefully get this underway. 6-second SCV handicap. That's a big deal. All those moments where it's like you get a couple seconds before the attack hits or so. Does Clem never play TVT anymore? No, sorry, delayed response. I've been tapped out the YouTube chat. Apologies. But no, Clem does not play TVP anymore. TVT anymore, sorry. He plays only Protoss versus Terran. Yeah, he practices this matchup purely, and that's the only one he plays. Alright, just waiting for Nikoract. I think he's relogging. Try and solve a couple of the internet issues we got going on right now for him. Oop. Oh, he's doing a full relog. Cool. Alright, so he's fully relogging. We'll get back with him in a second. Do. Alright, full relog. Hopefully that helps fix things up, and hopefully we can get back on track for him without any further issues. We had an internet swap. Always love that. All right, ready? Ready. Let's do this. I just got pinged on Discord again, guys. Let me go deal with that. All right, let's jump into Title Citadel, guys. Oh, please stop messaging me. Today's not the day to get messages that aren't to do with what I'm actually trying to do. Yeah. All right, let's go in game. Cool. All right, let's get this underway, guys. Sorry, getting pinged by everyone about everything. Maybe we could have seen coming by the fact that there's a lot going on today, but let's try and fight through. All right, Bunny and Nikoract. I am absolutely gonna have to steal cameras because there's no way I can obs right now. Too many pings, too many distractions. All right, back on track. Couple of racks coming through and get set to go. Racks coming through, refineries coming up. Let me just get this rolling for a couple of moments, guys. So, set up, get going. See where we can take things. As the CC comes around, a couple of barracks building in on either side for the moment. Bringing that up for a little bit. And I'm just going to be seeing the barracks all coming through. The SCV's in production for now. A lot of this on the way as we get settled into this game number 1. It is proxy racks from Nikoract, so he's going to get a bit aggressive over on that left side of the map here. So it is going to be Nico to kind of bring the aggression in as the early point. Reaper hops up. He's going to be seeing the factory coming through. A couple of Reapers on the way as well. So let's see how this aggression goes. The bunker on the high ground obviously gives you very safe. The factory being done already is very nice because now the Hellion can start. You don't have to wait too long until you have a little bit more of a solid defense available here, basically. So we're working through that for a moment or so. Get this set up for the moment. Get this on the way. Try to see what's going on. So, just this rolling couple of SCVs going down. Reapers will gather. Obviously, Nikoract gonna settle. I mean, just not really able to get much done straight away. Reapers will join up. It's gonna be seeing the cyclone coming through. Continue to move about a little bit. Just gonna see that barrack still coming through for a couple moments, get that on the way initially, and we continue by for the moment. So looking reasonable here. And the orbital, the CC, sorry, gonna come down the low ground for a couple of moments. Gonna be seeing the Raven and the Cyclone on the way. Cyclone, the Magic on the way on the other side as well, so we get that going too. Bring that through and get this started up. Again, the Raven, the Matrix, all of that coming by. The Orbital and the CC coming up. Refinery on the way through as well. A couple Cyclones and the Hellions will join in together and just get that all settled. And just see the Interference Matrix continue to come through for a few more moments. Two Hellions, two Cyclones, the Reaper gather up, tank moving over. I'm just trying to get in position for a couple moments. Again, tank Marines coming by, Stim and the rest coming through. Cyclone's actually going to get turned around. That high ground is obviously very powerful in the DVT, especially in little engagements like this. Well, just kind of about a couple of SCVs go down. Obviously, some Banshee damage trying to come through as well, but not really super significant just yet. Continue to settle here. Couple of Vikings, couple of Ravens coming about. It's going to be settling. Do you have our Marine tank army? Yeah, they're together for a few moments here. So again, we settle this down. Just going to see the Marine tank moving through for a couple secs now and just make our way off and away. Again, the rest of this gathering in for a couple of seconds. We get that on the go. And on we resume here. For now, we're just going to be seeing this army pushing up. The tanks are going to be siege here from Buddy Nikoract. Oh, I don't love this fight for him, honestly. And he's kind of getting blasted to start this off, honestly. Buddy obviously dropping the orders. Honestly, he killed more than I thought he would. The auto turret's really playing the cleanup in the end is pretty crazy, so... Damn. That was definitely a funky way to get things going there for a little bit. Very cool. Again, 1-1 on the combat shield coming about right now. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the tanks still gathering together. And again, all those upgrades coming about. The game actually stays fairly even. I really thought that was a disastrous moment for Nikoract. I thought that was a badly placed fight, but actually not so bad. Could have been a whole lot worse at the end of the day, obviously, so it actually turned out to really not be so bad. I'll move through for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Marines setting around on the map. Nikoract getting going. Sorry, guys. This is one of the times where apparently we're going to get a little distracted because of the other stuff going on. So apologies on that. Like I say, got to add them in the Team League stuff right now as well. So apologies. Shouldn't be too bad just here and there. Takes a little bit. The Marines coming around momentarily, seeing what's going on. Just going to bring that through. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the tanks continue to move up for a couple of seconds. We continue to bring that round. Get in position momentarily here and settle that into place. Just going to see this Marine tank army to the top side of the map. Get in position initially, getting that all on the go. We've seen the Marines, the tanks, the Vikings coming back through. The Marines, the tanks coming back around the bottom side. A couple of Matrixes coming straight into play. It's going to be a nice little catch as well. We are going to be seeing these Marines able to stim forward from Bunny. Oh, we're evacuating his Nikoract, but that leaves your tanks behind. I feel like Nikoract is not doing a bad job of kind of taking some of the fights, but obviously having to retreat and leaving your tanks is always going to be painful. Bunny able to fight through that one pretty decently. Again, tank Marine still coming about. 2-2 upgrades on the way over. Marine tank medevac still building. The army here has to still step back from Nikoract. His supply is still pretty good though. Bunny is on a 4th base. That's going to be a problem long term if we don't start to deal with it. So, gonna have to deal with that perhaps. And the Marines step over. The Marines come through. Again, 2-2 will build about here. 3-3 versus 2-2 on the way. Obviously 2-2 about to finish though. Gonna even things out a little bit right now. So just gonna get that sorted for the moment. And we've seen the Marines and the tanks continue to come across for a couple of seconds as well. It's gonna be continue to move this through. Just seeing the Marine tank force continue to come by and set up here for a couple of moments right there. So along with this, just going to be seeing the Marines continue to chase. Medevacs coming by. And 3-3 comes through, plus 2 vehicle weapons, all that Marine tank coming up as well. Just going to see those tanks sieging and get settled in. Yeah, this push across the map is going to be tough for Nikoract. He's going to try and come in from the top, the right, and the left. A couple of tanks are siege. That's going to do something to help you at the very least. A lot of these from the bottom side, man. There's just not the tanks here from Nikoract at all. These are two very different Terran versus Terran armies. One had all the tanks set up, the other did not. And that is going to be absolutely brutal at the end of it all. GG's. And that is going to be game number 1 going the way of Bunny. So Bunny nets himself the 1-0 lead. We'll head into a second map here in a second, which will be Ruby Rock. Third map will be 10k if we need it. Alright, Nikoract just needs a couple moments, so no worries there, guys. Give him a second. We'll run the ads in the downtime, waiting for him. When is Clem vs herO coming up, guys? So we're just going in the order that it was originally scheduled is all. So we are going to be doing this series, then the matchup between Bjorn and Zaun, then we're going to do Clem versus herO, then we do MaxPax versus Kira. So we're just going in order. We just had some longer games, so the schedule's a bit off or a bit delayed. But we're sticking to the original kind of order of the matches. So the ordering of the matches will stay the same. So that is coming through. Alright, I'll drop the lobby link down, sorry. And we'll get that sorted. Cool. Oh yeah, sorry, just trying to keep everything on track today. What's happening? What's going on? All good. All good. We're chilling. We're getting back on track. We're fighting it. We're doing it. We're making the things take place. Beautiful. Alright, but Nikoract's just testing his other internet to see if it's back or running normally, guys, but we will see. Thanks, WardiTV, for the bracket link. Really needed it for the 800th time. Look, the problem is just Twitch chat, man. Everyone in Twitch chat just can't scroll up to the old bracket link, you know? It's Twitch chat's fault. Who would have knew? Who would have guessed it? Blame Twitch chat, guys. Blame the Twitch chat. Alright, like I said, Nikoract's just re-logging, so we'll give him a moment or two to get that figured out. We'll get into this game 2, Bunny with a 1-0 lead. Kind of like this section of the bracket for Bunny, winning against Beyond Zan. I feel like it's winnable for him. Sounds tough, but winnable, I think, for sure. Winnable. Just take a few moments. Getting ready to zoom on. So yeah, I guess the full order is obviously we finish this Bunny Nikoract series, then Beyond versus Zaun, then Clem herO. After Clem herO, we go into MaxPax Cure, then we'll have Classic Solo from the lower bracket, and then we'll have the winner of this Bunny match and the winner of the other match as well. So that's the order of things, that's where things are going, guys. That's how we're working through it today. So yeah, that's what's currently ongoing. Like I say, just waiting for Nikoract to test things out and get sorted and everything. So, and that's set. Should be good to go and resume soon. Like I say, just waiting for Nikoract. Looks as though his internet wasn't back, so he's relogging back to the other one, guys. So a couple minutes, like I say, no issues. I'd rather him try playing the best circumstances. If you have to scroll up more than 20 messages to find a bracket link, you get annoyed. Yeah, that's why I encourage you guys to !B. The only it's just because the it's just because WardiTV's also spamming it in the YouTube chat as well. That's all. Alright, Nikoract readies up, just waiting for Bunny to ready us up as well, and away we can begin off into this next game. Ready, says the Nikoract. Waiting for Bunny to ready up himself. Cool. Ready, go. Bunny leads 1-0. I think for now I've thwarted the team league issues as well, guys, so we should maybe be clear there as well. So that's good. Alright, let's get into Ruby Rock, guys. Second game of this one, and appreciate your patience. Like I say, just giving Nikoract some time to try and sort out internet connection problems. It's the worst. You never want to have to deal with those when you want to just focus on playing. So, I'll give him a chance to try and sort it out, and then we can get back on track. Takes a couple minutes for us. All good. Well, there's a long loading screen, so that's fun. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that didn't work. Alright guys, we'll take a moment to figure that out. So the instant lag out when we get in game. Get the feeling that internet's not working, guys. I wonder if it's just like bugging as he gets into the game and that's all. What map were we on? Ruby Rock. Let's get this rehosted. I thought it might be because we were playing West the first game as well, but even Central is apparently just not doing it for Nikoract today at all, unfortunately. Alright, we'll try this another time, guys. Nikoract's changing internet again, so just take a moment. Yeah, a little unfortunate, but such is the way of things sometimes. We get ready for another game here soon, like I say. We'll eventually get into it, I promise you. We'll eventually make our way into this game. That's just going to take a few attempts, apparently. Coolio. All right. Just waiting for Nikoract to get this sorted. Alright, Nikoract joins us again. Ready. And we're going to try and get into this again. Alright, let's jump into game 2. Hopefully we're going to get in this time. What's the next match? Solo Classic? No, we're going to go Bunny Nikoract, then Zound versus Bjorn, then herO Clem, then Q and MaxPax, then Solo Classic, and then finally the Bjorn Zound Bunny Nikoract winner match. Just because that was the original scheduling. So basically, like, this match, this Bunny Nikoract match has been happening at the same time as the Solo Classic matchup. And we're going to cast the Solo Classic one from replays, but that will be just further on. So just to explain everything, hopefully. We got you guys up to speed. In the top left-hand side, looks as though we're in-game with no lag, which is perfect. That's what we've been held up by a little bit here. In case you've just tuned in, we've been held back by the lag a little. But we're back on track now as we have Bunny in the top left. He's going to be up 1-0, taking on Nikoract in the bottom right. Down 1-0, just couldn't really find all the fights he was really looking for at times, I think. So, interested to see what happens as we get into a game 2 now. And see if Nikoract can pull it back. Because actually, Nikoract had a lot of moments where I was actually kind of impressed by his fights. He just had a lot more moments where I was left kind of wishing he hadn't taken the fights as well. And it felt like he was so close to getting so many good fights, you know? So, yeah. She's just going to be a long day. Yeah, it's kind of tracking that way right now. It should speed up a little bit. We've obviously just had some issues with lag and stuff, and you know, we get this series done. Yeah, with 3 best-of-3s and 2 best-of-5s still to go. Yeah, it could be long, I guess. I didn't really think about the fact we're already 2 hours deep, to be honest. And we had some good series to start the day off, to be fair. Some good ways to start it all off. Alright, Rack's building, and you're going to see Nikoract pulling away from the Proxy 2 racks that obviously he went into the last time around. Let's see if these will go at each other. I'm just going to see the Reapers trying to pull around a little bit as well. Trying to see what else is going on for a moment or two here. Let's see early game. Nothing too crazy to yap on about straight away. Obviously, it's an expansion from Bunny, while Nikoract will go for the non-expand focus just to begin with. So that'll be a little bit of the difference here to start us off. That'll be about it for now. Gonna be very nice for Bunny. Getting rid of a Reaper is amazing. It's gonna just give you that little bit of an extra edge defensively early on. A little bit of a moment or two where your opponent is not quite as sure what's going on themselves, so not an ideal situation. Again, the factory, the CC, the SCV, and the reactor coming up as well for the moment. Just gonna be seeing that Reaper continue to move through. And just heading around that bottom right side to try and see what else is taking place for the moment. So that Reaper's still coming about. Again, Hellion, Orbital, and the Starport all coming through at the moment. The Reapers will try and dive in at each other for a couple seconds as well. Try and get a little extra out of that. Obviously, we get in there and try and do a little bit as well. So in for some damage. Not much. Reaper goes down. We killed an SCV in return, and that's kind of about where we sit at the moment here. Starport will come through from Bunny. A couple of Marines on the way as well, so bringing all of that up and running for now. Reapers, Hellion's coming about. Hellion will take some damage in return. Just firing a few shots off there for a moment or two. Just getting a few kills off. Marine's going to fight. Hellion continuing to shoot. He's going to be seeing the cleanup in the back of the mineral lines. Nikoract doing what Nikoract does, which is dive mineral lines. No one really losing a significant amount of workers or anything, though, so that's obviously pretty notable. Very noteworthy for now. It's going to be seeing the siege tank, the Marines, the Raven, all continuing up. Continue to scatter around. That Raven's still coming online. The interference matrix in production as well. Medevac still making a move toward the upper left-hand side, so it's going to get back to the top left. Interference matrix, Marine tank, all building through. On we go. Did I say thank you, by the way, Praxo Live, for the sub? I feel like I read your sub, was saying something, then completely forgot about the fact that I was meant to shout out the sub. Thank you so much for the prime. And if I already said it, then thank you a second time. I really feel like I didn't, though. For some reason. I just looked back in chat, I was like, huh? My brain just did this little thing where I was like, huh? It does that sometimes. It does that quite a lot, actually, while streaming. Forgets about something, comes back to it later. Well, Vikings and the siege tank coming in, the SCV's building up, Raven and the interference matrix will all be building through, so looking very confident there in terms of our initial setup. For now, there's a couple of tanks move out down to low ground. The medevac around the left side going to be dropping into the natural in the next few moments. Just going to be seeing this command center still setting up. Starport on the way in, Vikings, tank, and the Marine coming through. And a couple more Vikings producing on that Starport there. It's going to be 3 Vikings at a time for Nikoract. That double Starport sets you up for an aggressive shove across the map typically. So we'll be watching to see if that's exactly what he wants to go for or so in the next few moments. You scan out to see a bit of what's going on. And you just see the Marines, the Cyclone, unloading. Getting back in position here. Yeah, Stem, Marine, Tank, Lib, Viking. Reducing on through as well. Viking still coming in. Again, Tank and the Marine all coming online. A lot of these bits and pieces coming up as Nikoract makes his way to that upper left side. Again, Vikings will gather, looking to poke forward a little bit. Just going to be seeing another tank getting sieged up here for a few moments. Another scan, tank going to siege again. Couple tanks going to siege again, so we get that set up. Viking, tank, Marine all building through. Raven on the other side of the map going to get rid of a couple of the SCVs, so still some more damage being dealt by that. Raven continues to deal damage well. What's awkward is that you're not winning the air battle here, which means that you're, well, are you? It's actually very close, but it means that the Libera is going to be a bit exposed. There's a new Viking showing up, a new couple Vikings showing up. Lib has to back away for a second, so Nikoract does not keep the pressure on in terms of continuing to kind of knock on that front door, kind of look to break through that tank line and all the rest of it. So that part is a bit absent right now. It's going to see a couple SCVs go down that Raven, continue to do damage from Bunny. I like it, especially while Nikoract is focused on being aggressive. He's expanding behind this. He's about to get to Stim. The Vikings are going to get rid of that lib, and the tank line is holding nicely for Bunny at the moment, looking absolutely fine right there. Nikoract is just going to say GG. This one is going to be done and dusted. Not much more to add. That one comes to a close, and that is going to be Bunny into the next round. So Bunny into the next round. Nikoract will fall, unfortunately. Not quite his day. Again, we'll forever love him in this event for that win over Classic in the first round of the winner bracket. Start the entire tournament off with a bang. And, yeah, it was a very, very exciting to boot. So, very, very fun. And as we jump into Bjorn versus Zaun up next. I'm going to have to run ads, guys. Apologies, but like we just came out of ads, but then we're going to have to go back into ads. So, apologies. And the Korean server's not going to let me do it easily. Oh, the battle begins. Wardy versus the Korean server. Come on, just let us log in. How about you just let us log in and we get to cast some StarCraft? Thoughts, Korean server? Is that mayhaps something we could make work with one another? So yeah, Beyond Zaun, and like I say, after that we'll go into herO versus Clem and just continue through from there. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. Cool. Get some videos started up, guys. Get that on the way. We are going to get on track. Alrighty. Coolio, guys. We are going to be good to go in just a few into this Beyond versus Zaun match. And then after this, we got a couple of matches on NA, the Europe versus Korea games, Clem, herO, Kira, MaxPax. And those are best of fives as well because they're winner bracket semis. So even more StarCraft 2 than you might have been expecting. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Alright, videos are coming down, so like I say, we'll be in-game soon. I guess I should start getting my maps loaded because they've taken a while to load recently. So we'll just get that set and ready to rumble. Perfecto. Perfecto, perfecto. 10,000 feet going to be our opening game. Guess we're ready to start off. It's called battle.net because you have to fight the servers. Oh, that's a good one. I like it. Why am I in the ESL chat? Oh my god. I feel like it's just rejoined all the chats from like years ago for some reason. Cool. Cool. All right. We're just waiting for... Oh, I guess they're not going to ready up if I'm in the player slot. Unbelievable. Zaun doesn't want to play against me. Zaun needed a moment anyway. All right, so we wait for Zaun. We'll get back on track, guys. And continue into these lower bracket playoff games. Again, looking to make top 8 with a win here. You win this, and then you get going through. Be able to have a chance to make top 6 and play tomorrow if you can win the next one as well. So that's what's going on. Again, thank you for your patience. Let's get to 10,000 feet for Bjorn versus Zaun. Let's start it off. Alrighty, guys. We're going to have in the top left side of the map here the blue Protoss player to kick things off. From onside, unfortunately, Vitality has just come to a close as of today, or yesterday. They are now officially going to be onside once more. So onside's Zaun in the top left corner of 10,000 feet. But on the bottom right side, our red Terran player is going to be the wonderful Bjorn, representing the Shopify Rebellion. Both players, which are part of teams that will be playing in WardiTV Team League Season 10 starting next week. We've got everybody, guys. I'm just going to say it. We've got pretty much done everybody. Like, everyone is here, it feels like, in this event. So that is very, very exciting. Very, very exciting indeed. Alright, CC coming around, racks the gateway, the assimilator coming through for a couple moments. I'll find myself anyone who's here to observe for us. Beautiful, love that. Can't stand all these ads every 5 minutes, even during games. You should not be getting any ads during games, even on the YouTube, I'm pretty sure. But maybe I'm wrong. Unless I've somehow clicked the setting wrong somewhere. I'll take another look at it, but shouldn't be doing ads on YouTube unless I tell it to. Then again, maybe it's misbehaving. Yay. Alrighty, CC coming down a little bit off position just due to the probe harass no. So we'll have to relocate that over a little bit further down the line, as we otherwise just see. Yeah, a little bit of setting up for a few moments, nothing too crazy just yet. Ring coming through. I'm just going to get set up. That reactor coming in on the barracks. Got that factory coming over. And the warp gate and the adept continue to come through for a little bit. Get that online. Let's see where we can take things. Just going to be seeing the Stargate coming up, so get that on the way as well for the moment. Bring that through. We've seen the looking regular. Stargate's kind of interesting, I guess. Obviously not necessarily a guarantee to go Stargate. A little bit of a different way of opening up there, so that part is interesting. From Zaun, perhaps, as we get into these early stages and get this ready to go and continue. And Oracle on the warp gate continue to come about for a little bit then, so we just bring that through, and we'll have a few Marines gathering up on the natural, settling in over there. Oracle on the warp gate coming through for a moment, get that set up, get that underway momentarily. Marines coming about. Oracle will just activate a couple of SCVs coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the a little bit of movement coming through for now. Get that underway. Just going to be seeing a couple of Marines unloading. Just getting set here. A little bit of an unload from Bjorn. Going to find quite some damage. He's going to start losing some SCVs. He gets a few probes back in return at least, so able to get a bit of damage done. Returning back the other way. Brings boost back across on that medevac, pulling back over again. Blink and the Phoenix coming up, moving around. I was going to see the bench and a couple of Marines continue to come about as well for a couple seconds, so trying to find as much as possible here. It's going to be seen a few Marines will come over. A couple Stalkers going to have to sit tight. We do see the probes gathering up as well. And Phoenix going to be there to try and clean this up. We're going to get rid of another Stalker though. It's not bad. We'll take everything we can get. Obviously, Blink's not done yet because we're playing a much, well, we're playing into the Stargate initially, so that will be that for the moment. I'm going to see that Blink still coming around, continue to get that going just for the moment. A couple of Cyclones still coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the bench and the Marines all gathering up. Seeing the Twilight Council coming through as well, so a lot of that very much so still just on its way in right now. Getting brought up here and put into position. See what we can do. Okay, just give me 1 sec. I gotta do a little bit of Team League admin work, so apologies. Just gotta sort this for a few moments. We do have the bench. The Stalkers jumping in for the aid of the Oracle, so we're gonna have that coming through for a couple of moments as well. Get that on the way, get that started off, get this ready to go. Marine Tank Cyclone pushing up on that right side, trying to get into position. Just going to move that straight through, try and get in place to try and help us out here a little bit, so we're going to try and get feisty. This Nexus is in trouble. I mean, Zaun's been taking a bit of a beating this game, and he's also been playing that Stargate style, which is always a little bit flimsy when it comes to trying, you know, if you take damage, you're oftentimes in a bit of a rough space there, not able to get enough done. So yeah, it's a little bit of a rough one right now for Zaun, but he gets the cleanup on that army, and that really does reset Bjorn a bit. I actually thought that army was going to do a lot better, especially with Storm not even close to being done, but Bjorn loses a lot. The third Nexus lives as well, and Zaun turning Bjorn around and turning this game around maybe a little bit, because, like I say, I felt as though it had been pretty okay for Bjorn up until this point. It was just a horrible, horrible fight for him. He's going to try and rebound now. He's going to see the Oracle dropping a Revelation. Not much for Zaun to really attack across the map with, fortunately, from Bjorn. That's going to kind of save him here and keep him going for a little bit, but yeah, that's still a bit crazier than maybe expected in total. I really felt like Zaun was going to... I mean, he just cleaned it up so comfortably is the issue. Well, let's see what happens next as we continue by. Just going to be seeing the... Again, +1 coming through, Stimpack Combat Shield. The rest of this coming about as well, so we continue to bring that through for the moment. Marines pull back, tank's going to settle. A couple of medevacs is going to be there as well. Just going to continue to make their way around for a couple of moments. We do get everything sieged, the tanks and the Marines all gathering up there. Prison and the 1-1 upgrades coming around also. So again, we bring a lot of these bits and pieces up and running. Let's see that Armory and Ghost Academy continue to come in. And a couple of Marauders come through, +2/+1, all building. A lot of prep still continue to come by for the moment. Well, those extra gates come up. I mean, Bjorn has continued to trail on supply. It has been since the start of this since the start of this kind of rebound from Zaun defending on that third base, and since then it's just been positivity from our Protoss player. It's a nice storm here, just second storm actually gets the Marines. That's crazy. I really felt as though we were going to be absolutely fine to at the very least just avoid a bunch of that, but not the case. Not the case at all. You can just see the other units gathering up, so we'll take a second here. Prism needs to kind of get shot down if that warping gets off. It's a lot of units, and you're getting pushed to the front as well. So Zaun is bullying his way at the front. He's getting pushed back at the other side. The Zealots keep running in. See that Ghost Academy going to be taking some shots as well. So a few more hits coming in over in that regard. It's going to have the, again, +2, +1 all continue to come around for a couple of seconds. And yeah, just having the cleanup from Bjorn. Actually, that wasn't bad. Better than I thought when I saw it go off. And also when I saw the units turn away from running into the main base and trying to come back to the low ground to defend. The problem is Zaun is doing this while also just mass expanding up to the 5 bases and getting very comfortable on economy, getting tech switches ready, still getting all the upgrades on the way too. Like, there's so much going on right now on the side of Zaun, and that's the issue. Bjorn is holding on. Bjorn's defending. It's a great map to maybe defend 3 bases on. It's going to get a bit tougher when we get to 4 bases. Those are the moments where this game is really going to become a test for Bjorn, and to see whether you can really bounce back in this, or if he really is just going to succumb to the kind of fall behind that happened kind of at an earlier stage of this. Oh, that's a nice storm. Oh, that's a really nice storm. Bjorn has to run away, and he has to run through 2 storms to do so. That's absolutely brutal, actually. Jesus. That is absolutely brutal. Runs back through 2 storms. That is going to hurt big time. That is going to hurt big time. Just going to be seeing now this army running through Zealot, Stalker, all showing up to the party. As you are just going to see the bio continue to fight, continue to move around for a couple seconds. I'm just going to have ourselves the rest of this continue to come through as well. I'm just going to be seeing 14 SUVs going down. I just don't think Bjorn can really recover from this at the end of the day. I think he's just taking a bit too... It's taking a bit too much damage at the end of the day, honestly. This is really going wrong, to say the least. Really going wrong. So we've seen the Stalkers, the Archon, High Templar pushing through. The Vikings going to lift off into the sky. Another nice storm. I don't think it matters if the storm is nice or bad at this point. It is looking to be pretty one-sided. Storm coming over. Just going to see the bio still pushing. The Zealots going down. A little bit more cleanup being made. The rest of this army continue to fight. The Vikings will be there chasing the Colossus down for a little bit as well. I get the feeling that this is going to be some final moments for Bjorn, who really has just eaten storm after storm in this game. It really felt like it started off pretty well for Bjorn, and again, it came back down to that loss of army on the 3rd base of Zaun that really turned this game completely into Zaun's favor. From that point on, Zaun was just absolutely killing it, and he's not let that lead slip ever since. We've seen a couple of army hits ready to go. And Zaun is going to take that first game BO3 lead for himself right now. Alrighty, guys. Let's jump into game 2 first of all. Second map going to be Winter Madness. Guys, in a replay though. I also have to just sort this out over here. Cool. A couple of moments, guys, and we will kick off into this next one. Was just waiting for Bjorn, I believe, to come out of a replay. He's out here now, ready to participate. Get this hosted, get this rolling. And thanks for some patience today, guys. Appreciate you putting up with me, because, like I say, we've got some team league things happening and going on, so apologies for that. But just a necessary evil to the awesome event we're going to have coming up next week. I just had to get these qualifiers squeezed in somewhere, so a little unfortunate, but mostly good. Swap around, and we can go. Let's send it. Let's send it. Alright, jumping into Winter Madness, my friends. Jumping into Winter Madness. We get this ready to go. Let's kick this off. Let's get this going. Beyond Zound, game number 2. Cool. Alrighty, guys. Throw Inu on the camera. Let's ready to go. Coolio. Alrighty, let's kick this off and see a Proby coming down. Ready to expand initially. Get that started. Beautiful. Alright, Marauder, concussive shells on the way through, Stalker in the warp gate coming around. I'm just going to be seeing the setup here and getting underway for a couple of moments. Alright, so all the Team League stuff is sorted, guys, so from here on we can focus a little bit more again. So again, apologies for that. I really do appreciate you guys sticking around with me while I sort things. Like I say, just too much StarCraft going on and not enough time to run it all and make it all happen easily. Gotta try and crush things in together and overlap things. Very annoying. Alrighty, guys. So we get into this game number 2. Zound with the 1-0 lead really got into a comfortable position in that first one, and I was able to kind of run it away from there. I think Bjorn really does need a little bit of kind of chaos early, and a third CC hidden in the top right is kind of wild. So a 3 CC with a hidden base build. Not really what I had on my bingo card for this game, if I'm going to be completely honest, to kick this off. Yeah, not really what I had on my bingo card at all to start things. So, yeah, a little funky in that regard. See what happens here as we resume through. Again, Stimpack building up. Savine, the Marina's still coming around for a couple seconds, so we'll get settling for a moment or so and see what we're going to do. Just going to be seeing the SCVs, the Marines, the stim pack all building by. And get a little bit of this on the way up. Again, the blink coming over, robo facility coming by. Get a lot of that building. Nexus comes down onto the third base location as well. I'm just going to be seeing that orbital command, finishing into the upper right side in the next few moments. Just going to get that finished up. And a few stalkers and so gathering together also. Bring that through. And yeah, Stim and the +1 will all build. Blink, the obs coming by also here. Get that set up for a moment or two. Bring that into place. Stim finishing, obviously, Bjorn gets quite powerful on the map. Obviously, with the third CC, he's going to be a bit more eco-focused, but Stim obviously gives you just a lot of strength in the units that you do have. Makes a lot of defenses a lot more comfortable. So now currently with the extra gates, just heading into what is going to be a strong gateway, kind of Zealot Stalker force here, it would seem. Again, a few Stalkers just going to blink in, just going to get a little grab. The mules coming about as well. I'm just going to see the Observer still getting up to the top side of the map also. So just going to bring that up over here. Push that over into position. And obviously just try and get a bit of info. I love the siege on siege. Obviously, it's something we see a lot of nowadays just to kind of get a little bit of extra glimpse, but then it's being revealed, so you don't want to leave it like that, right? So, yeah, always a fun little extra that we get to see. Well, the rest of this just coming through. Again, the +1 and the charge continue to build by for the moment. Just going to see the, again, +1 and the combat shield coming about. The extra barracks coming over. Hallucination scouting does find the base. Okay, it's a bit of an issue for Bjorn because now that's a very exposed area. Like, the entire point of proxying is to kind of keep it hidden and, you know, if it doesn't get seen, it's hard to punish. Now a couple of Zelds are going to head that way. It's going to be tough for Bjorn to deal with. Bjorn is going to have a lot of units right now, though, so maybe, just maybe, he can make something happen as he continues out across to this side. And we kind of move on over there and have a look to see what's maybe about to happen. So a little bit of movement on that. Just going to be seeing the Marine Marauder Medevac all building up. The Prism and the +1 upgrade coming through as well. Orbital pulling back over from the right side over to the center. A few SCVs going to transfer to the third base also. Just going to get those in position here, and on we go. Again, the tech lab, the reactor all building up. SCV chilling near the depot as well. The SCV is going to step over to the left-hand side. A little bit of bio. I'm just going to jump through, and a couple Stalkers immediately going to get caught for a couple of moments. And again, the Stalker, Sentry, Immortal continue to come through for now. Just having ourselves the couple Zealots, the attack upgrade building in. Orbital will fly over to the third base for a moment. We'll get that put in position right away there. Set that up. Again, the Stalker Sentry Force trying to push up. I mean, Bjorn having to fully retreat his third feels very bad, especially when you consider how much mining is lost there and how many more units maybe you could have seen because of that. But now we just never really got to see, right? So that part's definitely a very interesting question. It's kind of an interesting question too, though, because Bjorn kind of holding on to this fight. 10 SCVs go down. Does he have enough? Oh, he's going to lose a lot more SCVs here. No force field to trap them. Doesn't need it. Gets another 8 or so SCVs just killed off immediately there. That is going to be kind of a big deal in and of itself. So it's going to be a pretty major factor. I'm just going to be seeing this extra units warping in and readying to go right now. Just going to see a couple more shots coming through. A couple more units going down already. Looks like Zaun is having plenty to kind of attack in with right now, but has to kind of hold off. I mean, like, what do you see on the map in terms of, like, units that are visible? I feel like it really looks like it's going to be pretty good for Zaun, but then supply-wise, Bjorn is actually still pretty okay, and is kind of hanging on in there because of the supply. Army's still reasonable. Woodermine's doing some good jobs. SCV's had to pull a gain. Only 8 workers down is Bjorn. Keep that in mind. Third base still alive. If you can get that back in position and just reset here, this might not be so bad for him. This actually might be somewhat doable. This might be somewhat doable. A bit of bio going back the other direction one more time there. It's just going to pull it back. A couple of results coming through again. Also going to try and see just what else is going on. Bio comes down, just going to take a few steps, just going to be seeing the ghost there as well. EMP on the observer could have been nice, but Bjorn is usually so good at spotting those off. To tell you what, Bjorn's supply is just massive. His work account is just maintained. I'm genuinely kind of a little bit flabbergasted, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm looking at this, I'm just like, what went on in this game for Bjorn to have so much, like, was it just really that greed early? But, like, then it got denied kind of, I feel like, soon enough. Like, yeah, Zaun lost a few extra units at the end there, but I feel like this is so much more of a dominant supply count than it probably should be. Feels very weird to say that, but yeah, it just feels kind of crazy at the moment. Bjorn is where he is at, and his army supply, like I say, is absolutely killing, and he's sitting on the edge of his opponent's base. Zaun's building disruptors in kind of just desperation at the moment. He doesn't really have much of a better choice of what to build at the moment. You don't really have much else available to go right now. That Bio gonna stem through. Stalker's taking a ton of damage to Zealots. Just about gonna stay clear at the moment as well. The rest of this Bio army pushing through, and Bjorn is gonna take a game 2 of this BO3 to tie it up with Zaun. Wow. This was such a wild one. I can't believe Bjorn had so much more army supply. I mean, just pure Bio and just able to get up to good upgrades as well obviously was a big factor as well. And kind of seen some success there. Still sort of surprised though, overall. Oh, what a wild situation. And Bjorn going to keep this series alive, going to a game 3, which will be played on Mothership. So let's get to Mothership. Let's work through that. Like I say, we still have herO versus Clem coming up. That's coming up after this series, guys. So herO versus Clem, best of 5, coming up very soon. Too many expansions. Yeah, maybe Zaun got a little bit carried away setting up for the future. And it's so funny because usually it feels like that's always the right thing to do. You know? It's like, well, surely that is just what we're meant to be doing, right? That's PvT. But maybe in some cases you can't actually step too far on that. Like I said, it's kind of a wild concept because we just don't really see that be a thing. Just don't really see that be a thing. All right, everyone join this lobby. We've got tons of casters now, but I think we're good. If the players are ready, we can kick off into this. Get this started up, guys. Cool. Jump into game 3 and kick this one off. Alright, let's get this going on Mothership, guys. Let's kick into the bottom right side where we're going to have ourselves tied up our blue Protoss player Zaun, looking to represent onside in this game 3 and hence further in this event if you can get this win. Bjorn, the Shopify Rebellion, going to do the same with this map 3 being the decisive one. Whoa, and he was off in the corner. To the Indicam. To the Indicam. Indicam is AFK. Is Inukam back? Inukam is back. Beautiful. Alright. Let's go and shout at the guys, giving us all the bits and pieces. Ripping the orbital, all coming through. That probe just scatting about to try and see what's going on here as well. Let's just have our factory moving through. And yeah, this probie, obviously having scouted, pretty content with what he's found, heading home after a hard day's work. So that factory's still coming about. Again, the command center coming through, SCV in production at the moment. Just going to see that Reaper hopping to the high ground here and going to be met by a Stalker straight away. So just going to see that Stalker coming around. And CC coming up for a moment or so and getting this all ready at the moment. Twilight Council on the way up, probe and the warp gate coming by as well. Just going to see that blink will start too, so just going to get that up and running here. As we have the Stalker going to shoot, and the Reaper will take a few shots of damage, so Reaper again pushed back the other way. Still got the mine and a couple of Marines coming up as well, so we continue to come with that for the moment. Get that all underways. Again, that robot facility coming about, the gateway coming through, a couple of probes, the Adept and the Blink coming by as well. So again, we get a lot of those little bits and pieces coming up already here. A couple extra Marines, the SCVs coming through, robot facility, gateways and the Blink, all still building on by. Raven's coming up as well from Bjorn, so he gets that started, that Blink production continuing as well. And a lot of these little bits and pieces on the way through for now. Medevac down to the bottom side. As the robotics facility sets up. And gateway, Stalker, Blink, building now for the moment. Medevac with the 2 mines ready to drop in toward the main base here, so looking to get across and in toward that main. Prism, Blink, all still building up as well. Reaper again just diving in, not quite able to do too much just yet though. Not able to find too much right now, still just seeing the rest of this continuing. Again, tank Marines, the barracks continue to come up. Mule will continue into place here, the starport just switches over for a couple of seconds. Medevac takes the couple of mines over to the right side, just going to take that on a journey and gets intercepted. That's not great. He does at least get the mines out, which is kind of fun until you realize that there's Blink available, so it doesn't really make any difference. So that part's a little bit brutal, obviously. And yeah, that's actually just a great shutdown on the side of Zaun. Great positioning, great catch on the Medevac. And just going to slow Bjorn's early attempt of aggression at first. Again, to see the factory swapping to a reactor, another barracks to the tech lab. His mine actually gets all the way behind the mineral line, which is kind of cute. Unfortunately, I think it's only going to hit one probe. There's not going to be like a probe transfer, which could have actually been really nice. Yeah, like if this probe transfer comes over, he probably kills 4 workers. So if the probe transfer arrived before the single probe built, that actually could have been kind of a big deal. Just kind of went the wrong way around, unfortunately, on Bjorn's point of view. Obviously would have been pretty nasty for Zaun, not something you want to see happen yourself. And there's another mule drops into place. Factory still building up. Engineering Bay getting going as well, so the +1 is coming through. Stimpack and Combat Shield continue to come about for the moment. And getting that rolling right now. Stim Combat +1, all still building through. Just going to see the Medevacs and the mines continue to come about. The Prism going to be there to try and move its way in. The Medevacs will escape down the left-hand side for a couple moments. Just going to bring that straight over. Gonna be seeing the Stalkers settling themselves and oh, catching him full medevac. Not a great game for Beyond so far. Just trying to get, find ways on the map, trying to be active, trying to, take a stand early, and everything he's trying to do is just getting met with absolute crushing responses from Zaun. Like, he is just shutting down anything and everything that's happening. I'm just going to see a couple more Zealots warp in. We're now going to see the bio at the front. Should be able to deal with the Stalkers. Beyond needs to try and get on the map or so to be able to take his third base. Obviously, he's starting that third CC now, so that will be kind of the challenge for him in the next few moments. Kind of a late third to have basically zero map presence alongside, so yeah, Beyond in a bit of a tough spot. Like how this has been playing so far from Zaun. It's felt pretty darn good for him so far. Pretty decently reasonable up until this stage for sure. See how we continue through. Just going to have the couple extra warp-ins already coming around there. Zealots getting warped in immediately, concussive shells, and the armor upgrade. Beyond still getting the bio upgrades running also. A lot of that coming about right now. Engineering Bay and Armory will build next, so we ready ourselves for the 2-2. Just again, feels like we're already in such a comfortable position right now on that side of Zaun. Extra attack on the way up, fourth base establishing. Obviously, big map, going to be very difficult for Beyond to find his way all the way kind of towards that fourth base, especially, I think, is one of the main things to kind of take note of here. Like, you've got to go so far across the map to get there. Now, it is quite spread out from Zaun because he's kind of working up the right side. So the benefit that Beyond maybe has is that maybe you could drop the main and hit the fourth base. That combination could be kind of a good one to stretch Zaun out and maybe draw his defenses thinly. So that could be a pretty huge factor as the bio continues about. CC moving over, Prism flying over as well for a couple of moments. Hallucination still just poking at the command center, and the bio will gather with a tank as well. Stalkers in this sentry continue to gather in for a few moments. See the bio holding tight and readying to hop into this next phase of the game. I think is Beyond just going to sit on these three bases. Zaun is ready to pounce, by the way. You can just see the setup from him. There's already units kind of poised up top. There's units poised down at the bottom. The moment Beyond makes a move that maybe exposes any area of this, I have no doubt in my mind that Zaun is going to look to take complete and total advantage almost immediately. So I feel like that is just a matter of time at this stage. He's going to be seeing the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Colossus coming back through as well. We are going to just send it, so Zaun just didn't even wait for much. Just going to go. There's no answer to these Colossus. Beyond just getting overrun at the moment. A couple of Vikings pop out. A tank over on the left side is not going to do much either. Beyond must say GG, and it's Zaun to move on through to play Bunny to fight for a spot in the final day of the WardiTV Winter Championships. So that will be coming up later on for us, guys. That will be, like I say, later today. A Zaun versus Bunny match. That'll be our last match of the day, so that'll be coming up later on. For us, we're going to swap on over to NA. And get ready for herO versus Clem, very excitingly. So we got that set and ready to roll here. And yeah, swap servers, get that started up. Cool. And get that video process started as well for Zaun Bunny as we hop on over to NA for the herO Clem matchup. I believe Clem is the highest seed. Yes. Let me just ping Clem. Cool. All right, herO Clem best of 5 coming up in a couple of moments, guys. Thanks for joining us so far today. Like I say, sorry it's been a little bit of a hectic experience today. It's been a little wild, but we're getting through it. We're managing. Just about at the end. We'll make it. But yeah, herO Clem coming up. This is going to be a BO5. And we'll get ready to go. I think I'm going to be our B just a moment, guys. Alright, I'll be. I'll see you guys in just a few. Alrighty guys, welcome back. Thank you for a little bit of patience when we get set up. Oh. Yeah, get this hosted up, guys. Ruby Rock to start us off. pool. Alright, we get this underway. Thank you for your patience, guys, and everyone's vetoed. After this, MaxPax versus Cure. Then we drop down into those couple lower bracket matches as well. So still quite a few games to go today. Plenty of StarCraft 2 coming up, y'all. Let's kick this off into herO versus Clem, though. Alright, let's kick off into the best of 5, guys. Go, GLHF, says Clem. Just waiting for herO to give us a go-ahead that we can get started. And ready, GLHF gets called. TVP coming up right now. What's up, Spain? Ours. Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Good games, good fun. Hell yeah. Let's dive into this one. Let's get this underway, and I appreciate a bit of patience getting to this point, guys. Like I said, just some downtime and stuff today. It's been a bit of a stop and start kind of day, but that's okay. We're getting there. We're making it. We'll be there eventually. As we get ready to rumble. Into a game number 1. Best of 5 in the upper bracket semifinals. One of these guys about to make top 3 in the WardiTV Winter Championship. The other will take a dip down to the lower bracket for the rest of the tournament. Unless they make it all the way through to the grand finale, of course. In the top left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player here is going to be herO. While in the bottom right, our red Terran from Team Liquid is Clem. Guys, I would just love to open this series very quickly by just mentioning WardiTV Winter Championship, a $5,000 event powered by you guys. You can support this event, obviously, by supporting the streams and the videos as usual, but most importantly, do check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV StarCraft tournament prize pools. So do check it out. Like I say, we're doing our best to keep running these events at high level of prize pool and everything. And if you want to support further and want to keep these events rolling, like I say, these events don't happen without you guys. The quality of them doesn't happen without your guys' support. So if you're enjoying all that, like I say, please do consider taking a moment to check out the Patreon page and consider supporting us there. It really does mean a lot. It really does help us to keep these going. We really do want to keep pushing these to be bigger and better and even stronger than they already are. So, again, if you want to help us with that, then please go ahead and check out the Patreon page. It is absolutely the place to do so. So, give that a check. I appreciate you guys, and thank you for listening to this out. Just right at the start of the series, just wanted to say it because we've not really done much selling out today at all. As we kick off into this game. Hey, what's up, Bryson501? Thank you for the 4-month resub as well to kick us off in this one too. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Probably scouting around, and we do see the factory coming about. Just going to see the depot and the Reaper all coming through as well, so bring a lot of that on the way initially. Just going to be seeing the probe coming about, just trying to see what's going on. Look to see what's happening here as we settle in. Take a few moments to see what will happen. Just going to be seeing the probe moving back and forth, the warp gate coming up as well. Everything pretty regular for the first couple of minutes, nothing super crazy between these guys just yet. Next it's coming through. Nidab going to be there to kind of push the Reaper back the other way. Trying to deal with that for a couple of moments, trying to keep that push back and out of sight, out of mind, as best as we can do for the moment. Trial Council building through right there. You can see the Stalk and the Warp Gate coming up, a couple of probes being added on as well. And see that starport is about to finish. The Adept is going to be there. The Reaper is still coming through. Again, the Cyclone, the starport, and everything else continue to come about as that command center will also be stepping into place right now. So bringing a lot of that up right here. Yeah, that Blink coming over, Warp Gate coming through, a couple of Marines, the Cyclone, the Medevac, all building. So we get settled here and see where we can take this. Again, this is best of 5 again, guys, just as a reminder, upper bracket semis BO5. A little upgrade we made to the format this year, so we get one more, a couple of extra best of 5s compared to best of 3s. And the loser of this will have to play a best of 3 tomorrow, so it is a little awkward there where you kind of go from upper bracket best of 5 to a lower bracket best of 3 before best of 5s resume, but just kind of the price of us improving the format otherwise. Stalkers gather again, that Blink Chrono boosting along, so we bring that straight into place right now and keep that going for a couple seconds. And there's that Medevac coming back in, so it's just going to make its move. And through we go, looking for some more opportunity. Marines and Cyclone going to unload. A couple Stalkers going to get jumped on immediately. That's first Stalker actually in some trouble. Taking a lot of hits very quickly, and I actually think both these Stalkers are in some trouble. Let's see if we can recover from this a little bit right now. As herO, he is kind of scraping together the defense. The Medevac is going to find itself pushed back out of there and denied for the moment. Cyclone still trying to pull back, still trying to escape away. Just for a couple more moments here. Well, tank on the bench coming through. The Medevac still setting up for a couple seconds. We'll have the pullback from Clem completely down to the bottom right side. Stalker's still setting up with their Blink finishing, so here we'll get the opportunity to be a bit more aggressive this time around. Again, the Ob's coming around, the Nexus coming online. Barracks, SCVs, Marines, and the rest all coming up. Nice tank shot to just warn the Stalkers off a little bit there. Just going to hit them and shove them back the other way a little while for the moment. Let's see, herO, gonna send it. There's a second tank on the high ground though, and the Marines do a pretty good job. Yeah, we lose a tank, but we get a couple Stalkers in return, so Clem actually able to be pretty okay defensively there for a moment. Now the Auto Turret coming down, the Marines and the Raven able to start pushing those Stalkers back. A Banshee into the main at the same time could be very scary, and oh, the Prism has to cancel the Warp In, so that's a big deal. Warp In goes in at home, so the Warp In going at home instead. The Cyclone actually a really good aid right now. Clem even paying attention to that Banshee, I believe, is going to save it, so he still has the chance to come back again later, which is just annoying, obviously, on the Protoss point of view. The fact that you still got to consider that as a threat at this point is, like I say, just straight up frustrating, plain and simple. And it's something you really want to be having to deal with right now as the Stalkers and the Prism come back to the bottom. Marine Marauder still coming up. I was going to say tanks, but there's no tank in production right now. Just naturally going there. Obviously, we've seen quite a few tanks early in this game. That doesn't mean they'll continue. One goes down right now, and the factory is untech lab, so we'll not be seeing any tanks just yet. Raven lingering overhead. Cyclone there to, again, help out with a little bit of the damage output. Continue to try and push this back the other way. Marines, they're going to get in for some probes, though, man. Clem constantly has counterattacks this game. Like, he has just constantly shown up with another group of units, another way of dealing damage, another way of making it tough for herO in this game right now. Just constantly making herO's life, like I say, rather difficult at this point. Kind of a wild situation. I was just going to be seeing the charge, the Immortal continue coming through. The Marine Marauder Stim Combat +1 continue to build up as well. CV is just going to get to business for a little bit. Just going to be seeing again the +1, the Stim to Combat will come through, the Robo Bay, Probes and the Immortal building as we go. A lot of that very much so still coming online at the moment. Seeing where we get to. And again, +1 Combat Shield will continue to get set. Big push from herO right now. Feels like it's been kind of a fun game. Resources lost going to favor Clem a little bit. He killed some probes as well, so generally kind of like where Clem is at. Question of, does herO have enough to kind of push through right now? Obviously, herO's not getting to a fast 4th base at all. He'll go into a Robo Bay in terms of improving his tech at this point in time, so he'll try and go for that. Zealot Stalker, the Immortal Sentry coming up too. The Observer still going to be there. The Bio Army just going to settle in. The Observer will keep an eye on things. Here we go. Zealots begin to charge. The Stalkers blink. Good force fields coming down. Love the Auto Turret. Anything to help out. Take some shots and deal some damage. Tanks and Zealot charges especially can be very effective as an anti-armor missile comes down as well. Stalker's still trying to poke through then just for the moment. But not going to quite break Clem here. 4th base coming up. Comes Banshee. Kind of low HP, kind of random at this point, but hey, if it gets in and kills a couple of probes, then why the heck not? Unfortunately, it stops on the pylon. A little bit better controlled, and it probably could have had a couple of probes before it went down. +1 and thermal lens continue to build straight into play here, so we keep that going. Just for a couple more seconds. Keep that building into play right now. Yeah, +1 thermal lens then all coming through, and that's going to be hero's big tech choice. Clem needing to defend a third base. Obviously, hero is on a third and taking a slower fourth. But if you can keep Clem off a third, that'd be amazing. Pulls the Colossus forward with the Prism. Hero always ready to fight as he sets that up. Widowmines go off on Zealot that don't really connect at all. A couple more Widowmine shots, and these Zealots are eating them. Hero keeps on pushing through. Clem has the +1 attack upgrade advantage in this fight as well. Has to stim all the way back, though. And SCVs may have to be pulled into this also. Clem trying to get 1 or 2 more of his mine shots into play before this continues any further. The bio still stepping out of here. That orbital is going low. SCVs have to take a stop from the mining to repair it. But now the SCVs are being hit as well. Clem might have a chance to stim at this army. Stalker's blink up top, going to protect the Colossus positioning. However, we are in reach of the Colossus. The shield's going, and Hero pulls it back nicely. His supply overall going down as Clem is getting through the Zealots. I'm afraid of if Clem just has enough. Hero running away from this is very scary, and that's exactly what you're going to start seeing right now. Hero, can we juggle this army into some kind of success? I'm not sure that we can. We see the Colossus in trouble. We save one, we will not save the other. A Zealot warp, and will maybe buy you a little bit of time now, but that's going to be about it for the moment. That is going to be Clem pushing back through, and it is going to be Clem heading to the upper left side of the map with victory in his mind, because that is a one fight. That is the tech units reset from Hero. The only problem for Clem, his units are pretty darn beat up. And so it's not going to be an easy kind of advance forward at all for him in the next few moments. Like, he can't just go running in. He's probably going to have to stop, heal, repair, and just get set to go again in the near future instead. So, expecting that to be a factor. As Medivacs do boost in the main base, and Hero is not quite positioned for this. He doesn't have a lot of stuff to split around to deal with this either. We drop the recall. I'm actually kind of fascinated to see where this... what this recall has involved. I was going to say, I didn't know if it was going to really have that much in it, but... it's actually pretty reasonable in the end. Bio now going to take the chance at the mineral line, hit the Nexus a little bit as well. Just going to see the Bio still coming through. Zealot Stalker Colossus pushing over as well. Colossus laser beaming down a couple of these mines. Again, the Stalkers, the Immortals, all still coming through. Get the extra Zealots on the way as well. Bringing that up, getting that rolling. Plus 2 attack, and then Marauder Viking on the way. Widow Mines producing. That's where we sit right now. Back to the middle of the map a little bit here, just going to get a little bit more firing done. Just trying to get a little bit more out of this. Another big warp in from Hero again and again, just constantly coming through with a good amount of units to keep this going again and again. We're going to see a laser beam on a couple more units there as well. A bit more being done once again. 2-2, Marine Marauder coming out, the Vikings in production. Clem's supply still in his favor. Hero actually has a lot of money banked up, as Clem will be looking to get to the 4th base here, man. Always impressed by Hero. I always feel like it's like, well, Hero's on the verge of dying, and it's like, well, was he on the verge of dying? Actually feels like he's kind of okay right now. And I do think right now he actually does start to kind of look okay again, right? Supply coming back up. Still not great economy. Only 64 probes does limit how you can play, because it means you can't really play the aggressive, I'm gonna like throw myself at you kind of style, which Hero oftentimes plays. At least not in the long term, right? You can play it, but it's not going to be something that's going to succeed for you through and through. You know, you see Hero obviously shoving it in here. 9 SCVs going down, and we are going to be seeing Clem scrounging together the defense, though. That's what I mean. Like, the rebuild from Hero in these scenarios is not going to be amazing because he just loses so much in these moments, right? And he doesn't have the economy just to kind of, like I say, go full rebuild behind it either, so it does become very painful here as the Zealots will come swinging through. The Vikings, the bio landed. Is this going to be enough from Clem? Is Clem in trouble? Immortal will go down. I think he's fine because there's only really Stalkers left from Hero. Long-term, Hero still doesn't have a good army composition, right? Like, Hero is still playing a very unteched army at this point in time. That's definitely a bit of a factor right here, as you are going to be seeing those Medivacs doing their job. Clem is trying to hang on in here, man. This is going to be a frustrating loss for Clem if he doesn't hold on. But he's on his way to 2-2. In a moment he will have that. I think Clem's going to be fine. He's ready for 4th base soon as well. Army supply is still okay. Just got to remember that hero's attacking in with very low tier units, so the upgrades especially are going to make a big difference. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing hero kind of really losing the fight from this point on. After it's been kind of a couple of fights that have gone okay for him, it purely would be the upgrades that are deciding that. Widowmine hits nicely as well on the left side to soften things up for a couple of moments. Clearing out over in that direction. Orbital floats back over to the right side. Colossus laser beaming. The Ghost goes down initially. The Zealots are still going to be there. Another Liberator will siege up. Stalkers do get pushed away. The Bio and the Ghost continue through. The rest of this just chasing in. Another Liberator sieges up, keeping on pushing this back. A couple more Libs making their way over. Clem's defense is coming around, but his supply is going down. These Libs getting target fired here. He needs enough damage output with the Bio Army. I wonder if the Libs are like a little bit too much right now. Like very expensive, but not really adding enough to the equation because they're just not getting the chance before being shot down here. Wow, herO is going to win this game. What an absolute stunner of a turnaround from herO. That is kind of crazy in a game where this is not like herO took a bad fight. It's like, well, he had insane economy. He just found a way to get the scrap going in his favor and to turn this around. And obviously with the Vikings dead, the Colossus reappearing, it became a very difficult fight for Clem to then recover on the other side in the end. Wow. That just kind of crazy impressive, right? The sort of fight where it's like, wow, this... kind of fascinating to see just kind of over an extended period, this fight not ending for a while. Crazy stuff. And that's Clem's server preference lost now in that first game for him. Gonna have to bring it back on West if he wants to stop this from being an 0-2 deficit here. As we'll have our second game hosting up in a moment, getting everyone in position. Ready and GLHF says Clem. Ready GLHF says herO. I think 7 casters is correct. Nope, we're on 8. We need Mr. Indy to make it in on server number 8, and we can go into game number 2. One hell of a game, guys. One hell of a game. Always fun when you get these scrappy back and forth affairs. And that was definitely a pretty scrappy back and forth affair, to be honest. Very, very fun. Alrighty, let's get to it. Let's get to it. 10,000 feet coming up. Get this on the way. We'll get this started. Alrighty. Oh, Clem says Protoss somehow. That ain't gonna do it. Alright, we'll take a second, guys, and we'll just get this one re-hosted for a second. Had everyone ready to go. And then Clem's set as Protoss somehow. Oh, no, wrong server. Ay. Doing all the things wrong. Central West. Yeah. Sometimes I just gotta say the basics in my head out loud to get us there again. Alright, we're good. Kick this one off. I think we can go. Ready, GLHF, and the beginning is nigh for game number 2. herO leading 1-0 here in the WardiTV Winter Championship Playoffs. Second to last day. Tomorrow will be our final day, guys. Looking forward to that. I do just want to make a quick mention once again, by the way. If you watch on YouTube usually, tomorrow we will not have a YouTube stream. We have Twitch front page, and that means that we're not allowed to stream on YouTube when we have Twitch front page, unfortunately. It's really silly. It's a new rule. I already spoke a lot this week about how I'm very upset about it, but I can't really do anything without just screwing us over overall. So as much as I appreciate you guys and love you guys on YouTube, unfortunately we have to take the L on this one, and there'll be no YouTube stream tomorrow, but we will be live on Twitch. Like I say, it sucks. I'm not happy about it. Just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Was herO actually behind that game? He felt like even though Clem got a good fight, his army was so bad and bruised that he couldn't push to win. I mean, I think you can be, but to me, if you have a good fight and you trade well, then yes, you're still ahead, even if you can't push to win, right? It shouldn't come down to having to push to win with this same army. herO just has that way of rebuilding and then scrapping to the point where he's actually able to make such a difference and such an impact in the later stages. Like, it is genuinely very impressive. I always feel like when herO is out here kind of like this is what you see from herO so often, is I think maybe the craziest part of it. Like, so frequently he shows up and he's just so freaking good in these scenarios where it's like it feels like he's behind but he can pull it back. And that's why it's so hard to beat herO, because even when you kind of get into an okay spot against herO, he finds his way back out of it again, you know? Which is just rough. So, yeah. I think the mistake from Clem was Liberators, actually. I think he teched into... Clem essentially teched for late game. So, like, Clem kind of teched for late game, and herO's still going mid game. And maybe not late game. Is Clem gonna let us know that maybe he doesn't love that one? But yeah, I think the libs were just an issue. Like, they were expensive. They're expensive, and like I say, they could have been something else that was maybe more meaningful in the moment, actually, I think is probably what we're kind of really looking at there, to be honest. So, yeah. I think the libs were a bit of a problem. I think more Marine Marauder just would have been better. Like, libs in theory are great, but like, you saw how quickly those 3 libs died. They were so ineffective against the Stalkers because he went into libs, he didn't have enough bio to back them up, really. It's tough because, like I say, I feel like you're not really doing the wrong thing, but it does feel like you end up doing the wrong thing. It's one of those tough ones where it's like, you got to really know the scenario of the game to be able to truly get away with that Liberator switch. It's rough though, because like I say, generally, you know, lib's good. Lib's good unit, why would you not make them? Yeah, of course, you're just going to want to make them all the time, but yeah. A couple of Marines will fight, and Adept will take some damage here early as we settle into a game 2 of this BO5. Will a YouTube video be posted? Yeah, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to literally live stream the VOD when we finish. And what that means is that we can basically have it come up as an archived VOD still on the YouTube. And if anyone specifically wants to watch on YouTube, they still can. So we will actually live stream on YouTube just afterwards. It's dumb, but this is the best solution I have to kind of keep all of our streams archived, while also sticking to the rules that have popped up out of nowhere. So, yeah. Stalker and Adept going to come about. Adept will shade. Just 40 moment or so. A couple of gates coming up. That blink going to be the follow-up here from herO moment at the moment. Then blink coming about. Stalker on the way through. Marines and the Hellion going to try and fight. The Adept goes down. The other couple Stalkers taking some shots. Marine tank still coming about. The medevac will load and retreat out over that right side. So away we go, pulling out over there. Load onto that right side, and a couple Stalkers going to pull back over this direction. Hellion going to get in position to try and deal with this. The Marines trying to reach the Stalkers. Going to load up again and go for it. And we'll get it. That Stalker goes down. Well, putting a little bit of a micro war there, as we are going to see a few more Stalkers still stepping over. Going to try and get a little bit more done themselves, get towards some of this Marine tank army. And again, Blink and the Prism coming up right now. The Raven and the tank coming through, the barracks still coming online. The tank will siege, the Marines join up together for the moment. Well, Stalkers warp in, Prism come through. And the Stalkers will shoot as we just see the tank gonna fire. Marines will actually fight back and drop an auto turret down as well. That Stalker force. Nelly gets the Raven, now goes into the main base. This tank probably gonna go down. This feels very bad if you lose the siege tank as well. However, the Stalkers are pretty committed. Do we have a recall out of here? Even if we recall out of here, this feels rough at the moment. Clem with the massive SCV pull, that's probably not worth it, because do we really kill that much from the massive SCV pull? Probably not. It's a lot of lost mining time for Clem. That's a lot. Like, his main and natural are essentially just not mining during this time. Like, this is bad. This is bad. This is not live then? No, we're talking about tomorrow. This right now, today, this is Saturday. If you're watching this on Saturday, the 7th of March, then yes, this is live. Tomorrow will not be live. As Clem just says GG. I feel like he got a bit tilted and a bit messed up in how he was defending that, to be honest, and kind of went a little wrong for him as herO takes a 2-0 lead. And Clem gonna have to turn this around right now, quite frankly, if he wants a chance of staying out of the lower bracket. Gonna go Old Republic here for a third game. See if Clem can pull it back, or if this is a little doomed, maybe. Maybe a little doomed for Clem. 0-2 down. Really, I mean, it felt like he had it in that first game, though, but this second game, like, this defense was messy. Pulling all those SCVs, I'm not sure what we were trying to do there. I genuinely think that is a moment of, like, like, moment of, like, frustration, honestly, more than anything else at that point. So, yeah, pretty rough. Alright, move herO up. Get ready for game 3. Ready, GLHF gets cold. Just need herO to race swap over to Protoss. Kick this off, guys. And game 3 coming through. Game 3 coming through. Just see what the issue is on Discord. Cool. Cool. Alrighty, guys. Sorry, just Team League thing popped up, as it will continue to do throughout the day. All good. herO up 2-0 on the top side, and Clem gonna proxy. Oh, they go both gonna proxy. herO the gateway, Clem with the barracks. Oh, herO with the double gateway. I think this is, I want to say, I don't want to be overly dramatic, but I actually think this might be over for Clem. Like, this is not a good situation. To be proxying a barracks against the double gate proxy, it means you just have very limited defense at home, and if you have very limited defense at home, it's going to become very, very difficult for you to really kind of do much. The barracks just doesn't give you as much power as what double gateway especially gives you. Probe scout, and Probe's going to be happy to see no barracks in the main. Yeah, this is a pretty dreamy start. Results, the cyber core coming through. Reaper in the factory coming up, but bunker will be on the way. Get that cyber core added in. Get this ready to rumble. On we go, as you just see the bunker coming through as well. So you get that up and running here for a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing a couple of Zals going to shoot. Just going to see the Reaper jumping into the bunker. Getting in there for a moment or two, putting some damage out. SCV on a bit of a patrol back and forth here for a few moments as well. You can see the probe and the Stalker gonna shoot. SCV will take some damage, so a few hits coming in. Stalker will get the kill. Clean that up. So the bunker comes up. Reapers get back home to play defense. In the end, this actually works out kind of fine. Kind of a little surprised. And next is the Twilight Council continue to come through. We've seen the gateways, obviously going to be spotted here by the barracks. I really felt like this was going to be much worse for Clem than it was. Maybe I'm overreacting. Clearly I was overreacting because he's fine right now. Oh, okay, well. Onwards we go. Again, Reaper's going to step up. Pylon will take some damage. We see the Fusel and Stork coming over as well. Again, Starport coming through. The barracks settling in. Just going to see the commands into the siege tank continue to come in as well as we continue to build that straight through for the moment. And that's set up right now. And again, trying to see where we can go. The barracks going to move over a little bit. Going to reposition a little. Again, blinking the Stalker coming about. Reactor in the barracks. Command center coming through. A lot of those little bits and pieces coming around at the moment. Trying to see what else is going on. Reapers will hop. Stalker and the Sentry will be there. Reaper will be able to get pushed away for the moment. The Stalker Sentry hold on the high ground is pretty solid, pretty decent. No issues there at all just yet. Looking fine for now. On we continue with a couple of Reapers coming across as well. Again, blinking the Robo Facility coming up too. Reapers are going to go. A few of those probes begin to drop. 4 workers going down initially, so quite a few workers being killed just for the moment. Going to see a 5th worker going down. I'm just going to be seeing the blink and the Stalker and the Robo. A couple of those probes coming about as well. So a lot of that still continues up. Again, Rax, Engineering Bay, and Rest coming through too. Look at that blink coming by. Again, the Stalker. A couple of the batteries coming up as well right now. Let me see herO is able to get a push onto the map. Clem has quite a few bio units. Obviously, we're at the point where we don't have an upgrade yet, but maybe we get something started shortly. Just no sign of what that might be just yet. So waiting to figure that part out. Again, Stalkers and the Zealots going to continue abound. See what we can get up to. Just going to be seeing the blink in. Wow, bunker and double tank. We blink into it. herO going to go for the second tank. It goes down. A lot of SCVs pulled. Can Clem actually hold on to that position? This might be tough. A few SCVs still dropping off right now as well. It's just going to see those getting cleaned up for a couple of moments. No, it doesn't really feel great for Clem. 13 SCVs go down. This series is just going completely AWOL for him. Just hasn't looked good, unfortunately, throughout this. The Stalkers blink up. They're going to go after the tank. Does this just end now? Stalkers keep going. The Raven's going to be shot at. Clem uses the Raven. herO is just 3 gates as well. No third base from herO, so there's a little bit of reason to try and stick in this, but the amount of units lost is obviously massively concerning. It's going to put you into a very difficult position to recover from, almost no matter what here. So, yeah, when we consider that, it's going to be very, very tough. Prism, charge, the gates all continue to come through for the moment, and we will have, again, a little bit Marine Marauder tank coming up. Stimp back on the way. Bring the rest of this into place right now. Again, charge Prism in the gateways will continue to build at the moment. These SCVs hurting right now. Just going to see the Stalker still trying to fight. Marine Marauder is going to take a chance to get toward those bio units. Clem is hanging on in there. Army supply is okay-ish. Like I say, herO is only a 2-base pros, but he is adding the gateways to be all in for essentially a big 2-base all in, feeling like he's done enough to just send it at this point, and I don't really disagree with that concept. I don't disagree with the idea that he's having at the moment, to be honest. herO up 2-0, and like I say, I like the idea of being aggressive after seeing success already. Does have Stim. He's got a little drop across the map, which obviously holds some potential as well, so that could be kind of cool to see if it plays out into something beneficial. We'll watch for that as the few Marines go stimming in already, and the Stalkers in the main base are going to find themselves a shot or two at a tank. Love those force fields, going to block Clem out. Battery getting drained. Clem got to focus in the main right now, so that's why you're not going to see a lot of micro going on that other side of the map. Energy being recharged, used on the battery, probes and a warp in. So that's a defense. Meanwhile here, Clem loses 16, 17 SCVs. He's going to kill a good amount of Stalkers. The issue is killing a good amount of Stalkers is just not really a good enough kind of result long term in this current state of the game, right? Like, it's just not going to do it for you, so yeah, that part's definitely very rough right now and leaves you in a bit of an awkward spot through and through. this is worth for Clem. And he's gonna say GG because this entire series just falls apart for him. This really couldn't have gone worse, honestly. GG, and herO is gonna take the 3-0. Really does not get much cleaner than that. Damn, that was yeah, that was pretty brutal. Sometimes you play StarCraft 2 and things just do not go your way, and this was absolutely one of those times. Like, that was absolutely one of those moments, so yeah. That's that just wasn't pretty in any way, shape, or form. This wasn't pretty at all. Alright guys, give me a second as we figure this out. Cool. Who has the highest seed? MaxPax or Cure? MaxPax. Cool. I'll just run some ads, guys. Like I said, there's a lot of bits and pieces going on today, so let me just get a couple things sorted here and there. Cool. Some videos will start and get ready to go, and we'll get back to this, guys. Cool. All right, some videos coming up, guys. I'll get into this soon. Get ready to go. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My brain's just everywhere today, I swear, trying to sort everything out. Yay, yay. Aye. First map is going to be Winter Madness, so we'll start that. Get ready to go. Oh, I didn't pop the lobby link down in time. Alright, get into the lobby, guys. Alright, going down. Sorry, just getting messaged by players. All right, let's go into Winter Madness. Get this set up. As we're going to have in the top left-hand side, the red Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. And in the bottom right-hand side, the blue Terran will be Q as we kick off into another upper bracket semi-final of the WardiTV Winter Championship. Off and away we go. Away we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. See what happens as we pick this one off and see what we get between MaxPax and Q. Q has been actually pretty good against MaxPax lately. Not necessarily winning series per se, but it's definitely been looking a whole lot stronger than he had done previously, so... That was some flicking from our observer right there, wasn't it? All good though, as we get settled and wait to see just what is in store for us over the course of game number 1 of this best of 5, guys. And just in the series in general, like I say, Clem herO maybe did not quite live up to expectation, but maybe here MaxPax will be the TVP banger for the day that we deserved. We will see. Well, as he's coming about, probe will be chased, gonna drop the command center down, the orbital coming through. Get this settled in for a few moments here. See where things are gonna go. Just gonna have that Nexus and the assimilator still coming about, command center coming through as well. A little bit of moving, a little bit of trying to see what's going on. Getting some work done initially. There's the probes. Gonna go running about for a little bit and nothing too wild happening from that at the moment. Just gonna see that CC setting up, Twilight Council coming through. So again, we get settled in for a moment or so. Gonna see a couple of Marines gathering about as well, and just gonna be seeing them stepping forward. The barracks still building into place just for the moment. Again, that's set here as we do see the Marines able to put some damage out onto the Adept. Adept going the other way initially. So again, pushed back for now, getting shoved out of this. Decently defended for the moment. Marines come over. Adept is going to be there. Just going to see that Adept shading through. A few Marines and the SCVs just going to gather around, guys, so we'll just see Q playing the defense. MaxPax on his way to the Blink, which is obviously no surprise to anybody right now either, so that part looking very much so as expected for now. Again, Stimpack, Combat Shield, the upgrades continuing through for the moment as well. Continue to bring that around for the moment. A couple of Debs trying to shade up to the high ground, not quite going to succeed, unfortunately, for the moment there either. Straight to that fast stim and combat shield. We've seen a lot of that stim and combat shield kind of coming in faster more recently from the Terran players. Just a lot more kind of biocentric rather than anything else has been kind of the way it's been going. So those couple Marines pulled in, the Adept to take some damage, the SCVs pull back through. This other Adept going to shade up toward the high ground he is. Just going to pull around with that. A couple more shots off, a bit more damage done for the moment. Well, units gather in. Just going to be seeing the, again, Blink, the Observer, coming through at that pylon in as well. A few extra Stalkers coming up, Stim and Combat Shield all building by. Now we're going to see the Bio just going to come through and go after a couple of those Stalkers for a couple seconds, so it's going to be seeing quite a push from Q. I do feel like this is when Q is always at his kind of max capacity, right? Just That early game setup, first opportunity to kind of get going, just feels so strong from him a lot of the time, so kind of expecting that to be a big factor. Let's do see him running into this natural. Let's see how MaxPax defends. 5 workers go down very quickly, going to lose a lot more. Do we just focus on workers? If he just focuses on workers, it feels very scary for the army after the fact, but yeah, trying to force these stalkers to run through. Starting to kill a couple more probes going down. There's a lot of low HP stalkers. Wow, we target fire all of the low HP ones. I love that for Cure. So he actually gets a good amount of workers as well as a good amount of army. Counterattack from MaxPax finds a few SCVs immediately in retaliation. By the 42nd, and well, Prism does get pushed back, but that's only now a 6 worker net gain from that attack that Cure had. He did kill a lot of stalkers. I really do think that's a very good standing point, though. Let's see a few more stalkers warping in again. Get ready to send this one. Just gonna get rid of the bunker. That obviously opens the door to kind of keep on being aggressive and to keep on firing up a little bit more kind of damage throughout all of this. So expecting more of that to continue to come through right now. Stalkers will still shoot a few more SCVs, continue to come around, so we continue to get aggressive there for a moment. You see that scan coming about, 6 SCVs coming through. Just Stalker's gonna have to blink back a little bit here. Pulling back away for a little. Just gonna be seeing the charge coming through, the +1 attack coming up as well. Continuing to get that into place right now. A little bit of the bio. We'll stim across, getting after the Prism already, so just going to go straight in there. Push that down, push that around for the moment. Well, Prism unloading, but Cure is going to be hanging on for the moment as well, so continue to get that going right now. Continue to get this all set up. A few things definitely recovering for the moment here. And then those medevacs gather together, and they're just going to come through. You're going to be seeing the few units unloading down to the low ground again, so just going to get those set up as well. Still seeing the Immortal +1, the charge continue to come about. The Bioforce will step out the front. A few Stalkers going to be met there. Bio going to kind of catch the Prism on the left-hand side. Looks as though the Prism was able to notice it pull back. Doesn't go down. Very close, though. Could have been a massive catch. Denying the Prism in general is obviously a pretty big win typically, so could have been kind of huge to maybe get that caught. +1, the Marauder coming through, a couple of medevacs still building, the extra barracks building by, and +1, the probes in production right now. Got those couple extra barracks coming online, and Kyo's going to go across the map again and definitely look for the chance to, again, find some big damage here at this point in time, looking for some opportunity. They're going to get to the other side for the moment. That bio coming around, the medevac's going to gather in. Big push, and MaxPax does not really have a way to deal with this, and that's obviously a lot of units that are kind of settling here. And Zal's going to get through a bunch more SCVs, start to go down, so the counterattack is good. It actually puts a lot of pressure on Q to succeed right now. Medevac does not lift up those units. Force Field's good to buy a bit more time. I mean, MaxPax is essentially only 3 base, but against a 2 base Terran, and the 2 base Terran that's taking a bunch of damage. There's a 3rd CC, but that's a lot of SCVs lost, so Q is definitely going to feel the need to keep this going. Probes are going to pull from MaxPax. He feels the need to defend right here. Good Widowmine shot hits the Zealots. We're going to see the pullback. Oh, Colossus shows up. Nice to have some splash damage. Kira knows he can't let that live, so he does dive. It kills it immediately. Immortal's going to be a big target. Get rid of these Marauders taking bonus damage as well. That is absolutely not something we want to leave happening in this game, right? So just going to get on top of that and deal with that right away. And that we do. Manage to pull off. Another Sentry warping in. I'm going to bring that up right now. Just going to see the +2 attack. Thermal Lance, the Colossus all building. Again, armor upgrade coming about right there. Everything else coming through for the moment. Continue to settle this one down as we just see the +2, and I can see another couple of bits and pieces coming around right there. And Colossus coming up as well. Army still sending it across the map right now. Well, MaxPax lives. Like I say, Kua lost a lot of SCVs, which is his issue. He does have the triple orbital, so rebuilding is possible, but not ideal. And he wasn't exactly rebuilding during the fight, which is one of the bigger issues. Zell's just going to get chased. The Bio Army chasing up into the main base. The prison goes down at least, but then MaxPax is already at the front door, poking as well. So Kua has to find his way out there. That's actually not going to be too problematic because there's not any Zealots, so there's nothing to really tank that force or anything along those lines. And we'll see that orbital just dropping down over onto the sides. Just going to reset that for a moment or two. Reposition here. And +2 attack coming up. The Colossus still on the way in. Just having the Bio stepping through as well. One Stalker, two Stalkers, both getting chased at the moment. And the Stalkers and the +2 coming about. Dark Shrine coming around. The Zealots will hit the orbital. SCVs are pulling. I mean, you gotta go as Kua, right? It makes sense. Dark Shrine is massive. Getting some DTs up could be huge. If we can afford them in a timing, in a timing that's gonna actually matter positively, obviously you get DTs at the wrong time, it could actually be very costly for you. So there's definitely a little bit of something to consider there as this fight from Kua just taking so long to get through those Colossus. He will finally get through them though. The Colossus are gone. Is everything else okay? A few Zealots warping in. I just don't know if it's enough Bio to fight off those Zealots, man. Those Zealots are looking pretty beastie. As we are going to see the Bio just kiting back, trying to deal with this. Trying to just hang on in there for the moment. Another couple of upgrades coming through, +2. The Colossus, the Dark Templar. Like I say, DTs are so rough right now. You do not have the economy. I guess we do have triple orbital, so maybe we do have the ability to kind of deal with this. Yeah, maybe we do have a bit of ability to actually deal with this. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that triple CT, and I'm thinking, well, yeah, maybe we can deal with DTs, and we can deal with DTs. Maybe this game goes on. Kua's army supply is still massive. Reinforcements were huge here. Good scan. Like I say, triple orbital is going to be a major factor to helping us out in that regard. So that is a big plus. On we go. Liberator, Marine Marauder, all still coming up here. Just going to have ourselves the little bit of Bio pulling back around the other way for a few moments as well. So getting that online. Getting this set up for now. A nice scan to catch a DT. Once again, just dealing with that nicely. New Colossus goes down quickly because we've just got enough Vikings to deal with this at the moment, which, like I say, is kind of incredible. So actually having the Vikings to deal with that is a major positive, and Kua are going to re-cancel the third base. And after quite the scrap, it feels as though we are going to have ourselves a Kua lead in this best of 5, maybe? Maybe I'm talking a bit too soon. We're not done yet. What's funny, though, is that MaxPax has, like, 55 workers, but he's only got 2 bases to mine from. Widowmine's going to run up. Man, Kua's army is battered and bruised. It could do us some more medevac energy to heal it back up again. You can see some probes are pulling in. Honestly, at this point, anything that's going to absorb a mine or some shots could actually help you survive this. Kua might actually have to run away for reinforcements. I mean, Kua is only on 21 SCVs himself, but does have the ability to play triple base. And the fact, in this scenario, Mule is obviously very powerful as well, right? Like, this is the kind of situation where Mules are actually very good for you, so they trade very well in this situation for sure. And Mules are just so good right now. Like I say, MaxPax is still up in supply, but 13 of it is workers. I guess he's got a bit of army supply lead as well. 2 more medevacs. His army is getting healed up. Another scan may be needed to go after the DT there. We're relocating the main orbital to the low ground. Why? Why do we feel the need to relocate the main orbital when we have a third base? That is a choice because it's low HP, I think, and he doesn't want to risk it going down already. So because it's low HP, he's gonna try and make sure he doesn't actually put it at risk. That's my only logical conclusion. Liberator going to be an annoyance. Colossus is going to do so much damage, though. I actually think MaxPax has this, guys. Pushing forward, the Colossus is not going down, the Archon is not going down, and Kua is just going to be shy of victory here on Winter Madness. MaxPax will get the W. MaxPax 1, Kua 0. Wow. Really felt like Kua had this, actually, at a couple of points. Obviously, as I said, I felt like he was about to get it, but... ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, game number 2 coming up. MaxPax host. He's been kind of speedy at host throughout. This next one ready to go, guys. Just a few moments' time. Celestial Enclave will be our map. Yeah, let me get this ready to start up in a second. It's a very fast countdown, but everyone's in here, so we are good. We've got 9 casters today. Lovely to see everyone providing the coverage in all the different languages. So shout out to everyone who's out here putting some time in today, joining us for some games. It's great to see. And as we count into map number 2. MaxPax up 1. Man, really did make it close, didn't he, Kira? He really did get this so close. Ah, pain. Pain, because I guess at this point I'm cheering Kira because I don't want to see the PvP win a bracket final, I guess. If I'm going to be a little bit biased, that's where my bias lies for this game. It's a lag spike, but we get out of it. MaxPax bottom left, Kira upper right. MaxPax with the 1-0 lead. I really felt like Kira was going to be okay because he had the economy he could kind of hang on to because of the triple mule. Like, triple mule just feels so powerful in that scenario, but, you know, MaxPax was down to 2 bases. Maybe Kira actually just needed to back off for a second. Back off, play 2 bases each, but he has mules. Because he lost a lot of units kind of running in when MaxPax started pulling probes and so. That's such a hard call to make, though. Like, backing off when it feels like you're on the verge of breaking through, it's... You know, against someone like MaxPax who you don't want to let back into games, like, it's such a difficult call to make. Like, it's very, very difficult to justify, so... Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough. Hey, what's up, Jaboki? Secure asked for pause, no worries. Thank you so much for the 3 months in advance sub. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much for subbing up. Appreciate it, and appreciate the belief of the next 3 months of content. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you for supporting. If you guys are enjoying, when we have a pause here, obviously do consider supporting yourselves. Get those Prime subs out if you've got a Prime available. Helps out a bunch. And, yeah, I can't talk to them, so... We'll just reset this. But yeah, Primes obviously help us a bunch, regular subs. And of course, I already mentioned the Patreon page. If you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. Can't mention that enough as well. Really does go a long way to helping us out. And is always appreciated. So yeah, support if you can is the TLDR. And we will ready up into this next game again in a second. Just kind of rehost here to get us back on track. Just waiting for the rehost here from MaxPax. Sorry guys, just sorting the replay out because we're a minute in. They're gonna resume from replay here, so let's get the sword 4, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Should be at 11. Need Kira and oh, there we go. We just need Kira then. Cool. Kira just relogging for a second. We'll get that sorted out and we'll get back on track, guys. I'm going to invite out Kira's way. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty, guys. Back and forth from SC2 here. Came back because of you, Thermal. Really like the casting. Great job and keep it going for such a long time. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much for the sub. Nice to see you come back. I always love people that come back to StarCraft 2 because, like, it really is a game you can kind of dip in and out of, right? You know, like, it's a game where you can come back and I guess especially in this day and age, you know, there's some negatives to when, you know, you don't get updates and changes, but, like, it does feel like right now StarCraft is just going to be StarCraft. You know, if you disappear for a while in StarCraft, when you come back, it's probably going to be very relatable still. And even if the game does change, I still think there's a lot of scenarios where it's like, okay, the game changed, but at the end of the day, we're still, you know, it's still, you still see units that you're familiar with and stuff, right? So yeah, it's I always think it's very cool to hear people coming back, because I really feel like that is the kind of game you can come back to, you know, and that kind of doubles down on it. So many people do just dip back in every now and then, watch for a while, get interest in other things, disappear, but like I say, so often coming back. Very cool. Kyo's having issues because he keeps relogging, and every time he logs back in, he tries to join the lobby via friends, which bugs because it's a replay recovery. So yeah. I'll just hopefully get him to relog one more time, and then we should be good to kick off into game number 2, guys. Sorry for some downtime today. It's been a little bit stop and start at times. Alright, there's a replay recovery, guys, so it'll take 10 to 20 seconds to reload to where we're at in the game. And we'll get right back to it here for this game 2 of this upper bracket semi-final. Loading through, loading through. Alright. Ready, and there we go. Into the resume. Alright, so we're back at it, guys. MaxPax and Cure, and MaxPax obviously with the 1-0 lead. Hopefully no more lag for Cure. Like I say, resumed from the replay, so we're right back at where we were when we left off. And back into this and seeing whether or not Cure can pull back this series. Such a close game. Man, he's had so many close games lately. He was Cure playing the other day when it was like super freaking close and it felt like he was going to win. It just didn't quite happen. I can't remember who that was. Wasn't it that was a best of 5 and then just went against him? Was that best of 5? I can't remember. God, why can't I remember what series that was? That was such a good set of games. Was that in this tournament? No, surely not, because he won against the Zergs in this tournament. Oh, it's going to bug me, but yeah, we had a great game the other day from Cure. It was very fun. Anyway, let's get into this and see what is going to go down. And we get up and running, ready to roll. Does MaxPax still play? You haven't seen him in a while? I think so. It's hard to catch his games nowadays. Not sure where he's at. Sometimes he's in some tournaments, sometimes he's not. Yeah, I think he's around. I think we have seen MaxPax sometime recently. A couple of tournaments here and there, maybe. Possibly. You don't think he still plays? Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, very sad. Unfortunate even. Whoa! It's MaxPax. He's built a Twilight Council. Holy. Wow. Came out of nowhere. Alright, so we do see the setup here coming through. Command Center and Starport coming about. Twilight Council building from MaxPax. No surprises on that. We'll see what Kyo wants to do. Big map, Celestial Enclave. We'll see if he does something to kind of get himself in a good position early, or to see what he wants to try and maybe get into here. He's going to be having a couple of Marines are going to be about. Just going to have the depth shading by, trying to keep a little bit of a look at things right now and see what's going on. So many people are confused. Someone in Twitch chat asked if MaxPax still plays, and we're literally watching a game of MaxPax. I was just playing along for the bit. I promise I still have all my senses, guys. I promise I still understand what I'm talking about. He wasn't in Pigfest? Yeah, because he doesn't play with webcams, so he got banned from Pigfest. got disqualified because he was qualified. He got disqualified. Not really disqualified. Well, I guess it is disqualified if you're qualified and then you're not allowed to play for some reason. I guess that does count as disqualification, no? Feels like it. Anyway, we settle and go. Prism in the Blink on the way up initially, so it's going to be starting with that. A few Marines gathering around. We do have a tank and a couple of Marines coming up as well, so we get that on the go. Get that into place and try to see where things will go from here. Just going to see the probe up to the top side of Viking on the way on the starport. I'm just going to be seeing the robo facility get Prism to get some aggression. So things kind of just going as expected right now. Zombie Grub with 114 month resub. Oof. Showing you all how it's done. No messing around there. Thank you, ZG. Hope you're doing well. Stalkers come about. Just gonna have a good time to play a bit of defense here. A couple of probes go down. Very affordable amount of workers in the grand scheme of things, I would say. This always feels very, okay to lose a couple like that. To a little drop initially, so no issues there. When we go for a moment, Prism pulls back, Bio Army setting up, couple of tanks, there's the Stalkers warping in beneath side Prism. Readying up to go. One Stalker going down already. Big push from Cure. MaxPax kind of meeting this middle of the map. A few SCVs to accompany this with a moment as well. Uh-oh, Stalkers blink up, Viking goes down. We actually take a turn and we push back onto a Stalker as well. It's going to be seeing the rest of this army still pushing down. There's the harassment back in the back of the main, trying to distract a little. MaxPax's issue is the Stalkers in the middle of the map have been pushed so far back that now this attack of Cure is absolutely hammering home. It's doing some serious work. We are going to see the Stalkers coming from the other side, but there's one tank is holding, the SCV's repairing it. Can that Immortal do enough damage? No, that tank's going to live, and that's just going to be it. Cure is going to bounce back strong and very, very strong, in fact, just straight up. Cure ties it 1-1 in this BO5. With a big ol' push. Pigland play, but MaxPax prevent himself because he won't show himself on webcam. No, I think as the tournament organizer, you are disqualifying the guy that's never played on webcam. You're disqualifying him from playing by saying you have to play on the webcam. I think that is because it's different. I think it's different specifically because MaxPax, we know, does not use the webcam, right? Because of that, I think you as the tournament organizer are not letting him play. That's the rule for everyone. Yeah, and that's fine. Then as the tournament organizer, you are deciding to enforce that rule for the guy that has had reasons not to be on webcam for other tournaments for years. That's fine. But that's still on you as the tournament organizer, It's all good. But like I say, I think it's just I guess it's just based on the idea of what the normality is, and MaxPax has provided reasoning to bigger organizations as to why he can't play with webcam or why he can't travel to events, and hence has been allowed to play without webcam. It was the same in World Team League, because World Team League, I think, had a fine, or ESL had a fine system if you didn't use the webcam, or if your webcam wasn't working and stuff. The MaxPax, I believe, got by that because he provided reasoning. We just don't know what that reasoning is because he kept it private. So, yeah. But I mean, like you say, I get it. At the same time, I don't disagree with what Pig did, because obviously if your entire tournament, if your entire production setup, when you're self-producing as well, I can only imagine it's going to be a pain in the butt when you've got something that works for everybody, and then one guy is different, and then all of a sudden you've got to make it work. You've got to kind of fix the solution for that one guy. Yeah. Hey, yeah. I mean, it's a thing. I don't think anyone's necessarily in the wrong here, guys. It's just... no, I don't think... I guess we're not really talking about anyone being in the wrong. I just felt like we got feisty for a moment. Like everyone was ready to This is usually a hot topic, I guess, is why. I'm preemptively expecting everyone to be ready to fight about it. SCV will block the probe from the third location. It's not really another... I guess you could take the forward third location, but that's not really fun to take against harassment, so... Engineering Bay block plus the SCV just running around, delaying the expand. Look at MaxPax, 470, 480 minerals. Kua says no. Gonna throw another Engineering Bay down. He is desperate to throw... I mean, this is expensive for Kua, because that's now 250 minerals banked up in Engineering Bays. And MaxPax throws the Nexus. I was wondering if MaxPax maybe thought about cancelling the Nexus. Throw it down, get him to cancel Engineering Bays, cancel, go build it where you want it to be. He really didn't want the Nexus to be in the forward position. He was delaying it, and Kua said, I absolutely want that Nexus in the forward position, so... Oh, look at this SCV. Oh, it's so close to getting the Proxy Scout. I thought he was just going to see it. I thought it was just, I guess not guaranteed per se, but I just thought it was going to happen. Not quite the case, and the SCV does not get the info that there is a cheeky little gateway coming down over here, so Kua does not find out about that. That might actually be kind of difficult to figure out as well. Gonna see the factory building up. Gonna get that done in a moment or so. So get that through. Get that ready to continue. CC still sitting tight over here as well. Getting that all on the way. It's gonna be seeing the setup continuing with the gateway at home. So 3 gates obviously can apply a lot of pressure from this position. That's gonna be one of the main things that we look at here. A lot of pressure that we can put out. That's gonna see the Twilight Council coming down finally as well. So we will eventually tech with this, but obviously the initial portion of this is going to be not teched up. And there's the Cyclone, the Marines coming through, Starport and the Orbital coming around. Get that on the way. Get that going. Couple of Marines just going to settle down there. Again, the Cyclone, the Marines, and the Medevac will come about. I'm just going to try and be a bit of the defense. The Cyclone's in trouble, though. 3 Stalkers, and they get close to it as well. That's bad. That is really bad, actually. It's just going to see that Cyclone going down. We will see the Marines continue to pull back. Medevac will come up to the high ground and sit there for a few moments. Stalkers will just poke. Orbital will take some damage and push through and pull back at the moment. I say push through back into its own main base. As, yeah, that's going to be MaxPax able to shove Kira away. It's going to be annoying for Q because now you've got to take a very slow kind of step down to your own natural expansion, right? So you really do find yourself very heavily slowed at this point in time. So definitely a bit of a rough scenario here initially. Let's see if we recover a little bit as we continue through. Orbital just going to float down the low ground. The Stalker's going to be there. Just going to be seeing that blink coming up as well. Viking tank Marines continue about. A few Stalkers are just going to poke. Orbital will take some damage. And a few shots coming through right now. Again, Viking tank Marine will continue to come across. Orbital still coming into play right now. It's going to be seeing the tank obviously able to get a good few shots off. It's going to be a pretty big factor, so able to get a good amount done there right away. Definitely feels like a pretty positive opportunity. He's going to still coming about. Just going to move through for a couple of moments. We're only going to be having the +1 attack upgrade coming through with this as well. So continue to get that going. Right about now. Nicely stim +1. And all of that's just coming through initially here. Just going to have ourselves the... game was going to kind of continue through. So it's not too bad a situation, honestly, for for Cure. Just feel like he's kind of getting down to the expansion. Obviously, there was commitment from MaxPax early. You get those extra gates up. You really build into the idea of just kind of gateway-based pressure at first. So there's a lot of commitment there to start off with. There's just going to see Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 coming through too. Just bringing a lot of that over, getting that into place. Still going to hang about. Obviously, map control for MaxPax. Because, you know what, I actually really like what MaxPax did, because MaxPax basically said, if you want me to take that forward expand, I'm not going to let you take advantage of it, because I'm going to take control of the game to the point where you're just not going to be able to, like I say, take advantage of that expansion, right? So MaxPax really just said, cool, I understand what you're trying to do, but my entire build now is going to revolve into something that basically says no. Like, he doesn't even need to do a lot of damage. He's just happy to have kept Cure off the third base location of his himself, and to stop that kind of off-location position being punished completely. So, yeah, MaxPax actually played a pretty smart kind of follow-up here. He's going to see the Medivacs, the bio units just unloading to the left side. The mineral patches, +1, thermal lance, all continuing through. Bio will stim up. Stalkers will get jumped on. A couple of these Stalkers will come by. Just see the bio continue to go through. A couple of tanks, 3 tanks actually, going to get going. The Zealot's going to dive through. A few of these SCVs going to get jumped on as well. It's going to be seeing the SCVs continue to pull, continue to play a bit of defense there. Continue to hold this off as we just have the tanks pushing forward. The tanks are huge here because they're needed to kind of knock down the Colossus. You've got to get rid of those Colossus if you want to have a shot of this. So I see those tanks still firing away. Just going to see the bio units coming through as well. A little bit of bio going to fight, a couple of Zealots going down. The Zealots still going to charge through, a couple of Marines taking some damage as well, a bit more being done. It's going to be seeing a few more shots into this mineral line though. Can Cure push up and get those Colossus truly in danger? I feel like he's not progressing. Like, he's slowly hitting this base. MaxPax has a base down to the bottom left side that he's going to run over to and rely on instead, so we'll kind of peel on over there. And CC coming up, just going to have ourselves the... I just feel like the longer we wait, the more there's going to be for MaxPax, and Cure to me is almost pushing with no urgency right now. You know, there's nothing that says like, oh god, we got to go at the moment. And I really think there probably should be, quite frankly. Medevac's load up, going to peel around a bit of a different direction now instead. Tank's going to unload, the few Marauders unloading as well. SCVs pulling in toward the Zealots. That's just going to hold off. The SCVs will take some damage. Just going to see that bio army still trying to fight. 14 SCVs going down. Pretty serious amount of damage taken initially. As Cure, like I say, is kind of relying. I feel like he's already been pretty committed onto that army, but if that wasn't true before, it's more committed now. The Zealots charge onto the tanks. The Vikings and the Colossus will do that. The tanks will do their thing to try and knock the Colossus down, but it's just not enough right here. And that is probably just going to more or less seal the deal on game number 3. MaxPax takes a 2-1 lead in the BO5, a map away from an upper bracket final versus herO. Alright, we will head into a game number 4 then, and see whether MaxPax can close this out. It's going to be Tourmaline as our map. I'm going to have to run a couple minutes of ads, guys. The little bit of a break with the relog and the stuff is going to mess us up, unfortunately, so... Cool. Cool. Go gets cold. Pretty much ready to begin this. LHF. And we're counting down. We are counting down. Cool. Alright, let's jump into Tourmaline. top right side of the map, it is going to be with the 2-1 lead. The red Protoss player MaxPax. And in the bottom left, our blue Terran will be Cure. Let's set up here. Get this ready to rumble. Alright then, let's see if Cure has another way to tie things up. Obviously was a game behind earlier as well already and tied it up once. Can he tie it up again? That will be our big question. Probe comes over. We'll nibble at the SCV for a couple of seconds. So just going to begin with that as our first little bit of a talking point, perhaps. That underway, see where we go. SCV will chase the probe for a couple of moments and just hunt that around. Seconds, moving around, seeing what's up. Obviously not really too much just yet. Let's see, that panel going to get placed as well, so going to bring that over. And yeah, next is coming down on the natural. Get all of that ready to roll. Well, Reaper coming about. We're just going to see the Nexus coming through. Depth in the Warp Gate coming about as well, so get that started initially, and just going to have that factory building, so really nothing super crazy just yet. Get that started up. Reaper will continue to build right now. Yeah, Adept Warp Gate both building through. Nexus coming online. Just going to see the Adept continue to move out onto the map for a little bit, so moving forward, seeing what's up. Hellion will produce on the factory. Reactor coming up on the barracks as well. We're not going to get 2 Reapers and the Hellion early, so we're going to have quite a few early units maybe here from QS, some possibilities to maybe get a little bit aggressive perhaps. Reaper, Hellion going to fight. The Adept to take quite a few shots. The Hellion taking quite a bit of hits, but it actually survives, so important, because the more early game units you keep alive, the better chances your early game units are going to have of maybe making something happen, right? So kind of makes a lot of sense. You can see the Reapers and the Hellion going to come in, clean the Adept up that came back around, so make sure that it pays for that revisiting. Two Hellions, the Reaper join together, and, well, 2 Hellions and the 3 Reapers together will make their way across the map, so over they go. See the couple Stalkers going to be there. The Reaper Hellion is going to go for a push up. Stalker's going to get rid of 1 Hellion now, looking for the Reapers. Any probes do we lose? I think Hellions are kind of still important to target because the Hellion puts a lot of damage out that the Reapers can then capitalize on, right? If the Hellion gets a bunch of splash damage, the Reapers can then just go ping, 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 pick off all of those probes afterwards. And obviously, if you still have you can't leave the Hellion alive because it will continue to splash. Raven, Tank, Marines continue to produce through. Just going to see the Prism and the Blink on the way about. Getting that through for the moment as well. Onward we go for the moment. Prism and Blink on the way by. Getting that set up. Let's all build into play. Blink is about to be done. A couple gates going through. The probes and the Observer coming about. Raven does work its way around the right-hand side, so positioning to try and figure out what it might like to do in the next few moments. tank Marines just going to come around again. Just going to be seeing that barracks and a couple of SCVs coming through as well. So we'll see Cure. He's been successful on the earlier pushes, and I feel like even in that first game, kind of the more aggressive stances generally been what to me has set him up into better places. We'll see if that maybe reigns true again and how he plays out this one. And a couple stalkers gather through just for a moment or so. I see that Nexus still very much so coming online. Stalkers getting to the main base. Going to see the refinery taking some damage. It's actually going to take a lot of shots. Refinery very nearly going down. Stalkers get rid of a couple of SCVs. Charging the +1 coming about. Stemming the combat shield building. Marine Marauder Medevac reducing on through as well. And again, +1 charge will come through from the side of MaxPax. The Immortal still building about. And the gates and the Robo Bay coming online. I was going to see that bio pushing, the tanks and the SCVs going over as well. It's going to be, like I said, just early aggression. Kind of feels like it's the right way forward for Kira in these games. I feel like it's the best chance for him to just get a little bit of an edge and just to kind of run with it from there, you know? And I feel like that's where we kind of go right now as we step through. And here we are. It's a lot of Zealots. They run into what is a lot of firepower. The tank's not even going to siege up. They're just going to stay single targeting. That Immortal's in trouble as well. MaxPax has not got a lot of supply. I love this. Turns away from the third in those units and runs to the natural where you can actually run in and deny kind of production and so on, right? That's actually going to be a big factor long term to actually deny production and really put yourself in a better position here overall. Zealots are going to keep running in. Stalker's getting blasted. The tank's still target firing them down. Getting a little bit more out of this. You're going to see the tanks continue to kill. It's a lot of SCVs going down, but Cure 57 to the 20. Army supply is looking good to play cleanups in this game 4 and to push us through to the final game of this series, keeping this series very much so alive right now. Fire pushes in. Stalkers will take a bit more damage. The tanks will siege again. A little bit more being done there. Just going to be having the medevac still hanging about. Bio will go through. The Nexus will be jumped on, will be killed. So third base down. Doesn't really have much to work with at all. Here's going to turn his attention, I imagine, just towards the natural. There's no reason for us to go home. There's no reason for us to stop fighting, right? So we may as well just keep this one going if I'm not mistaken. A few Zealots. I mean, it's just not enough. In the slides, don't even know if the tanks need to be sieged. Again, maybe just single targeting tanks would have been fine here, but hard to make a mistake when you're that far ahead. GG's, and it's going to be Cure to tie us up once again. 2-2. Looks so good early game with some of these pushes lately. It has been kind of his real point of success and definitely finding himself the chance a few times over to kind of get in those sort of positions and give himself some fighting opportunities. So, all right, game 5 coming up. It's going to go all the way to a 5th and final game here in this BO5. Again, after this, guys, we've got a couple best of 3s remaining today. We are going to have Classic versus Solar, followed by the Bunny versus Zound series. So we've got a PvZ and a TVP coming up for you guys after this. Those are both best of 3, but still a couple of series that will obviously eliminate a couple more players and see who will make it to the top 6 of the competition. All right, Ruby Rock is going to be the deciding map apparently, so we'll get this hosted. We'll get this ready to go. Chile Jeff, and in we go. In we go. Game 5. Let's see what happens. So get this on the way. Ruby Rock coming up. Yeah, thanks for joining us in the WardiTV Winter Championship playoffs, guys. Appreciate you all. MaxPax in the bottom right. Cure in the upper left. That's the time where Cure was the Protoss killer, yeah. Talk about it so much. That game is 8 run, beat Classic in the round of 8, moved in through the semis, got to the finals. Lost to herO, but man, just Cure, he was so good at TVP back then. Like, he was so freaking good. Rax SCV in the gas coming through. Similar in the gateway coming about, the probe coming over. Seeing that probe heading to the upper left-hand side initially, so away we go. Get that rocking and rolling here. SCV will pull, probe will be pulled back. I see that SCV nibbling for a couple of seconds, nothing super crazy on that one. So we just settle through, and the SCV going to get chasing for a couple of seconds as well. Just try to find a little more in these early stages. Again, the SCVs will go after the probes, move around, try and see if there's anything cool going on we can maybe take advantage of. Again, CC in the reactor just coming online already. You're not going to see that probe pulling back through the center of the map. It's just going to get back over there for a couple of moments. Reset things early on here. Probe going to move around. Trying to see what's up. Trying to see what's happening. Just a couple of moments, like I say. Well, a couple of probies moving still. Again, a couple of the bits and pieces coming through too. So we get that on the go. See where we're going to make this happen. Twilight Count's coming up. Nexus on the way. Again, kind of intrigued what Cure builds into. Like, what sort of timing does he feel like is the best possible opportunity for himself to make something happen in all of this? I have the Marines moving about. Again, that Twilight Council still coming up for a moment or so. Bring that through. The Marine coming abound. Just gonna see the Stalker and the Adept together. Gonna go across and try to get adventurous here. Stalker Adept still poking. Just gonna see that bunker still coming through. Marines and the Hellion will step forward. Maybe seeing the push back. That Stalker's still taking some damage and Cure so far pushing us away, but then an extra Stalker shows up. Now the Hellion should be able to commit for that Stalker. That's why it is the priority from the Stalkers. Yeah, good targeting from MaxPax makes perfect sense. Because if there's one thing he's going to lose to that, it's the Hellion chasing the Stalker down. Or not lose to, but lose the Stalker to. So he recognizes that, he fixes that. I actually really appreciate that. That's very smart. Stalkers play defense once again, just making sure that Hellion does not get through for any damage or information. And Medivacs will come about, just going to try and see where we can go to. Prism coming around. Lots of bits and pieces just coming up for now. And this settling ready. As the Widow Mines to try and deal some damage. Oh. I thought he was definitely going to get the double mine shot there. Blink's just going to finish in time to deal with this. Oh. That's a misblink from MaxPax, so we actually do get a Stalker out of that. I actually feel like it's a misplay from Cure still. He could have had 2 Widow Mines perfectly safe behind the main in the Medivac. I don't know what we gain from kind of enduring the Widow Mines there and just not, or even dropping them back in. I felt that was a perfect opportunity just to say, perfect, we're set. Alas, Apparently not. Apparently not. No, apparently that's not what we're going to do. So, yeah, a little funky in that regard, maybe. A little bit funky. See the units gathering around. Take another second or two. And charge coming up. Temple Archives and the gates continue to build in as well. A few stalkers coming over. That prism there as well. Also looking to get a little feisty for the next few moments. Stimmer +1 building through. The storm and the charge coming up and online as well. So we continue to bring that into play just for now. Put that straight in position at the moment. Stimmer +1 will all build. Just going to be seeing the Marine Marauder coming about. Where are we at? I mean, Q on an okay work account. Army supply looking good, but MaxPax playing into the Storm this game. Is this the first time we've seen Storm this series? It's definitely the first time we've seen it as kind of like an opening build order choice, so that part is definitely intriguing. Fire pulls back into the main. And Stim Combat +1 all coming about. Storm and the charge coming over for a few moments as well. Continue to get that into play right now. A lot of that continuing through as we just have the Prism will settle on the left-hand side and chill for a little bit. Forge still producing. Command Center building in. The tank. And now everything else will go over toward the right side. The Prism is still finding its way forward there. There's a turret to help zone. Looks like Hugh was a little bit aware of it. Maybe he saw a glimpse, so he stims over. In case it came back. Does catch that observer, able to scan that one down. A lot of strong upgrades continuing through at the moment. And +1, combat shield building right now, so we get that set up. Cursive Shell is a part of this as well, so those bits and pieces coming through. MaxPax showing up. He does have the high tempo, so he's got Storm available. Q's going to be very careful about what he does about these storms. Stepping into them is obviously very scary. Can't let them do too much damage, so you got to kind of play that balancing act of like, you got to push this away, but not step too far forward. Again, Robo Bay, Robo Facility coming about. Next is on the way. The Archon, the +1 coming through too. Got a few more probes up and running right now. Get that continuing forwards as we just see the Zealot Stalker. We'll gather here and send it for a second. Nice storm coming down. The Ghost going to take a little bit of damage as well, so that is going to also be a factor there. Seeing the Bio armies gathering up, the Vikings and everything being there, gathering, waiting and ready to go. Ready for a little bit more excitement to break out at any point right now, perhaps. Just gonna see the double starport cranking out those Vikings. I'm just going to see the Bioforce coming down, a couple of Ghosts coming through as well, so just continuing with that for the moment. I see a Storm coming into place, just going to be seeing the Marauder Viking all coming around, again +2 Thermal Lance. The Colossus continue to build. Cure in the middle of the map, MaxPax, man, he has vision everywhere, units to the left, right. We're really keeping an eye on everything that's possibly going on right now, so he's very aware of where things are at and how things are positioned here. Big push from Cure, looking to get forward, looking to get in. 2-2 upgrades continue about. Again, +2/+1 on the way. Thermal Lance still producing. Bio Army gathering. Thermal Lance about to finish. Again, the Vikings are building as well for now. High Templar continue through. Refineries coming up. Just gonna see the Zealots are gonna start by charging forward into this. Vikings are gonna shoot at the Colossus. Just put a bit of return fire in once again. Another storm coming down. It's gonna be seeing a couple of Zealots coming through. Marines and the Ghost also pushing over just for the moment. Bio will fight. Zealots go down. So we clean up the attack from MaxPax, or the counter attack, the run by. We actually maintain a supply lead through that. He's just sitting back at the moment, building into the Ghost and building into this latest stage of the game, seemingly in no rush to necessarily make anything happen just yet. So, no rush right now, just sat back chilling, waiting for something to develop. Colossus, Stalkers, Archons continue to move through. Again, the Prism speed coming up, the armor upgrade. Double Prism from MaxPax is kind of fun. We'll see kind of how that goes in a little bit of time. And again, we just see the Prism, and so continue to come through. So that gets set up. Just going to be seeing the Vikings are going to shoot there. Colossus going to begin to take some damage already. Another Storm or two coming down. Command's only going to get picked off. Just going to get chased away for a couple seconds. Once again, getting pushed back there. We're going to see the double turrets. Or double prism, sorry, into the multiple turrets. Oh my goodness, that prism is going to survive with super low HP. Do we have anything? Oh, so silly. The one shot from Death Prism flew two turrets through flew two prisms through 4 turrets. And now you've got 14 Zealots in your main base. Oh, well, Zealots are going to commit. Obviously, a big commitment from MaxPax, just setting 2 prisms in. And, yeah, obviously, Cure completely banked on that, denying the majority of this. So, that coming, you know, not actually being the case is obviously expensive, especially now. Maybe he doesn't split enough back over there. Going to try and move through here. Colossus zoning pretty nicely at the moment. Another Storm coming down. The Marine Marauder still coming through. Those Ghosts gathering. Storm will tick along. The Archon goes down. Another Storm hits the edge of the army. Again, laser beam still hitting the orbital commanders. Out the Stalkers, the Colossus coming through. The Vikings are going to shoot that Colossus in some serious trouble, man. I mean, MaxPax is obviously going to get cleaned up. Obviously, Kira took a fair few losses in his own right here as well to kind of get to this point, but cleans up a lot of the tech units of MaxPax. Kira is able to kind of retain his bases. MaxPax is obviously moving to a 5th during this as well, so his economy is still fine. Where do we end up? A few probes transferring over. Archon morphing in for a moment or so. +3 and +2 upgrades coming about as well, so continuing with that just for a few more moments. Again, Bio still coming down toward the bottom, so he's going to make a little bit more of a shove, more of a push over, trying to see what else is going on. There's the MP. We're going to hit those couple Colossus there. We are going to step forward here, take the chance to step in. Going to see the couple of Archons going to get shot at. Knight Templar throws a Storm down. Army spreading. Just going to be seeing High Templar drop the Storm again. Bio ready to pull back a little further here. Ghosts ready to fight. Bio units holding tight for a little bit too. Cure obviously the one that wants to push into this apparently, but not sure if he really does. MaxPax's supply is good behind this as well. Obviously reinforcements doing a lot. Those Colossus have just not died throughout this, and their survivability here is a big part of the reason why I imagine we are going to see some success in the end of the day. Bio, Ghosts, Medivacs gather around. Couple Archons, few Zealots coming through, and the Vikings and the Ghosts continue to come about as well. I'm just going to see the Bio pulling back up. Maybe an EMP or 2 on those Archons. Going to hit those pretty nicely, actually. Templar now comes in. Just going to see the Bio army just going to get grabbed, cleaned up, pushed back. Still got the Storm's Colossus and the other laser beams just hitting. Looks as though MaxPax will have a bit too much in the end. Kua put up a hell of a fight in this series. I thought he actually gave us some really good games and really made me believe. I wouldn't doubt if we played a game 6, Kua might even up the series again, honestly. Like, I feel like it really has been that kind of a matchup, right? Where it really has just been back and forth. Just MaxPax has always been the step ahead in the series. And unfortunately, if you're always the step ahead, that means you get to the winning point sooner. So, unfortunately, Kua playing to tie things up doesn't work when the series actually comes to a close. Another storm coming down. Just going to see that getting cleaned up a little bit. Another couple of storms coming in again. You can see these Archons coming through. Colossus getting shot at. MaxPax's army actually disappears a little bit. Kua does not have an economy to rebuild with, but he does have an army lead. Not so much if he walks back through storms. That's obviously going to hurt. Okay, so I'm a little bit less of a believer in what Kua has now. For a moment or two that I really did believe, actually. I thought we had something going on, perhaps, and some possibility of something cool happening. Kua's going to say GG. For a moment, like I say, I believe, but yeah, it's just too much economy on the side of MaxPax, and Kua does not find a way to fight back against that part of it. And that's going to be MaxPax taking the 3-2 into the winner bracket finals against herO. And that will be that, my friends. Alrighty. We are going to get right on over to this next one. Brain working. Yes, I need to go over here. I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do that. Yeah, sorry guys. My brain's really been zonked today because of the the double job I'm doing with the admin work for the Team League stuff. My brain just keeps freezing. Yeah, stay in a... Let the guys know that we'll host the replays here. Coolio, move over here. Cool. That work? Yes. Progress. All right, guys. We are on our way into Classic versus Solo. We're going to do this PvZ, and then after this, we do Zound versus Bunny to determine our top 6 of the tournament. So that's where we are heading to. So right now, obviously, we're at a top 8 situation. And we're going to lose 2 more players to knock us down to the top 6. So the winner of Classic and Solo will play against Clem, and the winner of Bunny and Zound will play against Kua. So that will be all setting up. Cool. All right. And then we've got herO, MaxPax in the winner bracket finals as well. Also awesome. Very cool indeed. Alrighty. Does anyone else need to be brought in here? I think we're good for now. I think we've got everyone that's going to join us, so let's just start. Let's go into this Classic versus Solo. Wardy, is there any player you think retired too early? No, not really. I think a lot of players were still very... It depends, because it's like, I feel like some players who are the best, it's so hard to maintain that. So can you really blame them for retiring when like they felt like they'd had enough and they felt like the effort was like too much to keep on? I think that's the thing, right? It's like retiring too early basically is very hard to say, because how do you know how they feel, you know? Like, you know, who are we to say kind of how they feel and stuff? I don't know. Do you have anyone? Snoot, TY? Yeah, but these guys, like Snoot and TY had been at the top of the top. And maybe they could get there again, but the level to maintain that when they wanted to do other things in their lives... And, like, it was difficult to stay at the top. Like, the game only got harder, you know? Now, I'm absolutely sure those guys could have continued to have results. I mean, imagine you're Snoot, right? You won a bunch of tournaments, you were really one of the very best. As you continue to play and Neeb and herO become absolutely dominant, are you happy trying to maintain like top 8, top 4s unless you go on like a god run? Like, I feel like it's such a good time to retire when you've been at the top, you've seen it all, you've been one of the very best, and now, you know, other guys are up and coming and you got other things you want to move on and do, right? Like, it's hard to say they retired too soon when they gave so much to StarCraft already, right? I think is the thing. So yeah, I think that's probably one of the big factors. Neeb was at his top. Yeah. It's still very difficult to... I mean, when did Neeb actually retire? Still very difficult to say, because Neeb really, again, he kind of did it all, man, apart from what, win more. Like, because Neeb was already... The thing is as well, it's like, yeah, so he played in WTL playoffs, he played in Katowice in 2023. Then that's crazy. Neeb played in Katowice, some WTL playoffs the week after, and then that was it. We never saw him again. That's actually crazy. Yeah, Neeb was very good when he left. I mean, one of Neeb's very last matches, 2-0 Dark. Match before that, 2-1 Oliveira in the tournament where Oliveira went on to win the whole thing. He had a map off Clem in that tournament, a map off Ragnarok. Like, he was playing amazing. But, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, he had something else he wanted to do with his life. He went to school, he went to study. Like, it's hard to say you left too soon when you have other things you want to do, and you got to think as well, like, all these guys, the future of StarCraft has been really uncertain for the past few years, you know? So when the future of StarCraft is uncertain, it's really difficult to also be like, man, I want to keep on putting all my time into this when I have no idea if there's going to be even another tournament after this one, right? Like, it's very difficult to make that choice. A lot of the guys that play StarCraft 2 right now, I think, are very happy just continuing to play StarCraft 2. And they don't really, you know, the reason they're still here is because they're the guys that have not looked to kind of transition into other things in life, because they're very happy doing what they do. They're still happy being here. You know? Because I think anyone else who has had other aspirations and other goals and things they want to achieve has definitely seen the moment to kind of move on, because, like I say, there's been so much uncertainty in the history of StarCraft 2, right? herO 3 Clem was as brutal as it sounds. It was a very competitive. It was brutal. It was honestly a herO Clem series I don't even know if I'd recommend watching. Game 1 was actually cool. I actually think Game 1 was cool. I think Game 1 got in Clem's head a bit, and he didn't play great the second and third game in comparison to what we expect of Clem, so that would be my summary. As we are here in Classic Solo, by the way, elimination matchup. Loser of this is out. The winner is going to move on through. So we have MaxPax and herO in the winner bracket finals. We have Kua and Clem in the lower bracket round after this one. So that's 2 Protoss, 2 Terrans. Then we have a Protoss Zerg and a Protoss Terran to kind of move through to the top 8. So that is the situation of things, guys. That's where things sit right now. As this game's opening up with Classic playing into the Glaives. So we're going to see a Glaive opener here. Start us off on game number 1. Get that on the way. A few of these adepts gathering together right now, getting joined up here in these Winter Championship playoffs again. Top 6 will play tomorrow for a spot for part of the $5,000 prize pool, as well as WardiTV points, as well as qualification to the 2026 championship. the winner gets one of the best seeds possible. You will be able to take that seed through and basically qualifies it to already start guaranteed, like, top X. Never mind. It's good. TLDR, it's good. People thought it was really OP last year, and that's what it's meant to be. You win a championship throughout the year with WardiTV. You get benefits of that in the big event at the end of the year as well. So, what's on the line? MaxPax and herO, they're just a couple wins away from it. Obviously, those guys were in the seeding matches last year as well. They're the players we expect to see there, but it'll still be exciting to see who's the first to lock in one of those places. Roaches, drones coming through, the Overlord's coming about, the Immortal and the probes and the battery coming online as well. The Lings will come around, and just going to be seeing the Prism still setting up for a few moments. Just going to see the Lings coming around, the Adept is going to be there, the Sentries and the Immortal will join together. And yeah, just going to be seeing the Stalker, the Immortal, and the Gates continue through. Roaches on the way by. Just take a couple of moments in this game number 1 to see where we continue. This is fine for Solo, though. He's defended against an Adept opening. Still no third from his opponents, so he's not in a major need of kind of, holding down the drone key and nothing else. And he's scouting to see the lack of a third base as well. So Solar has the information to make this call correctly. So in that regard, he's able to make a very good call and can keep a very good eye on just what's going on initially and kind of keep us in a very competitive position for now. Immortal, Sentry, Stalker, Adept, all gather up. Obviously, a couple of Queens are going to be there. Push the Prism back the other way for a few moments. The Immortal and the Blink still coming through. A couple of shots off onto some Zerglings as well. Some damage being dealt. Things pulled back over. 2 drones go down. Got the Dark Shrine building from Classic. Battery producing. Prism is low. Prism is very low. See the coming about, that Evo Chamber still coming through. Just gonna see the Lings gonna be pushed around. I mean, if you're on a 2-base all-in here as Classic, like I say, Solar knows. I mean, Solar's doing the right thing in my eyes, which is doing a good mix of prepping for the future while also kind of making sure you're not over-droning. Like, he went to 50 drones very slow, which is absolutely the right kind of idea. Ling's gonna run about. Put it in there for a couple seconds. Ling's gonna run through. Next coming about for a couple of moments here. Just gonna get that set off. A couple of shots looking to still line up in the next few moments. Blink is about to be done. +1 missiles and the Roach Speed coming online. Dark Shrine and the Forge coming through too. Ling, Roach, Ravager settling for now. See the +1 missiles and that Roach Speed still coming in. Bailing Net's coming up. The Ling's in production. Continue to get that all set here. The next couple moments still. Red Ravager gathering around. DTs are all over the mineral lines, so hey, Classic is going to find himself some damage, and Solar not immediately prepped to deal with this. Has a lair, so he'll come over an Overseer, but only 3 drones. Obviously, mining time being lost, but actually dealing with this pretty well, and the DTs do seem like they're probably going to be stuck here, unable to escape out, which is also a pretty big factor. When DTs load up, they get into the Prism. And we'll have the, again, +1 missiles, Roach Speed, and the Overlord Speed all ticking along. Just going to see the DTs dropping back down. Queen getting transfused. Back to some better HP right there. The Ling's still wrapping around onto the DTs for a couple of moments. I'm just going to see the Prism still pushed down to the bottom side. Yeah, +1 missiles, Overlord Speed coming through. The Roach Ravager builds up right now from Solar as well. Hatchery, Spinecrawler continuing to build. There are a few more Stalkers coming through. The Sentry warping in as well, so we keep bringing that into play right now. Getting that up and running for the moment. Just need to set ourselves into this. Again, +1 missiles, Bailing Speed coming up right now. Get all of that on the way. The Lings, the drones, and the Ravager producing through. Attack upgrade, Archons, building by. I'm just going to see an extra few Stalkers warping in once again, so bring that straight into place for the moment. Keep getting that into play. It's a lot of units running to the top of the map right now from Solar. It's a lot of Lingbane, Roach Ravager. I like this game for Solar. To me, it's really been a game of success, you know? It's been a game where he's been able to set up well, He's defended against what Classic's done. He's made sure that Classic basically hasn't had a second wave of attack because he's been so well prepped for it. And now Solo's economy starts to boom. And we'll see how well Classic can kind of deal with this from here. No +1 for Classic yet is going to mean his army not quite as powerful as it might usually be. Love the spot on the Banes. We'll try and keep them at different levels, so it's very hard to kind of predict when all the Banes are going to hit and keep on dodging. The Archon Splash is going to be limited. You know it's not good for you when the Zerg throws Banes into the Stalkers. I mean, in a way, that kind of is good. In a way, it's also like, hey, they have nothing else to throw it on, so now they're even going after my Stalkers because you have so little else. But yeah, this was actually not bad for Classic. I actually think the Banes are maybe not used as well as they maybe could have been. Maybe those Banes could have had an even better time in this. Stalkers blink through, Ravagers take a shot. Or two extra as well. Extra Banes still morphing up. Again, the Ravager's still going to be there. Just going to see the Stalkers, the Immortals, the Archon pulling back over. Extra Stalkers still warping through, getting that all set. A few more Banelings morphing in as well. Roach Ravager coming by and online. And the rest of this still builds into play. Prism coming about. Nexus coming down into the front lines as well, so just going to put that in as an additional extra right now. Stalkers and the Sentry come through. Melee upgrade still going to be there. Again, Roach, Ravager, Bane, Ling building as we speak. Just bringing a lot of the rest of this on the way up. Prism comes through the bottom side. The Stalkers take a couple of shots. The Overlord can take some bits of damage as well. Sentry going to be there. Temple Archives, Nexus, the Immortal, and the Adepts continue to come through. I'm just going to see that Prism taking a few more shots. Ling Bane, Roach Ravager joining right now. Just going to see those extra few Banes still morphing in. Just going to see the rest of this still coming over for a second or two. Looking to make some plays. In we go. And Solo just sending it. He's got a few Banes around the back as well. That third mineral line already cleaned out a little bit as well. We've seen the +2 attack still building through. Again, the Ling's still producing up. A couple of those Banes wanting to get in after the Stalkers here. And Classic does, once again, kind of hold Solar off. Solar not an amazing economy or anything. Only 65 workers. I love the Storm on the way. I think that's going to help you a lot as Classic as long as we get there. Solar is on Tourmaline especially, he really loves staying at the 65 work count forever. Like, he will just sit on the 3 to 4 base economy and just send units. Like, I mean, that's kind of his PvZ in general. Seeing the rest of this Ling Roach Ravager still moving through for a couple of moments, still stepping in for a couple of moments again. Just going to be seeing a couple more shots coming about here. As we are going to step straight by. And then that Ling Roach Bane coming through, the Stalkers and the Immortals gathering up. We are going to see a couple of the Probies being caught as well. This is going to be Classic kind of just falling apart, no? Just not able to get enough up, and obviously so close to Storm, but it's not ready yet. And by the time it's ready, there's nothing to support whatever gets, you know, nothing to support the fact that stuff's going to get stormed anyway, so yeah, looking pretty rough. Immortal drops down, the Prism loads back up, GG says Classic, and Stola takes a 1-0 lead, keeping himself in a good position in this lower bracket for the moment, looking to keep himself alive. I'm going to go Ruby Rock for game 2. And just throw a minute of ads on just because it's going to take us a second to invite everybody in to this game. Cool. I actually think we got everyone. That was a very correct set of invites. Cool. Let's go. Game 2. Yourself and get this started. Alright guys, game number 2 here. Still a versus Classic. Get this on the way. We're going to see the top left red Protoss is going to be Classic. Down a game up against Solar in the bottom right, our blue Zerg for game 2 of the series. Alright, a little Overlord movement to start us off here, get things underway initially, see where things are going to go, and kick this off into some action. It's all rolling out. Gate, Simulator coming through, Proby on the way. Little bits and bobs on the way by for the moment. Alright, well, I'm just going to see this Overlord moving about. It's going to be seeing the early game, really. Again, just developing its PvZ. We don't have much to say. We kind of a long day, guys. We got 5.5 hours deep. We got one best of 3 to go after this as well, so still a little bit more StarCraft being drawn out for you all. Hope you all having fun and enjoying the games and everything. Like I say, it'll be bunnies down after this, and then we'll know what tomorrow looks like after that as well. So that's obviously awesome, knowing kind of what we're getting into for tomorrow. Should be really fun. Looking forward to all of that. Again, we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow with that top 6. Same time, same place. We might even have some Team League qualifier action at the end of the day because we have front page tomorrow. So the best part about tomorrow, guys, you guys are going to love this. Best part about tomorrow is it's a full 8-hour stream. 8 hours guaranteed. So tomorrow is going to be awesome. Again, if you're on YouTube, there'll be no stream tomorrow on YouTube because unfortunately we're not allowed to multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube when we have Twitch front page. It sucks. I'll not get too into it once again because I get annoyed and it just pisses me off. But tomorrow will be no YouTube stream. What we will do, if you do not want to watch on Twitch at all, is we will stream the Winter Championship Final Day portion to YouTube once we finish our Twitch stream. So it'll be obviously very differently timed to usual and everything, but it will be there in case you guys want to watch it, or if you want to watch through the VOD on YouTube, it will be there, it will exist. It'll just be a bit of a different process to usual. Sucks, but alas. Just trying to make the best of a stupid situation based on a rule, so. Roddy getting front page all the time while Roddy gets denied, really? You get front page, I think you're guaranteed to get front page once every 3 months, no? If you just apply through the Twitch thing. They, it is, I guess, maybe, I mean, Roddy's in English as well, so surely it's just the same for him, like, just presume he just goes through the same length. It's wild. Oracle, Wolf Gate coming up, couple queens and drones all building through. We take a few moments here to get set up and ready to go. I'm just gonna be seeing the links pulling back. Applied for Friday, yeah. Applying for weekends is like just asking to not get selected though. Like if you're, the problem with the weekends is you're also competing with everyone who already does events and stuff on weekends. I think weekends is a really rough day to apply for. Especially, I presume he did Friday evening for the big brain bouts. It's probably like the most popular time slot of the week. If not, maybe not most popular, but like one of the top 2 probably. I mean, I still think you get guaranteed it after like, if you apply for 2 or 3 months, I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed it eventually. So. How can I check if the Honkai referral download worked properly? If you downloaded it through my link on your phone, it will work. I promise you. There's no way. It probably popped up off screen or so, but and sometimes it doesn't pop up straight away. Sometimes it pops up later in the day. But if you downloaded it through the link, it absolutely will work. I had someone mentioning that they got to level 17 and hadn't seen it pop up, and then I pinged them and they said, yeah, it's just backlogged a bit, and it popped up the next day. So it definitely is working. It's just a little slow to sometimes update. I haven't actually mentioned that today. I guess I'll take a very quick moment, guys. If you're on the Twitch, you can !HSR or !Galactic. We have 2 sponsorships ongoing right now. We get paid if you install the games. We also get paid if you level up in them. So check those out. I haven't mentioned them at all today. Kind of getting towards the end of the sponsors, but worth mentioning, you know, free money is free money. If you guys want to help us out with it, we appreciate you. Oracles come out over to the right-hand side. Again, Gates, Forge, and Temple Archives coming about. Roach Speed coming through. Temple Archives building. Simulators coming through. The Zerglings will send themselves towards the upper left-hand side, looking to get to the front wall already. There's a Stalker there that's going to get nibbled at. Stalker might go down. If it does, Classic needs to warp in more. Yeah, we'll kill the Stalker, then back away. The Oracles leaping themselves back around as well. Seeing where they can get to. Field Zerglings coming up as well. Getting going on this as, yo, ouch, 1996. Thank you, mate, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you for supporting. And thank you very much. Alright, Storm +1 in the Blink, all continuing through. We do see the Overseer on the left side moving around. A couple of Oracles will be out as well. The Zerglings still moving about there. Queen gathering. Lings and Queens together will continue to push through onto the Oracles for a moment or so. Again, +1 in Storm and Blink all continue to come about for now. Someone else in the community got front page that you find more injustice in. It says drama, ZG. I feel like we've not talked for so long. I feel like I don't have any of the ZG drama info pouring into my life, you know? Oracles get a queen. That's the nice little grab. I'll take that as the queen's here. Gonna try and fight back. Oracle will actually go down. So Classic loses out in an Oracle. It's a lot of roaches pushing up to the top side. The Zerglings here gonna look to sit tight as well for a few moments. Things will just jump through. And just going to be seeing those results continue to get taken down. Results will fall. And just going to see the rest of this army still settling down over here. So Roach Raptor looking to try and jump onto that in a moment or so. Just going to be seeing the units coming through. Storm coming down. Just going to push the other units away for a couple of moments. So again, chasing that out. Just going to re-engage through once again. Another Storm coming in. Roach Ravager going to be there once more. And that back and forth continuing for the moment. So far, pretty decent. Roach Ravager pulling back. A little Transfusion or so coming down as well. And Stalkers will gather. Just going to be seeing the Roach Ravager still pushing through. A couple more Biles coming down. Going to hit the Archon. So the Archon will fall. Pylon going to drop as well. The rest of the Roach Ravager coming back over. A big push from Solo. And honestly, I don't know if this is getting cleaned up anytime soon. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still trying to push up. I mean, this Roach Ravager force is just massive. And Classic has Storm but no High Templar. So it doesn't really feel like this is going to go anywhere positive for Classic shortly. A few more Crows of Biles. The battery going to be taking a little bit of a beating there as well. Just still pushing through onto this. The Stalker's going to try and push over. Kind of just see what this is. The Stalkers are very efficient, but in this current situation, it's not like they have +2 or +2 on the way, so it's equal upgrades. It's a nice blink, actually, because he blink onto a lot of the Ravagers. However, a lot of the Stalkers go down due to the forward blink as well. Classic's numbers are still just falling much more rapidly than Solo's are. You can see the supply from Solo holding tight, 130 to the 85. Winter Cup and 2025 champion in Classic may be falling here in the lower bracket, falling in the top 8, giving Solo the chance to be a Zerg in the top 6. Roach Ravager will come through, a couple of Crows of Biles will come down. Stalkers will shoot away and put a bit more damage out once again. Let's just have the Ravagers continue about. Just going to be seeing the Lings joining there. Ling Roach Ravager ready to chase onto the rest of this army once more. It would feel like in a moment or two. Are we going to send this? Solo? I don't think there's any reason for Solo to kind of let up or kind of slow down at all. And he's really not showing that he's going to let that happen or do that at all either. So just continue to chase through. A couple Stalkers still taking some shots. Damage being done. And we'll be seeing a couple more Crows of Biles dropping in. The probe count is falling rapidly. And this is going to be a couple more probies going down. 22 workers killed. And that is going to do it, I think. Classic just can't hold on against this pressure. Sola getting it done. Aggro Zerg works again. He continues to see a lot of results in this matchup against the Korean Protoss. He is very, very good at kind of being, I'd say almost like 50-50 at taking down a Classic or a hero in a series a lot of the time. Sola moves on through. Classic is out. All right, I will run some ads, guys, and we will get ready for our last series of the day. Oh my goodness, how did we get to the last one of the day? Probably because we've been live a while. It's going to be Bunny and Zown going to be live on 10,000 feet to start this series off in a couple of moments. As we'll get the invites out. And you're ready to go. Okay. Okay. But ready. I'm just going to give 30 seconds for the ads, actually, and then we're going to go into our last match of the day, my friends. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a fun one. It's been a very enjoyable day of games. Yeah, very fun through and through. Classic left in the past as Solar bends brightly. Let's go. So I'm just happy Solar makes it through. Has to play Clem tomorrow, but I mean, Solar Clem, pretty fun. Just, it's not an easy one. Solar gonna try and be a Zerg in the top 4, maybe. Making a good run. Cool. Have we got everyone on 6? Yeah, we got everyone. I'm just waiting for ads. That's what I'm doing. Yep, and the ads are done. So let's go. Like I said, my brain's a bit frazzled and fried today, honestly, guys. Like, we're just been too much going on. Like I say, Team League admin. It's been Team League qualifier day. It's not updated on Wikipedia. Otherwise, I would love to show you guys a bit of what's gone on in terms of the results. Still some of the guys playing even, so... it's going to be day 2 of the qualifier tomorrow, but tomorrow there's only like 3 matches. Today there was 8 matches, so it's been a little bit... Tomorrow's going to be a lot calmer, which is good because obviously tomorrow's our final day of this event, and also we're front page, so going to want to make a good showing of it as we kick off into the bottom right side for a fresh PvT final series of the day. Our red Protoss player down over here from onside is going to be Zown. Of course, Vitality is no more. And that is sad, but it seems like they're still going to be representing onside. They will play as onside in the WardiTV Team League starting next week as well, so we'll see them there. Should be very cool and fun. Cool. Bunny top left is our blue Terran. Get into this BO3 and see where we go. And get this on the way. What do you guys think? I think it's actually a very very exciting to see what's going on. To get set up. Alright, bro, just gonna be nibbling. Alright, coming through. I'm just gonna see that factory coming up as well. As we get a lot of damage on that reactor. Bunny and Zam gonna have a chat about it, maybe. As I'm just gonna see that Reaper on the way. Factory gonna be settling down. It's gonna drop down a tech lab right there as well. So it's gonna drop the tech lab into place. Twilight Council next is coming through. Adept. Probe warp gate building up as well. And get that ready to roll. Adept will gather, and we'll just be moving that around and getting this settled. Now Ripper heads down, a couple of Adepts will join together here, joining through, Cyclone and Marine coming up as well, and we'll see the two Adepts going to take their shade out to the top side. Ripper will chase, Probe will be hunted for a few moments. I see two Probes going down, this Ripper continues to fight. Probe's nibbling and chasing. Adepts will come around. Actually going to get the Reaper. It's just going to come straight into this. Some damage out as the shot comes through. And Adepts will go back the other way. Tank and the Marines coming up. So Bunny again a little feisty here very shortly, you'd imagine. Just going to see the tank and the Marines continue to come through. The Blink and the Stalk is coming up as well. Bringing that straight into play right now. So getting a lot of that ready to rumble. The Marines and the Cyclone continue to come over just for the moment. And there is the medevac. Siege tank and Marines coming through to the bottom side of the map currently. So getting that straight across to the bottom here for now. Get that set up and ready to roll. And yeah, this medevac is going to be joining to boost on through. Marines will unload. Cyclone going to be there. Tank is going to position, and we are going to be seeing the Cyclone locking onto the battery. Marines going to fight. This battery is going to go down pretty quickly. Zaun going to lose out on this. Very early push from Bunny. Blink is about to be done. Getting rid of that tank is massive, because that tank is the only tank at the moment, right? So there's a lot of firepower that sits in that. As the Cyclone will lock on to the assimilator. And then assimilator taking some damage, a few shots coming through already. Marines, Viking, Cyclone coming in. Just going to keep on pushing. Just going to see the probes pulling through. Adepts and the Stalk's going to fight. I love the probe pull because it's very early push, but if we shut this down, it's going to do very well for you. But this is 9 workers going down already, so there's a lot of damage dealt by Bunny. 14 probes dead. He's going to lose every unit, and that's obviously going to be the scary part of this, because now he killed a lot. And okay, this part's really bad, actually, because now we lose a siege tank. You're going to open the door to the counterattack, right? The siege tank probably needed to stay at home, and, you know, we already did a lot of damage with what was already there. I get it, you were maybe already reinforcing, but this tank doesn't add much. There's no bunker ready. Uh-oh. Okay, we do have another tank popping out. Can we blink on that with 4 Stalkers? We're going to try. 3 more Stalkers. We'll eventually kill it. And to be fair, the tank is almost the only thing that's really kind of in play right now. Viking goes down, and Bunny, oh no, the counterattack is on the verge of killing the man, as he is not going to have a good time here. Stalkers will just go after the Marine. We actually lose the Stalker to an SCV, but this is very tough to recover from. We are going to have the bunker, but the moment the bunker comes up, these Stalkers can still bypass the bunker. Marines alone are not going to stop these Stalkers, but there's a new tank, so Bunny should stabilize now, perhaps. I actually feel like this is the moment in the game you absolutely did not need to... Oh, yeah. Okay. I actually think Bunny could have stabilized here. If he keeps the Marines in the bunker, sieges the tank like here, if the Stalkers want to blink for the tank, at least the Marines will pick away at the Stalkers. Then you have a chance, right? Chasing forward with the units there probably didn't make a lot of sense, to be honest. Probably didn't make a lot of sense. All right. So Zaun takes it. I do think that was a mistake by Bunny. A couple of mistakes. I think first of all, the reinforcing tank that at home makes a massive difference, because then you got 2 tanks defending. Really makes a massive difference against that amount of units, especially when reinforcements are also really far away. So yeah, definitely makes a difference. All right. Yeah, and then obviously, like I say, I think moving forward at the end there was obviously also just not it. Unfortunately, not it. Yes. Okay. White Rabbit coming up next. Let's get this on the go. Cool. Cool. Everyone getting invited. Cool. We're good. Hello, Woody. Hello. How you doing? Let's go game 2. All right. Cool. Game 2 coming up. White Rabbit, Zaun a map away from making it to the top 6. I actually think Zaun or Bunny making top 6 is kind of cool. Honestly, like both players who I actually didn't really have down as, you know, the players we maybe expected to have kind of make top 6. And, you know, when you think Classic now has been eliminated top 8 only. I think that the top half of the bottom bracket became quite deadly because of the way that the results fell, actually. So maybe the bottom half's a bit easier, but honestly, Bunny played great during the group stage. Don't forget, he's the only guy that didn't drop a map in the groups. As now he is down a game against Zaun, unfortunately, though. Zaun with the 1-0 lead. Can Bunny, I was like third, but can he hop back into it? Finding out here as we get this one started up and ready to go. Ready to go. Damn it, someone takes Wardy's chat jokes away. It's just the Bunny jokes just write themselves, you know? Like, it's really hard not to, It's really hard not to make the Bunny jokes. They really are just, they're so easy to make. When will Wardy become a dad? I'm already father to a furry golden retriever. So, yeah, like 5 years ago, I guess. Just a dog dad. It's tough, man. She wakes me up every morning. She looks at me disappointed she's not being fed yet, as though I'm meant to feed her in my sleep. While she is, and then I go downstairs to feed her. She's so disappointed in me she doesn't come with me, you know. So she just sits there disappointedly, like, huh. Can't believe you hadn't fed me before waking up, and that I meant to come downstairs to my bowl to eat. It's tough. Can't keep her happy. Sounds like my golden retriever's a cat. She's very stubborn, actually. Ellie really has a lot of attitude now. She went to a new daycare last week, and they took her on a walk. And they, she goes around like this park or so, I guess, and after like 5 minutes, she's just like, no, I'm done. I was having more fun in the house playing with the other dog. I'd rather us go back. And she just lay there and was like, I ain't moving. So yeah, she's quite it's a very golden retriever thing apparently, but yeah, she's a bit stubborn. Crispy, thank you for the 12-month resub on the Prime. 1 year! What a message to use the 1 year with. Alright, Reaper pulling back over. Just gonna see the Adept gonna shade about for a little bit. Probe going through. Twilight Count's on the way. And we just have the Adept continue to shade down towards the bottom left-hand side. I have to put the food out before I go to bed. Well, then she'll be still be not impressed she's getting her breakfast because she'll see that as a supper treat. can't win, man. There's no fixing the system on this one. I'm losing no matter what we do. That's just how it is. I've already accepted it. Hey, what's up, Matt JK? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. You're doing great as well. Thank you so much for supporting. As we do have the Adept going to dive by from Zaun. One goes down, the other one trying to get some more damage done. Hits the command center. Hits it twice. I think Zaun's having a little bit of issue with his Adept. Not quite the way he wanted things to go there for sure. As we do see a couple gates, the Robo Facility coming down, the Blink is coming up, Stimpack Marines, Racks in the Refinery all continue to produce. And just have the Adept shading around the left side for the next couple of moments still. And again, Stim building up, Marine Marauder coming by. I'm just going to have that factory coming through. Yeah, this Adept does take a chance to shade up to the top. Try to see what's up. Robo Facility, Gateway, Blink, all building through. Engineering Bay in the factory coming around. Stim is on the way through. Marine Marauder producing. And we will see where things go from here. That Blink coming around. Again, the other units gathering up together. See, this has been a triple CC from Bunny into the big bio play that triple Rax followed up. So big eco into big bio. I'm always a fan of this. I always, like, if I'm a Terran, to me, this is almost my dream situation, right? Where I'm like, I'm essentially getting to play kind of just a lot of bio units because I've got a massive economy to build a lot of bio units with, you know? It's very fun. It's very cool. It feels very good. Personally, like it a lot. This is the Wardy approved build order, man. I also will cry when they 3-gate all in me and, you know, you didn't let me play my macro game. Gosh darn it, I'll get you guys someday. Meanwhile, I continue to build 3CC all day. Grandpa Wardy screaming at the kids who are all in his greed. Ugh. Unbelievable. Thermal Lance coming up, charge, and the Colossus come by. We got some extra gateways producing through for the moment, so we get a lot of that into position here. As you can see, just a lot of setup for this game. I mean, not a lot of actually going on just yet. Obviously, Bunny's playing greedy. We're not really aggressing much as a Zaun right now, so yeah, pretty chilled out, laid back kind of scenario at the moment. Bio will come through once again. Just going to be seeing the again +1 attack coming through. Marine Marauder still coming up. Just going to see a bit of a stim up and attempt to see what else is going on. At this point, Bunny obviously just has a ton of units. I'm actually a little afraid for Zaun, because if you don't really respect the fact that he has a ton of units because of how he's playing, that absolutely can become an issue as well. So this is kind of, you know, maybe a problem waiting to happen. I guess we'll see very soon how it pans out. Still just going to have the Marauders, the Medevac, a +1 upgrade coming through as well. So a lot of that just on the way right now. So I'll be just chilling. A couple Stalkers on the left side. Going to get jumped on by a couple of Bio units as well. Just going to jump on those. On the right side, we do have the double Medevac. Make a bit of a play forward and just going to unload onto a couple of those Stalkers. So coming straight through this. Charge is about to finish. The Robo Bay is going to get targeted, so we're going to stop new Colossus from coming up, but we already have Thermal Lance finished and 2 Colossus out and a 3rd building. So actually, that's kind of fine. Twilight Council finished charge as well. Man, this was the most unsuccessful, successful drop I've ever seen. like it killed a bunch of stuff, and almost none of it matters. like the Robo Bay should be very replaceable. Your Colossus count already good. The Twilight Council was finished anyway. Like, you got to rebuild these things, but it felt like it should have been so much more meaningful for what we killed. I know that we didn't actually kill the Twilight, we got close to it. This dive through is quite nice though. 13 probes going down, and Bunny, that's a very dangerous pickoff. Bunny the Madman lifts up, and very nearly gets a full Medevac picked off in the retreat, and actually gets the unload as well. The Stalkers somehow don't get the kill, and Zaun is just like a step behind from actually being able to stop this. A couple of units over here kill a Stalker from afar as well, because this game is getting a bit out of hand. Feels like Zaun is losing a little bit of control on this one, losing a little bit of an idea as to where we're at and where exactly we're going. A couple Vikings Coming through again, just going to get those poked back the other direction once more. And Colossus, Sentry, Zealots, and Stalkers. All good stuff. Continue to build through at the moment. Joining up together. And getting set to party as the units continue to move to the front. Armory and the Ghost Academy coming through. The Bio going to step in there. Again, another little bit of a pushback onto a few of those Stalkers. The Zealots and the Sentry is going to be there to help with this as well. Medevac will also just get shot down. Widowmine hits nothing. As we are now going to see this spread. I mean, this is honestly not a bad opportunity for a dive in here on the side of Zaun. But then Bunny just gets a massive concave and makes it work. Pull the SCVs as well. He's already done so much damage. He knows he can just pull the SCVs to guarantee that he doesn't die in this situation. As long as he doesn't die, he's good. These Colossus are microing beautifully from Zaun, but is it enough? No, and yeah, no. It is not enough because everything ends up dropping with everything dead. Hard to really love the situation for anybody at that point as Bunny takes a game 2. We're tied up for one last game of the day. We're going to get one final map. Oh, that's nice because I actually didn't do my end of the day, last map of the day possibilities little speech at the start of the last one. So, hey, lovely. All right, we're going to go Titan Citadel to round this out, guys. One last map and we'll see what it does. Let's throw some invites down. And try kick this off. Perfecto. Perfecto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do it, guys. One last map today. All right. One final map. If you guys are enjoying, you guys know what you should do. You can subscribe, you can donate, you can cheer, you can support. Definitely check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Most importantly, hit the follow button and come back again tomorrow. Or like and subscribe on the YouTube. Come back again tomorrow. On the YouTube, it's all good, but come back again tomorrow for the final day. Get the viewership up. I think we're going to have a good viewership day tomorrow, guys. I think tomorrow is going to be a big day, so come be a part of it. Make the finals of the Winter Championship special for us. We'd really appreciate it. It would be very exciting if we could do something really cool and hit some crazy viewership tomorrow. So, yeah, come help us out with that. We appreciate you guys. Do the replay files get shared anywhere? To subscribers or Patreon users. So if you subscribe to the Twitch channel, or you are a YouTube member, or if you're a Patreon pledger, you get access to the Discord channel with the... you get access to the Discord channel where we post regular replay updates. On Patreon, you can actually just get it through a post if you have a $5 plus Patreon pledge as well. So, but those are the only places for the replays. Unfortunately, we gotta try and monetize them a little bit. Keeps the players happy because not everyone gets them super easily, and it keeps some more content coming out of it all. So, yeah. All right, last game of the day, guys. Bunny, Zaun. One final map is going to be Title Citadel to decide who gets to the top 6 to play versus Cure, and who will get eliminated here in the top 8. Still a good run, I think, from both of them, and I think it's going to still be a fun experience, kind of seeing how they continue to do throughout the WardiTV circuit this year, because throughout the 2026 series, because we obviously have a lot of opportunities still to come. This is just our first major. We've got 5 WardiTV majors this year, guys. Spring Championship, Summer Championship, European League, and Korean Royale to follow this Winter Championship. So, long way to go, but top 8 and getting some points is obviously really cool. Helps you qualify into future events, helps your seeding, helps your chances of getting to the end of your 2026 championship. Next coming down, Cybercore coming through. Assemblator in the pylon will build. Factory in the command center will be brought online. And see that CC coming down right here for the moment. Bringing that straight through. Warp Gate and the Adept coming about. Refinery and going down onto this main base. Again, Warp Gate and the Sentry will just build through for a couple of moments so we get that on the way. Get that set, and yeah, reactor coming up on the barracks just for a few moments as well. So I'm just going to get that on the go. Again, a couple of Marines will build through. Warp Gate Sentry, Twilight Council coming up as well at the moment. Just set for now. Marines will pop out. Just going to see another Hellion coming through. The other couple Marines going to rally down that low ground there, so get that set and ready. And yeah, Starport building through. Stalker Warp Gate, Twilight Council coming online. Also just little bits and pieces that are going to be done very soon here, as we just have the Gateway still sitting tight, the Hellion still moving across for the moment. Hallucination flies by, Hellion steps over. Again, the Interference Matrix and the Raven in production as well. Continue to bring that through for the moment there, so getting that up fine for now. Again, blinking the Warp Gate coming up, and yeah, Hellion will continue to build for the next couple of seconds. Peaceful beginnings for this game 3. Got that blink building online as well, so that's coming up right here. Marines are going to shoot, the hallucination taking damage. Left side, Hellion going to be hanging about for a little bit also. Waiting for its chance to maybe dive in and get explorative. Again, more than likely just wants to gather some info, check the base timing right, just rough ideas of where the Protoss is at, what kind of things they might be doing, get a read on what you maybe need to prep for. Obviously, different game from Bunny, no triple CC, and he's going to be playing the factory starport earlier. Still pretty quick towards the stim though, so there's a pretty good bioforce coming up there. Again, the blink coming through, the observer coming up on the robot facility, that pylon's still building by. Got a lot of that on the way right now as continue through. Stalkers gathering again, blink coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the observer and the Nexus coming up, Marauder in the stim pack, building as well. Factory will move off the tech lab to give the barracks a chance to build combat shield. And no real pressure from Zaun. Blink just finished, so I guess we'll see soon if there's actually any pressure that will come through here, but it doesn't feel like we're heading toward any sort of pressure right now. Feels pretty chill for the moment. Stalkers do make a pick off. Was that just a Hellion? Yeah, just a Hellion in the middle of the map still, lingering around obviously, and just trying to be involved where I can. Stalkers come back around, gonna once again just move their booties to see what they can do. That's where we're at right now. Medevac Marine Marauder coming up. Stim Combat Shield building. A lot of that's still on the way in as the Stalkers continue down the bottom. So yeah, Stim Combat Shield coming about. The Stalkers going to get hit. Tanks and the bio units will chase for a couple of moments as well. And those Stalkers will get pushed away for now. Observer overhead. Stalkers blink in after the Medevac. Not quite going to be able to grab that. You got the Observer with the Raven, though. So didn't even have to scan for the Observer. That's nice. 54 to 35 army supply. Big push from Bunny. Like I say, the stim and the combat going to be done early enough here for this bio army to really pack a punch. 6 minutes, stimming a few units at the front. Gets another Stalker. Trying to trade this out as Zaun. Just trying to get a few bits and pieces done, but not really able to see too much success with it just yet. So a little bit crazy in that regard as the tanks will siege forward. The bio will pull over to the left. We're now going to start chipping our way through this Nexus. The Nexus taking some damage. Battery going to be felled as well. Battery goes down. Nexus and the pylon continuing through. Just seeing the scan up to the high ground. Setting right now. The +1 attack. Conquers of Shells. Medevac and Marauders coming through and online. Command Center still building. A few Stalkers to the right side will come across and hit the Marauders for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be seeing the bio army getting back over to the top. Raven will take a bit more damage. Another shot or so. Going to continue to chase on through. Again, the upgrade's coming about. Pylon. It's going to be grabbed. And we'll see. The Nexus going to get cancelled right there. So that is going to be a pick-off. Just the Zealot Stalker Immortal Force coming back through. The bio coming over. Just going to jump in on this. A couple tanks will be sieging the Stalkers. Going to blink to get rid of these tanks. It's a lot of bio, man. I love the Matrixes on the Immortals. So the Immortals are just sat there sitting ducks. They ain't doing anything. Oh, no. They're not even immortal, they actually die. Could they have been worse? They lied in name and they did nothing at all. Sat there in the Matrix, that's rough. Zaun taking mega damage here. He's going to warp in Zealot to try and stay alive, and it probably does work for a bit. Probably does kind of keep him on the right side of life at the moment, so surviving for now. It's going to be seeing the bio still going through. A couple more Zealots taking some shots. I mean, at the end of the day, Bunny's reinforcement waves are going to be pretty powerful, especially considering what we've already seen here pretty much. So, kind of just expecting Bunny to come packing a punch across the map again shortly. Scan coming down, Observer taking some hits. So we've seen the bio regathering over that. And we gather up. Bio medevac mine stepping through for a couple moments. Away we go on a shove to the top of the map. Nexus coming into place there as well. Continue to get that into position for now. Just have Scan coming through. Bio army chasing. A couple of the stalkers get pushed off of this. Just going to stim it up again. Head towards those couple stalkers right there. Looking to try and punch into this position. 2, 3 stalkers going down. Sentry going to be grabbed. There's a counterattack, but... okay, let's have a look. So, a few zealots. There's nothing, not even SCVs on this base. That's not going to matter too much. Your 2 base Protoss. You need to turn this around somehow. The Terran just sits outside the base, and if you try and move toward your 3rd, the Colossus nearly dies. It doesn't die, though, and that's the kind of save you've got to make at this point as Zaun. If you want to turn this game around somehow, you've got to preserve your tech units from this point on. And he does a pretty good job of, like I say, keeping that Colossus alive there, darting that backward, not letting that happen as the other few units all come through. Stalker or 2 going to gather up. Sentry Zealot still joining and positioning. You have a Nexus bottom left-hand side going into a gold location, so that's going to set up as well. A couple of Vikings and Marauders still coming about. Medevacs healing up the bio army a little bit. More bio on the right side. Also is going to settle down. Healing away for the moment. Where do we go from here? Nexus. Expansion. I mean, I like the double expand. It's the kind of thing where we maybe do actually have a chance of getting back in this game because of that. I actually do like that quite a lot. Fire coming over. A couple of the Zealots will go down. Just going to see a scan into the bottom left-hand side as well. Does see the gold, so that means Bunny can kind of start to put his attention over in that direction. 100 to 40 army supply, by the way. That is one hell of a lead, so that is pretty serious. And like I said, I'd be pretty happy just to see Bunny kind of send it right now into this bottom left base, because I think his army, he's going to drop in the main as well. This becomes almost impossible to defend. Forces the recall, but he's set to attack on the bottom left now. Oh my god, the probes. Where are we going? The probes just ran into the army. Yeah, the probes ran away, but by running away, they ran into the army. They made this army's job easier. Yeah, the drop in the main doesn't do much, but it doesn't need to, obviously, with the way that this is going. Bunny is going to take down Zaun, and he is going to set us up into another Terran in the top 6, set himself up into a TVT in that top 6 against Cure, very excitingly. So that'll be Cure versus Bunny, Clem versus Solar, and then, of course, we're going to have ourselves herO MaxPax in the upper bracket finals. Awesome. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Cool. That's it for the day, guys. I'm like humming and hawing, like I don't know what's going on, but that's just because we're done for the day. And we have reached our endpoint, guys. We have reached our endpoint. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys some games. Bit of a long one today, 6 hours. But tomorrow, we're going to be here for the 8-hour stream. So what we're going to do tomorrow, guys, once again, we're on Twitch front page. Again, unfortunately, if you're a YouTube viewer, we'll not be live streaming tomorrow. You'll have to join us on Twitch if you want to watch live. We will live stream the VOD of the final day of the Winter Championship games afterwards, but it's going to be like 8 hours later. So in 2 hours from now, tomorrow, if you want to watch on YouTube, that's when we'll be live. Just so it's there as a VOD, basically. So, yeah, that's going on. That's going to be happening tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be happening tomorrow. Obviously, the bracket looks fun. We're going to have Twitch front page. It should be a blast. Like I say, I'm super sorry we'll not be on YouTube. It just sucks. This is our bracket. So we've got Cure versus Bunny, Clem versus Solar. We will start with the TVT tomorrow, by the way. So Cure Bunny first, Clem Solar second. Those are best of 3s. And then 3 best of 5s and a best of 7 final. It's going to be banging. Looking forward to it. So yeah, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, there's been WardiTV Team League stuff going on all day as well. Qualifiers and stuff. We'll get that all updated and so on. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow as well, because I'll have some more admin stuff to do myself. So, you guys have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you all greatly. I hope you have a wonderful time tonight. And make sure you come back tomorrow for more awesome StarCraft 2. Why would you miss it? Exactly. Why would you miss it? Set of ads on the outro, guys. And once the ads are done, we will send you guys over into more StarCraft by raiding someone. Have a great day. Bye.
Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship Weekend.
Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment.
Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god.
Here we go, Riddle's going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at.
On the high ground, so the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no.
And you're ready to blow up on the adept. Oh, the worst adept shade of all time.
Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. (4-0) dominance.